I think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP 2-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanna know there's beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and under font, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning, go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, at the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it, boy, you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need to beat it, oh, you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP 2
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanna know there's beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jits. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning, go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in a maze. Shoot at the Oculus cage. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistake.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize.
morning, everybody, and welcome back to APAC North. Our penultimate day is about to begin. I'm so happy to bring you in with us here to the studio, live from Paris, France, which, after a very, very warm 42-degree day, has cooled off significantly, but it's a good thing we have APAC still, because things really do heat up. By the end of today, we might confirm 2 teams going to the Berlin Major, but maybe we won't. We've seen many upsets over this stage in both EU and APAC, so welcome you again. I'm Fnatic, your host. The show with me on the analyst desk are my 2 beauties, Emmy and Jack.
2 beauties, like horses.
Like what?
Like race horses.
Like horses.
You know, 4 legs, clop.
Clippity clop.
Clippity clop.
How are you today?
Oh, you know, I'm here. I'm doing okay. It's early. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm really good. Did you know, on the walk down, so we walked down from the studio, it was nice and wet and windy. It was a beautiful walk.
It was classic UK.
Ace of Fire actually said, there's 2 situations. He's either dead or he's alive. And that's why I feel I'm alive this morning.
His barometer is that he's dead or he's alive.
Isn't that a video game? Dead or alive?
The beach volleyball game. No, it's
a teenager.
I mean, you have to have aspirations, and I guess alive is a good aspiration.
I think Jack would be great in a dead or alive volleyball game.
And a bikini.
I'm quite good at volleyball.
Okay.
And
in the bikini,
volleyball.
obviously, yeah.
You guys don't see what happens in the green room, so here we are. Friends, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for both being here. Emmy, for joining us on the desk today on the introduction. I want to talk about, obviously, APAC, what's happened, because the narrative arc of the day is pretty simple. Like I said, at the end of today, 2 teams might already be qualified for the major. DWG KIA and Sandbox Gaming are fighting for those spots. But I want to look back at our previous Playday and Playday 5 before we kick off our 6 out of 7. Reminder, next week, it's our last day. Can't believe it's ending so quickly. Stage 2 of the year. Honestly, we're getting old so quickly. 7-3, existential dread aside, it's DWG KIA versus Reject, and that was a DWG victory through and through. 7-3, Fnatic versus Spear. Those are our match of the day. 7-4, Sandbox versus Fav, and finally 7-3, Cyclops versus Talon. A relatively quick and easy APAC day on day 5. Didn't even notice that it began and it had just ended. So what are your thoughts on what happened there, friends?
I think the Reject game was one that me and Emmy were actually both casted it from home this time last week. It was a curious one because Reject looked really good for 3 rounds, and then DK said, enough of that. We're the champions of this league, and we're going to, I guess, push our presence onto you in 7 rounds in a row. Couldn't think of a better way to say that.
It was that sort of...
I can.
Yeah, it was that moment. Reject I've loved. This split. Reject I've had some excitement, and I had some excitement in that 3 rounds because you want to look at. I look so crazy. You can tell it's been raining. I look like I was found in a bush. And it's and I think that was it. It was the 7-3, and then suddenly we had, for the first time, I think this split, we had a sort of hammer laid down by a lot of the teams that should have been doing it since the very beginning. Outside, DWG KIA are undefeated, but. Outside,
Fnatic took their 2nd victory. I mean, there's a lot of surprises, and maybe they will get some more. But before we talk about today, let's see exactly what happened in our last Playday in our recap. Enjoy.
Stay strong. To the table.
Welcome to APAC North Playday 5. A day where DWG KIA can be confirmed for Berlin, whilst multiple other teams can be eliminated in the race. Our first game will start off with DWG KIA. They took on Reject, one of the teams that is still in a good position to make it to the major. DWG KIA, they need a win if they want to secure themselves today, and as we headed towards Chalet, an attack-sided map, Reject started off quite strong. They won 3 consecutive rounds. After this, however, they started to get a bit more experimental. This allowed DWG KIA to take 7 rounds in a row and fulfill their own task in their journey to the major. All they need now is Cyclops to lose their game today. After this, we had a battle for the bottom of the table, one that is important for relegations at the end of the year. We had Fnatic with 2 points on the board and Spear with just still 0. As we headed towards Oregon, Spear was able to pick up the occasional round here and there, but Fnatic proved to be a strong team. They acted like a team for the first time in a long while, and it allowed them to walk away with a 7-3 victory. And thus they pick up 3 points in a relegation fight against Spear and Fav. Talking about Fav, well, they faced off against Sandbox Gaming as the third game of the day. Sandbox, they needed to pick up points to maintain their second place on the scoreboard, and with Fav needing to match Fnatic's results to not get behind in the relegation fight, it was shaping up to become quite an intense battle. For the second time today, we headed towards Chalet, where Sandbox opened up with a pretty strong 5-1 scoreline on their defense. Normally we would call it the game there, but Fav was able to fight back, winning 3 defensive rounds before Sandbox was finally able to close it out, maintaining their lead at the top. Our last game of the day was Cyclops up against Talon, and it did not only decide which of these two teams can continue their chase for Berlin, but it would also confirm DWG KIA if Cyclops were to lose this game in regulation. We headed towards Clubhouse, one of the most basic maps there is, and with Cyclops starting off on the attack and Blackray, Aegator and Galarada putting in multiple multi-kills and a massive performance all around, Cyclops managed to get the win, which allows them to fight on next week against DWG KIA.
And that was it. All the action from 4 matches that went down. Like I said, a relatively quick and easy day, which left us with these rankings. We talked about this a moment ago, but I will hammer it through again and throughout our day. Only the top 2 teams in APAC North will make it to Berlin. Simple as that. No more playoffs for APAC. We're done with that system. 2 teams from APAC North and 2 teams from APAC South. They come together, the top 2, and they represent as 4 teams the entirety of the APAC region from these 2 sister spots. DWG KIA is up first to 15 points, 14 for Sandbox, but both Cyclops and Reject are still, and the last 2, within striking distance of these 2 spots, because you can still get up to 6 points in the last 2 days, which, do the math, pretty easy. Then we got Talon at 5, Fnatic at 5, 1 point for Fav and none for Spear Gaming. Those teams are out of the running of the bottom 4. They cannot contest, and so henceforth we will not be seeing them in Berlin no matter what. Any surprises here for both of you guys?
I mean, what do you mean? What is
any surprises? Reject.
You can talk about Reject. Reject is a surprise, but I think
want to.
Everybody knows that they're on an upwards trajectory. Trajectory.
Are you okay?
I am not okay this morning. I need some coffee. What I will say though is, what's surprising is if you look back to kind of middle of stage 1, we were talking about Fav and Talon in a light that they could go to the major, and they're just nowhere near the pace.
Yeah, Fav I think are probably the most disappointing. Spear being at the bottom, it would be nice if they had points. You kind of want them to have points.
I was T1 last year.
It shouldn't be... Yeah?
That's it.
It shouldn't be Fav. Who is this guy?
I don't know.
I don't even know some days.
He's a budget Mr. Officer. Sorry.
Wow. Aren't we all though?
Anyways, I just had a realization.
Do you miss Fabiano?
What?
Do you miss Fabian?
Oddly enough, I do, because last time I saw Fabian, he gave me caviar.
Did he really?
Yes, and it was... I love caviar.
Of course you do.
I come from the Middle East. We don't really have that. But unless you live in Iran.
We don't have it in Hull either, to be fair.
But good. I mean, just side point, because we often do that here on the show. Caviar from northern Sweden is quite tasty. Just a bit of bread, bit of butter, and you're good to go.
It's weird that this is in the run-of show.
It is. I can see it right
Talk
here.
About caviar.
This is in the segment.
Part of that, because I'm talking about northern Sweden and these different parts and places in the world, because they remind me of maps. Our maps here in Rainbow Six are quite varied, and I want to know, because we talked about this in EU. Usually I like to hold the analyst to a certain degree of professionality, because sure as hell not the one that's going to fulfill that. So, Jack, is there anything to talk about maps-wise coming and preparing for Berlin from APAC North?
There is. And we've got a couple of graphics, unsurprisingly.
Whoa, he's always so prepared.
I'm always so prepared. So we're going to pull the first graphic up, and we're going to look at what the maps were like in Stage 1 and what maps we played in terms of our APAC North region. Now, obviously, you're going to start out with Oregon, but my focus, and as it was in EU, is on the new map specifically. 4 times we saw Skyscraper. 3 times we saw Theme Park, and we saw Border just the once. So that's 8 out of a possible 28
Is Oregon
times.
a new one?
Is Oregon a new one? Did I say Oregon?
No, I'm just saying it.
Oh, no. No, so Oregon is the favourite, but we're still playing, Skyscraper being up there and Theme Park, a decent amount. They've integrated the maps into the map pool well. And then the one thing to note is that generally, we was quite defender-sided. Look at the attack win rates there, 41, 44, 31%. There's only a couple of maps, realistically, which are Chalet, Bank, and then one game of Border that was even over 50% attack win rate.
It's pretty cool, honestly. At least there's more variety seeing it in APAC North than there is in Europe right now. But, Jack, on a side piece, is that we've seen over the past 6 months or even the past year that a big weakness for the region has been diversity of map pool once they hit up the international games.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's worth noting that specifically like Skyscraper was played a lot by DWG KIA, by Sandbox, by the teams that we would expect to be going to these international events. So if we bring up the graphic for Stage 2, what we'll see is what we've got so far. Now, obviously, this is to date so far up until we're going into Playday 6 now. So this is Playday 5. So the number's going to be very slightly varied, obviously. We've seen a shift downwards of Theme Park and Skyscraper, but Border's seen a shift upwards. So it's been a little bit curious, and it comes down to individual teams and map preferences and how that changes. But I think the big point to note here, look at the win rates on the attacks.
Wow.
Much increased. 61% Bang, 58%. I think I even saw that Cafe, no, Cafe's not being played, but we've got a nice increase in the attack win rate.
It's just zoomed up.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I like you put the caveat, there's still a couple playdays.
Yeah.
Yes, Emmy. Your smile is so refreshing.
Thank you. Is it a smile that leads us on
to the
next point?
Piece. Exactly.
The major.
You're so
Sorry, I had to pull a face.
You're so good at this. Our major discussion, a very quick one here because we still have so much to cover for today. I know it's a very busy day here at Playday 6, but Berlin's coming up, and what are the chances of anyone in the top 4 making it through? Do we have graphics for that?
Why, you're looking at me.
Do we?
Yes.
Hey! Where does this come from?
In.
These graphics are courtesy of Srabuni and Raf, who are now with us in an official capacity, as you might have seen them.
Studio.
Not in the studio, but you might have seen these graphics on Twitter or on the NAL broadcast. We've now got them on APAC North. We will have them on EUL as well. So here's the scenario. 4 teams can make it. DWG KIA and Sandbox currently in the driving seat for them top 2 spots. If both of those teams get a regulation win today, they will be in Berlin. DWG KIA are going up against Cyclops, Sandbox are going up against Talon. So if we want some jeopardy on the very final play day, essentially what we're looking at is most people, neutrals, are hoping for a Cyclops win to take it through to the final play day. Sandbox, it doesn't matter for them, win their game, they're in regulation, they're through regardless of the DAM1 Cyclops game.
It could all be over today.
That's true.
It could have the most dramatic last Playday because the teams that are playing up against each other on the final day, DAM1 versus Sandbox. Now, one of those is guaranteed from that result, but you're looking at that from the perspective of Cyclops or even maybe Reject, who are also playing each other. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What have we got there? We got Story.
We got Story, and we're going to get into that match because let's bring up the schedule real quick because our match of the day today is Cyclops versus DWG KIA. Funnily enough, now that you say, Emmy, and it's our very first game, so the stakes do not get any higher than this. Spear versus Reject is right after, Fav v Fnatic, but that matters for Reject really specifically. It's the end game for Sandbox versus Talon, as Sandbox have the opportunity, as we saw with the graphics from Srabuni and Wrath, that they can close it out today, same as DWG KIA, no matter what Reject really does on this day. And let's talk about Cyclops versus DWG KIA real quick before we kick off that matchup that we're so excited about and get you all ready for it, because DWG KIA, everybody knows them. I guess everybody loves them also at this point. They got a clear shot. Is there a way that can be stopped today, Emmy?
If anyone might it might be Cyclops. Obviously, you're looking at Sandbox. They're technically undefeated, but their overtime win came against Cyclops. That was one of that sort of showdowns. So they've made the other top 2 team bleed a little bit. And Damwon Kia, they were stressed a little bit. They've been stressed throughout this split. It's not been as smooth as a statistical ride that it looks like, but it's now the test.
The Cyclops on the other side, Jack, we said that, and we showed the numbers, they could still make it to the major, but it has to be a win today, and it's a very tough game, and that'll give them basically a 50-50 chance anyways.
Yeah, it creates a lot of pressure for them. They cannot slip up. They've got to pick their map wisely. They've got to pick the starting side wisely, the sites wisely, the attacks they go for. Everything has to accumulate into a perfect performance today, or they can wash away Berlin. And that creates a really high-pressure environment for them to operate in. Now, given the way Cyclops play, I would say they would thrive under that pressure. You know, they play with a lot of fun, a lot of energy, and they've always got something in them to just pull out the bag to get themselves through. They always seem to find a way to get themselves through in these scenarios. So would I be surprised if Cyclops won today? Absolutely not.
And to compound on top of all of this, Cyclops, should they win today and play so well against Damwon Kia, they'll have to play against Reject in the next Playday. And guess who Damwon Kia plays? Sandbox Gaming.
I know, I said that.
Yeah.
Repeating it again.
Okay.
Something that we do on broadcast and on broadcasting in general. Because it's to keep everybody...
Compounding it.
Yes.
Is there a graphic for this?
No. I don't know if the next Playday graphic is ready anyways, but Sandbox versus Damwon Kia, CAG versus Reject, those 2 games might just be the kickers for the entirety of this stage, but it all hinges on what happens today. And to wrap up our pre-show, I think that kind of has people enough for the potential of this Playday is... for all the VODs. You can catch all of our VODs from all the matches in Pro Play, including our post-desks, pre-desks, and, of course, our interviews that we have every game with pro players. If you also have any questions specifically, let us know. If you want to ask specific questions to these pros, tweet at us, tell us in the comments. We check them out very regularly. But yeah, you can watch all those VODs on the Rainbow Six or the R6 Esports VODs YouTube channel or on the R6 Esports channel on the homepage. There is a link to that playlist that has all the regions in it set in stone. Till then, I think it's time to start filling up those VODs for this day and kick off with game number 1, Damwon Kia versus Cyclops. See you in a moment. Welcome back, friends, to APAC North. We kick it off with our match of the day for the first game of our 6th and penultimate play day. Cyclops versus Damwon Kia to kick it off. And we just teased about it in our pre-show, but now we'll dig deeper into the numbers because Damwon Kia, they got some explosive players on the line in this lineup.
Yeah. I think it goes without saying at this point. I think it's Damwon Kia. It's Damwon Mo flippin' Kia. Everybody knows them. They've introduced themselves and then gone above and beyond that. They're currently undefeated. They've had some amazing performances. They've generally set the pace. Their biggest blow was a -3 over the stage 1. They haven't had a blow this time round. It's been fights that they've been able to sort of fly their flag, and let's be real, okay, a major performance wasn't in their best bet. They didn't quite have Yas as the superstar player on a roster, but you look at the rest of them who have stepped in. You're looking at Coated, you're looking at Wookieman especially, and then a bit of a return over the past couple of games for Yas. Yeah, they're pretty good, Milosh.
This is a team of, I call them a team of superstars, where everyone can step up and go nuclear at a point in time. But they're a team as well. First and foremost, they're a team and they operate as a team. And, but for the system of the playoffs in stage 1, they would have gone to the Charlotte Major. So that would have been 3 consecutive majors plus, because they finished first of APAC North in stage 1. It was just that the playoffs and whatever happened in the playoffs.
Semi-finals,
so, yeah.
quarterfinalists at Invitationals.
They got reverse swept by Cyclops, right, for Charlotte Major in the playoffs. But what I'm saying is this is a really high quality team that is just filled with individual excellence that operate as one unit.
The only one that you kind of sit on the side and think, they're a bit more silent than the rest of the team is Katsang, but that's because his job isn't to be showing up, whereas all the other 4 are really finding the spots that are there. But onto their opponents, Cyclops, who also have their hearts in their hands and also the potential to still make it to the major, but they have to go through the best team in the entire region, arguably.
Cyclops play against 2 teams. They play against their opponents and they play against themselves. And I think that's just a constant about them.
Yeah, you could call it randomness, but they play their brand of Siege. And it's amazing to watch. It's fun to watch. They're great with shields. They're great with literally all of the utility that they can use. Absolutely everything. Operator lineups, it's funky as hell. The problem is that it creates them is inconsistency. And we see them time to time to time. They're not just this team that through 2020, start 2021, could just turn up and beat everybody in the league. They simply can't anymore. So they need to find that baseline level of consistency to Cyclops.
I mean, the consistency is they're just all over the place.
Consistently inconsistent, right?
Yes. That's in scores and also in the game, which plays into people's minds. Maybe that'll help against D2G KIA, but maybe the map will play a bit more of a role than we even think. It's a 9-map pool, 8 are out, 1 is left, and our lobby is set and done, so we should be ready to go within the next couple of minutes. Where we're going to head to, who has the final say? That'll be D2G KIA. They ban out Oregon and take us to Skyscraper. There's the variety that you're looking for, Jack. And they're starting off on attack. Cyclops have opted for defense.
And it's kind of curious for them because they've gone to a new map. And I'm not surprised at the map because it's Cyclops' #1 map preference. It's D2G KIA's #2 map preference. So for me, the Skyscraper as a map was always in consideration, and if you're Cyclops, you give yourself the absolute best chance by going to your best map, right? Start on the defense, but they've got to get out good because D2G KIA on this map, their attacking is so in sync and they're so decisive with their movements. You know, they do the office side take karaoke and then very quickly rotate to Black Stairs. And it's so decisive, it's so fast, and they've hit you and attacked you before you even know it's coming. Cyclops need to get on top of that. This was one of the maps that I think D2G KIA got reverse swept on in the APAC playoffs last stage as well against Cyclops. So they've got history on this map.
It's a grudge match. It's a bit of revenge. You stopped us getting to the major last time. You sort of limited our run. You hit us with a reverse sweep. So this time we're going to end your dreams, ruin your hopes, take 3 points. That's the D2G KIA game. They're not going to mess around with this. And, you know, it's down to Cyclops.
If we go to overtime in this,
yes.
Can you recap for people that didn't watch the pre-show? What is it like if we go to overtime?
Well, it's 3 rounds, and you have to try and win 2 of them.
And now,
thank you, Emmy. Jack?
So if you go to overtime, the ramifications for the major, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Milosh, is that if D2G KIA get a legitimate win, a win in either regulation or overtime, they confirm themselves to the major. Doesn't matter. Cyclops, overtime would be disastrous for them. It would still leave them a chance, but it's a statistical chance. It's not an actual chance. So they have to get the full 3 points to Cyclops. Now, it's worth saying, like I said, the history in Stage 1 playoffs, it was 7-5 to Cyclops on this map. So it's a very close game between the 2 of them.
All right, maybe we'll get a close one here. Who's more hungry in this matchup? Who wants it more than the other, as we've been saying in AU? Though, fresh. Emmy, thank you very much. Let's toss it to our casters. It's CAG versus D2G KIA. Basically, the winner keeps it on for Berlin. Toss it. They got Ace and Des. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. As they were saying on the desk, Tim, it's a big game for the major here coming up.
It is a big game.
You can speak now. It's okay.
It's a really...
You don't have to wait for me to say more. I know I do normally talk a lot, but you are a part of this duo.
It's a really big game for the major. As you say, this could decide it all. D2G KIA winning regulation. Cyclops will be going nowhere near it. So they have to come out. It's an absolute must-win for them, and it's going to be huge. We're going to Skyscraper, and we're going to see these 2 face off. This, for me, is always one of the games of the stage. I always look forward to this matchup. Maybe not as much this time because Cyclops really have dropped off a little bit this stage. Been sort of struggling to find their identity a little bit. It's been a lack of consistency. You know, we want to see a bit more out of Cyclops. D2G KIA, they've been as good as ever, and I'm expecting a big day from them.
Absolutely. For me, this is one of the ones where you say if they win this one, they lock it in, they're done. For Cyclops, this is the last chance saloon. It feels weird to be getting towards the end of a stage and not be talking about Cyclops being a not guaranteed, but being in with a very good shot at making it to the major, and that's sort of the concern. I'm pretty sure Sandbox have got Damwon KIA next week as well, so if Cyclops can get anything from this game, and Sandbox don't have the best showing today, suddenly things start to look very, very exciting. Thatcher, the first one taken off the board by Cyclops.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look at Damwon KIA's, matchup list, really, the schedule over the stage, and it's been reasonably favourable for them. It's allowed them to get to a position whereby they've got the difficult matches right at the end, and really, they've already got the points on the board that they need. So, now it just sort of almost serves as a great warm-up, doesn't it? Like, you get yourself to the major pretty much, and then you have two really tough teams at the end of the stage, and you're going in like guns hot, ready for, ready for anything in the major. So fantastic for them. We're going to have the bands coming in. Thatcher, Finker, Valkyrie will be our first three to go. Kaid will join as well. So that is how it's going to be.
Yeah, expect to see a Kaid if you see a Thatcher band come through. Just touching on the Finker for a second, because some might look at it and go, well, down one start on the attack, why would they ban away the Finker when they can just use it themselves? I think for a number of teams, you just see how it lifts some teams up that rely on the kind of craziness in a way. Thinking about Cyclops, they absolutely love aggression, right? They'll happily just charge you and hope for the very best. And Finker really enables you to do that. That extra stim that you get, the nades, the Gon 6, the LMG, it brings so much to a team. If you as a team feel that you can survive without that, running something like an Iana, and we all know that Yas is a very capable Iana player, take that kind of extra buff away from the other team, and you don't feel like you're particularly handicapping yourself in the process. It's not at all a bad ban.
Right, number one then, we get into things. We're going to be heading down to Kitchen and Barbecue to kick things off. Drone just going in, having a little look. We'll secure the information of where the site is, and then Damwon KIA just getting it back away through the drone hole in bathroom to keep it safe and keep themselves with as much information as possible. We've got the double frost mat on the window. It's not one that we see quite as often anymore. We went through a spell of the double frost mat being really popular. Obviously, it means that you've got a choice coming through that window. Which one do you shoot out? It's difficult in the time to get both of them. Nigh on impossible, so it's just really sort of securing that area. But a nade or anything popped in through there will deal with both of them, of course. But saying that, such a popular bit of utility at the minute, but only 2 nades being brought along here. Just on the Iana of Yas, and we've got Courted on the Blitz.
Yeah, no sledge. I think because everything really is leaning into this Blitz play, right? You're not trying to nade from below and then send the Blitz in. You're using the Blitz in the early round to get that suppression, the suppression and the aggression down across the top floor. I imagine that's the game plan here, is you want to break this top floor hold quite quickly. A good way to get nice and aggressive is with the Blitz. Just charge in, rush someone down, flash them out, and hopefully get it cleared through. Not starting the best way, though. Rin already going down to a spawn peep from Blackray.
Yeah, talking of aggressive, that was absolutely beautiful use of that aggression. Clash going to be forced back there with the air jab being deployed. Just Anaton knowing that he needs to be careful about how far he pushes forward. Going to get flashed out, but that's not really going to do much because, of course, that electricity is going to tick away damage on Courted, so it's something that he's got to be careful of, but manages to push past the Clash and get the kill onto the Aruni. Nice start from Courted.
Beautiful start, yeah. Great use of the smoke as well to make it safe to go for the cross. Yeah, sometimes you kind of see the utility in Blitz's back pocket as a, not quite a waste, but not really something you'd look to be using, but he's used it excellently there. Really good intention behind it as well, making a great solo play and basically removing 2 players from the picture straight away.
Courted still waiting to try and assist in dealing with this Clash, I think, but maybe the call comes that it's time to push away. But then I'm not sure that they were aware that there was a second man above them there inside of Karaoke. So the rotation being opened up and the Blitz comes back to continue this push, but of course needs to be careful. As I said, can't really go face to face with the Clash. Woogie Man on the cover just sees the man rotate around him, and they're just like moving parts that aren't quite catching each other here as Cyclops rotate into T, Woogie Man into top of Black Stairs. But they just don't pass each other. Gatarada still looking for those angles, but unable to find the Blitz yet.
I think he's got downstairs at this point as well, which is why, yeah, now he's going to open up more angles. A good one being opened up here. Oh, and here comes the Clash as well. Can't fight both angles at once. Great little pincer coming in, but arguably a little bit over-aggressive from Anaton there, not respecting that Woogie was still out on Shrine Balcony.
Not often that Anaton gets out-shielded, but that's exactly what we see from Courted. Yas managing to find Suzushi, and despite that early death to Rin, Damwon KIA have looked great in this round, just going through one problem at a time, one puzzle they they go in and solve, and then on to the next. Gatorada still top 4, trying to fight against Woogieman. Just peeks away at the wrong time there. Does manage to take a good bit of damage away from him though, but Woogieman, he's going to drop himself down the stairs and
gotta go.
He's going to have to follow him. He does manage to get the kill locked in. Gatorada also taking off the Selma device, and with 7 seconds left to go, that could be important here. Keeps the verticality. They're going to have to find a plant, and they're not going to. As the final kills come in, Gatorada, Black Ray, Burnout, the time, and Cyclops almost from nowhere managed to close out round 1.
Yeah, I think it was a really good start to the round from Damwon KIA. Like you say, coming back from the early spawn peak, fantastic. But kind of stalled out a little bit. All their focus was on Black Stairs, trying to get the wall open. You saw the Ace Selma charge get shot off at the very end as well. That was their ticket in towards getting a plant down with cover being held from elsewhere. But once that play came through from the Frost, getting rid of the Ace, that's when everything really fell apart. Almost like Damwon KIA had like a single plan they were pushing for and no real alternative, unfortunately. But it was an offsite. Give him that for the starting first round.
I think Courted just went a bit too soon. They needed Courted upstairs to deal with Gatorada. He'd already pushed 2 of the top floor players really well, dealt with the Aruni, dealt with the Clash. If he supports Woogieman up on the top floor and they get rid of the Frost, then the wall gets open that they want. They can move in and put the diffuser down. All sorts of things start happening there. But allowing Gatorada to continue playing in Geisha, pushing forward into corridor, was the sum total of the problem there, and that's where the turnaround came from for Cyclops. So Damwon KIA maybe could have just done with a little bit more time on that top floor, but time was the factor, of course. It was ticking by at that point, so maybe something that just needed dealing with earlier in the round. But we head into round number 2 then. We're going to see T and Karaoke defended by Cyclops this time.
Interestingly, you got the Glaz bringing along the frags here as well. So we only got 2 smokes on side for him to utilize, but I imagine the game plan here is Woogie gets in top Black, Kota gets in Karaoke window, Monty throws out those smokes, and then they make use of those to go for a plant whilst Glaz provides the cover. So again, it's all kind of spinning on the dime of this single play that they've engineered this comp to do. The difference obviously being with 4 frag grenades on side, they can afford to play from below if desired to soften things up on site itself and then look for the plants.
Woogieman is going to be bringing the shield this time rather than Courted. As you say, Courted on that Glaz just supporting. Woogieman going to be going to get in there and bullet again any roamers, particularly maybe trying to push into Dragon side, trying to clear out that approach. But for the time being, we've got a couple of players on Repel. Gator's looking to make a nuisance of himself downstairs. Needs to be drawn, needs to be found because they saw him in that area. But as I say, the push largely actually going to come into the top of Black Stairs here as Woogieman looks to get a little bit of control over that area.
Entirely expected, like I mentioned earlier on. The Monty comes in through here. You probably want to try and move your Glaz onto Karaoke window. At this point, the line is there. So maybe what they want to do instead is have Kota kind of cover off the hallway itself by getting into top Black and holding that down. I'd just be slightly nervous of what might come in from below if they're not too careful. Rin holding on this angle here, just trying to pepper his way through towards T to keep them under a little bit of threat. But again, Damwon's KIA attack, it looks very orchestrated here. You can see exactly what the plan is from second 1.
Very aware that there's a potential for a jump out there, as we saw the Claymore just being ineffective there, just being caught up very probably in a mute jammer from Suzushi. So they just need to be aware of that potential for a run out. Woogieman looking to potentially get into a planting position here if he continues. He's got the frost up in his face at the minute. Obviously the big shieldy boy is not going to be too afraid of that. He's got a shield fully extended at the minute, so he can just feed that information back in.
There's no denial also on the side of Cyclops outside of a couple of impacts. Everything else is shields and bulletproof, so no C4s to worry about. Here's that smoke I'm on about, and this is where Kota can really start to shine. But getting in and getting this plant down could be the real challenge here. No matter where he goes, he might be seen. There it is in the hallway with some great cover. Down goes Anaton and Gator. Nades coming out to stop them running on the way through, and Woogie gets the plant off. A beautiful block out by Damwon KIA, shutting Cyclops away, and they get the plant down.
What a silky smooth execution that was. Absolutely brilliant from Damwon KIA. Rim manages to get a kill, getting involved in the round this time after being taken out early last time. Black Ray is fighting tooth and nail from inside a site, but this is the problem. You've got a diffuser down and you've got a Monty in your face. Gonna have to try and maneuver, gonna have to try and jostle for position here, but likely to be taken down on the stairs. Just manages to survive as Courted misses that last shot as he goes down, but he's got him covered. Katsang finds the kill. Rin with a second. And Damwon KIA managing to lock out round 2. Much better than round 1 for them.
A really good evolution to the usual take that you see employed in rank sometimes, right? The whole up on the window, Glaz there, smokes in, plant just inside the window, then back out the window again. putting all the big focus on getting in through the rotate, getting the plant down, but the real beauty in that play for me was the play inside of the hallway itself. Again, the glass not being thrown on the window where your angles are somewhat limited, but instead being in the hallway, you can completely deny the cross, both with the nades and with the gun through the smoke. That's 2 rounds in a row that we've seen Damwon Kia utilize smokes at the top of Black, mind you, to block off as much of hallway as possible. I imagine every single time we see them playing around there, you'll just see more and more of that coming into play, because 2 rounds in a row now, it's either got them a kill or got the plant down.
Going to be moving sites this time. Cyclops choosing, and absolutely no surprise, because, you know, what do you do against the attack that they've just seen there? It starts becoming very difficult to deal with. So they decide rather than that, they're going to head over to the opposite side of the map. It's going to be Office and Exhibition this time. As you say, once again, not a lot in terms of denial. We've got a lot of utility in terms of information. 2 bulletproof cameras. We've got the shield, which I would argue, as well as closing down lanes, can also be informational if you've got a player playing in behind them as well. And then 2 nitros is going to be the entire denial for the plant going down. But we've got an aggressive run out here. I mean, Suzushi takes a little shot over the balcony there, but you're going to have to be very lucky with that. I think maybe actually just trying to take a little bit of attention so that the focus wasn't on Ayagator.
Quite possibly, yeah, but that's, again, just classic Kagaki. I spoke about this a little bit on... We did a podcast, yes, we spoke about it there. We speak about it most APAC days and also across an EUL, and saying Japanese teams are hyper-aggressive. They'll be at every window and doorway waiting for you. Spawn peek in round 1. We've had 2 of them try and go for a cheeky peek at the very start of a round here. They are making sure that Damwon Kia are having to fight for every part of the map, which is probably why in the first couple of rounds you saw Damwon Kia focus on a very narrow slither of the map, not worry about trying to wrestle control away out towards Exhibition and Office, for example, in the last round. Here, they've been greeted already at the windows. They're going to be mindful of that if they are going to try and go for a full clear.
Going to have the bulletproof camera just out towards reception as well. So it's going to be difficult for Damwon Kia to build anything here without Cyclops knowing exactly what they're doing. But the problem that Cyclops faces, of course, Damwon Kia hitting those shots in round 2. And if that continues, they could be in trouble. First Nitro goes out unsuccessfully. Doesn't take any damage off Wookieman at all. There's the second. Even with the information from the Pulse, it wasn't sufficient to get the job done. Coated opened things up with a kill onto Suzushi. Traded out by Black Ray, and Gatorada gets one sandwiched in the middle, takes a tasty bite out of Damwon Kia and leaves us now in a 4v3.
Even with those C4s not working, they still walk away with the numbers advantage. The early round generally has been really good by Cyclops across these 3 rounds. Last one, maybe a little less so in terms of how things really kicked off, but it's good to see them being willing to challenge Damwon Kia. Because one thing we spoke about a lot last year is teams come up against big teams like Damwon Kia, and they get the fear of God in them. They're scared of what they can achieve. They might get pinched on, so they can't play too aggressively. Whereas Cyclops don't care who they're against. They will play this kind of aggressive style, and so far, it's working, at least in round 3.
Certainly is. Black Ray just going to be playing in behind that shield at the minute. Has taken a little bit of damage, but should be okay to hold the angle. It's going to be a difficult challenge onto him, and as you said, Damwon Kia just trying to get themselves established inside of the map at the minute. It's not something that they've been able to do. We're talking 40 seconds left to go. We've had a full rotate over to trying to get into reception and maybe a more direct push towards site, but the difficulty they're going to have is the mute jammers once again. Suzushi might be dead, but his job is still being done. Katsang manages to find Gatorada. The nade will clear off the mute jammer, but with only 25 seconds left to go, this is late.
This is the problem, right? I'm getting round 1 flashbacks at this point, Tim. You've got no control of sight, no real information, and essentially no time to play into here. I get it on a bit of a run out. Katsang round the side, finds his second man. 3v2, they've managed to pull it back to this point, Tim, but the clock is not on their side. They get one down. Anaton, the last left standing against 2. They haven't got the diffuser. Yas picks it up, but can he get the plant down in time? Yes, he can start sticking. Wookieman has to win this, and he wins it out. Damwon Kia dragging that round back from the grave.
Absolutely unbelievable from Damwon Kia. 26 seconds left to go when they really get things moving there. And they even had, Cyclops even had Anaton downstairs on the Pulse feeding the information. He was giving the locations of almost every Damwon Kia player that was left, but still the gunfights could not be won, and Damwon Kia somehow managed to snatch that victory out of the jaws of defeat with fractions of seconds left to go.
Literally fractions as well. What, 4 seconds? And then Yas picks up the diffuser. I was like, oh no, surely it can go all wrong from here, but they just about narrowly hold on. For me, again, the big MVP of that round had to be Katsang out on the balcony. He was being challenged twice. Once from the kind of display cabinet window, and then once on a run out, and he won both of those 1 versus 1. You see the first on the right-hand side of your screen here. although they didn't really feel like they were massively impactful to the execute, the fact that he won those made sure they had a good amount of pressure still outside there for the longest time, and you've taken guns away from Cyclops. If those two players weren't playing so aggressively there's maybe a world where they hold on a little bit longer and that round still goes their way. So fair play to Katsang.
Heading into round number 4, well, and Damwon Kia, despite losing the first round, now found themselves in the lead, having taken the last 2. So I'm going to little rinse and repeat from Cyclops here, and Damwon Kia, as you say, bringing the same process, but this time we've got Yas on the Flores. Not going to matter, though. Not going to matter.
I was going to say...
Way to end that conversation, Black Ray, thanks!
I was basically going to say, look at back in round 1, it was Rin taken off the board right away, and the only change they make in this round is that Yas comes on the Flores away from the Iana. Clearly a game plan coming in behind that. Yeah, now it means literally nothing. It's exactly the same as last round now in terms of the ops that we've still got on the board.
Oh, caster's life. Right, on we go. 5 versus 4. Cyclops with a great start there because, as you say, obviously whatever Damwon Kia was doing, whatever their adaptation was going to be, was based around that Flores. And it was likely moving the clash on quite quickly will have been a part of it. Oh, Kota just can't get in there quick enough to try and deal with that clash despite the air jab going off. So Anaton, he's just going to get brave now, pushing out and bullying, and he will continue doing that. Flash comes in, makes his life a bit more difficult, but behind the shield it still doesn't matter too much. Another air jab goes off, but Gatarada on the cover. The aggression from Cyclops here, Des.
I absolutely love it. It's like we said, this is the sort of play style they like to have, but I've never seen a team go this ridiculously aggressive until Anaton gets himself exposed towards the side there. Bit of a misplay.
I think Anaton just goes a little bit too far. 1 minute 30 left to go, and now you've got a Blitz who's going to push 2 players. Ayagator and Gatarada have to work in tandem here. They have to keep each other alive because otherwise this Blitz will go through them like a hot knife through butter.
That's half the round down though at this point. This is that smoke coming out once again to try and cut out one player, and Ayagator makes the safe call. Don't back away down the stairs. Run towards your teammate to keep yourself alive. So they always had that ability to play trades. Good learning from round 1.
Much better from Cyclops. Damwon Kia just got somebody lurking down near the bar there. Rin just gonna sit and wait for the opportunity. Any rotations around site and they're going to get themselves cut out. In fact, Rin starts moving, creeping in towards site, looking for that direct line. Going to find one if he pops up here, but just maybe moves on to the door. Absolute freebie onto Ayagator, and then Rin just smart, kills, moves, keeps them guessing, and that's man advantage now for Damwon Kia.
Definitely the question being asked, how the hell's he got there then? He's literally crouch walk his way from coat through to bar, got himself inside a pantry, gone across towards site, all without being picked up, and that's with things like bulletproofs on side as well, with the wee-woos as fresh calls and coming out of Black Ray as well. I'm surprised he managed to get to where he got to, but likely a good part of that came from those shock drones, removing the gadgetry that would have picked him up otherwise. So again, smart play from Damwon.
Damwon Kia not really dealing with the verticality here. With 15 seconds left to go, they know that the option is push site and put the diffuser down, and that's what they're going to go for. But Suzushi does get downed. Black Ray, however, does manage to find Woogieman, and that's going to put him on the flank potentially here as he drops down. They got to find this kill. It's up to Rin, and Rin does it as consistent as ever in the gunfight. Kota gets the diffuser down while Gatarada takes the opportunity to pick up Suzushi. 2v3.
Much better as well. 2 plants across 4 rounds and a big 3k coming out for Rin before finally being shut down by Gatarada. But he's got to do it against 2. One of them being a Blitz. We speak so many times about 1v1s or 1vx's where there's still a Monty alive on the other side, and we know they don't go well. It's exactly the same story against a Blitz, because whilst you may have retaken the site, both of these players are now able to move onto the upstairs and play from above. But they can just hold this lovely angle, sat behind a shield. You can try and defuse it off, but we all know exactly how this ends, with a pistol to the head. Damwon Kia find round 4.
Exactly that. Beautiful use of the shield at the end there. Just informational, really. We don't have a drone on the diffuser. It doesn't matter. We've got a shield on it, and we can keep an eye on things. So well played from Damwon Kia there once again, able to get that diffuser down despite vertical pressure being maintained this time from Cyclops. And I tell you what, that first round looked pretty good for Cyclops, but after that it seems to be falling apart.
Oh boy. Okay, I mean, what I've really enjoyed so far is this just felt like a really quality game. I've really enjoyed what we've seen from both teams. And the thing is, some might look at the aggression coming out of Cyclops, like Anaton dying there on Shrine Balcony, and go, well, that's not good play. Sure, it's a bit over-aggressive, but I'd rather them try and pull that sort of stuff off than never even try it and wonder, oh, would that have made any difference? Sure, if he stayed alive longer there at the top of Black, they wait another 30 seconds or so, it's a very different conversation that we're having about that round. But I think overall, the way that they were moving back when the smoke came through from the Blitz, it's just smart play from both teams and really enjoyable to watch.
Karaoke team, can they do anything better here is the question. The one thing Damwon haven't done is brought on the glass again. Woogieman will be on the Montagna. We're going to have the ace of Katsang, so we're likely going to see a similar push and a similar plant attempt. But the question is, how do they manage it in the same way without the glass? Courted is going to do some of that work with air jabs, I would imagine, to try and stop the push coming back through onto them. And also Rin on the Lion will be able to support it a little bit. But the early round aggression looks like it's probably going to continue from Cyclops. And to be fair, they've had quite a lot of joy with it so far.
They have. Now, Black Ray, once again, is here ready and waiting, as you come to expect. I think he'll miss his opportunity this time as the man just about slipped past him a little bit too quick. Them legs carrying him away as fast as he can. But Yas, he's been pretty good outside of getting spawn peeked out. Back in round 1, we saw him being very conservative outside this window. His role hasn't been very active. A lot of that has been on players like Coated. But I think in this round, with things changing, where Coated's now back on the Nomad, for example, they've got Woogieman on the Monty, this might be where you start to see him get more involved on the Iana.
Are going to be deploying the air jabs, at least for the time being, externally. I don't know if we're going to see any going in to support a plant as well to prevent anybody pushing back into Karaoke once Monty gets in there. Woogieman is going to start aggressing forward, looking to just try and activate the Banshee, I think, see if there's any opportunity to clear it out, but there won't be. The Selma charge will open the wall, but this time Ayagator is there with the impact nades to try and deny that from being done. It's likely still going to be achieved, but it's just burning more utility is the key.
Oh man, Ayagator's in such a rough spot. I was going to say, you've got the window, you've got Shrine Balk, you've got Monty on the other side. Just everything was working against you there. There's just no chance that you walk away alive. They can probably also shoot you across from inside of Shrine itself as well. So he was not going to be long for this world. Just caught in a bad spot and had no way of rotating back to safety. But a good pinch by Damwon KIA.
We're going to see the second Selma charge come in. I like the idea of that one, not risking trying to get it exactly underneath the last hole that was open, because of course you risk getting it a little bit wrong and leaving that bar across the middle. So just going off to one side, guaranteeing Woogieman's entrance into sight. Air jabs are continuing to go out to prevent the push coming back in through, and I don't see too much at the minute that is going to stop this plant going down, apart from the angle that Warden's holding through that soft wall into Karaoke.
The potential risk as well is that he can't go through with his shield up right now unless we have Katsang come up and open it up fully. I know that he had one Selma left. I don't know if they're intending to use it elsewhere at this point. Maybe to challenge in towards Geisha Box from the window, for example. But little things like that I'm looking at and just thinking it is a risk for the Monty to crouch his way through. Smoke is definitely going to help out on that front, but he was waiting for the response to come through here. There is a C4 in Suzushi's back pocket, which they didn't have back in round 2. So things are changing here. There are more threats to worry about.
I like the adaptation from Cyclops. Of course, the Warden being there specifically to watch that plant spot through the smoke, can see clearly once the glasses are activated, but there is still an opportunity potentially here as Woogieman goes in and is going to be taken out 4v3 though, as Katsang manages to find Black Ray as well. But with 12 seconds left to go, Anaton needs to be dealt with here. Someone's going to have to swing and take this fight, but I'm not sure they know exactly where he's playing, and he manages to get himself a second. This could be critical to winning the round for Cyclops. Anaton has done the job for them, but Katsang, he manages to start getting the diffuser down to extend the clock, and Yas on the backstab finds a double and closes out the round, and it's another one for Damwon KIA.
3K from Yas in the round. I said at the start, looking at the lineup, he's got to be more involved in this round. We saw him skulking around through Pantry, up main stairs, just taking every area of the map he could, because everyone on the side of Cyclops was so focused on this plant attempt going down, and why wouldn't you be? Damwon KIA in this game so far, I feel, have been pretty, not so much single-minded, but they've had one focus in a round. It's been behind the Blitz. It's been behind the Monty. That is the perfect way to bait them into it after 4 rounds, to then hit them on the flank with the backstab coming out of the Iana. Beautiful play, but also really good adaptation, like you said, coming out of Cyclops. They had the answer to the plan. Damwon KIA looked a little bit lost by it. They didn't know where the Warden was necessarily, but of course, Superman Yas saves the day.
That's it. The fact that Anaton picks up a second from the same angle tells you that Damwon KIA did not know exactly where he was playing from, and it was a nice attempt from Cyclops, but it didn't get the job done. 4-1 now for Damwon KIA on the attack, and Cyclops, they decide to go back down to Kitchen Barbecue, maybe feeling that they've got a bit of a better chance. If we look at our beautiful graphic down at the bottom there, the numbers done by Swaruni as always, of course, and we can see their regulation win, overtime win, any win for Damwon KIA puts them in the major. But more importantly for Cyclops, a regulation loss knocks them out of the running. They are done. Overtime loss, and they still only have a 6% chance. It's very unlikely. They go heavily reliant on other results at that point, but it at least keeps them in it. But at this point, it doesn't look like they're going to be going the full distance.
It's kind of a painful one as well, because Reject, I think, would still be in a chance of jumping over them at this point. It's going to be dicey no matter which way you look at it. Yas being the one to find the entry. Again, it's taken him a few rounds, but God has awakened. He's in the server, and he's picking up so many kills these last couple of rounds.
Certainly doing a job for Damwon KIA right now. It's not been too consistent that they've been getting the entry kill. They've had a few, but not all of them. But it just really hasn't mattered to Damwon KIA, whether they've started with man advantage, whether they've had to fight their way from behind. They seem to have had all the answers. Suzushi just unable to find the drone there, I think. Just misses a couple of shots with the Storm and will dip back away into Drum to await the onslaught that is likely to come across this top floor from Damwon KIA.
Well, we've seen this a million times before, haven't we, Tim? This battle around the top of Black Stairs with the Clash. I think having already lost the number, though, they're like, right, we haven't got a Wamai here. We have no way of catching nades. Let's get the hell out of Dodge. The smoke start coming on through. We've seen that a lot of times as well. Normally coming in from the Blitz. So for Kota to be across on the Twitch here just screams more firepower.
Bit of information obviously coming in there, and Black Ray eventually being closed down after a well-worked pinch between Rin and Coated there, just making it impossible for him to maintain his position inside of Dragon. And as you say, Anaton is in big trouble here, but Coated does get taken down by Gatorada, so that's at least one positive for Cyclops here. Alibi could find themselves stuck inside of Karaoke if not careful. 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2, you gotta win those fights, Gatorada.
Got to be asking why he's shooting at the kneecaps at that kind of range as well. Like, surely you're looking for the head, but nope, loses out. 2 remaining here, 1 being the Clash. And I know what I said earlier about being stuck in a 1v1 or a 1vx when there's a shield on the other side. It also sucks to be the one in the 1vx when you are the shield player, because you know you are getting absolutely bullied. 4 still remaining here for Damwon KIA, and Suzushi yet to find a kill to his name. One of those players that has really got to go big in the round to keep Cyclops in this game.
Suzushi just trying to find any angle that he can at the minute to win a gunfight in a 4v2. That's all you can hope for, is just trying to level up those numbers a little bit. Anaton, of course, on the Clash, not ideal to have as one of your final 2, half health and only with a machine pistol in hand to be able to take the fights. It's not going to make life any easier for them. Woogieman manages to find Suzushi, and it's all up to Anaton now.
I'm in danger. This is that exact kind of moment. 4 players bearing down on Usual, the shield operator, 15 seconds to go, but clearly they don't know where he is here. The drop comes through. 2 players are aware. Rin in with the closing kill. Damwon KIA have got that magical ability that even when it looks like all hope is lost, they can pull rounds out of nothing.
That's the big problem when you're in the 1v4 like that. It's, you know, yes, you can get that first kill without them knowing where you are, but as soon as you get one, that is it. They have your position locked down, nailed down, and you know that you're going to come under fire very quickly thereafter, especially if you're on the defensive side of things. Cyclops deciding that they are under too much fire right now and taking a tactical timeout. Of course, they need to try and break the momentum. Of course, they need to try and slow Damwon KIA down. The way Damwon KIA are playing at the minute, even switching onto the defensive side, I don't see it happening. I don't think there is anything that you can realistically say in this tactical timeout that is going to drastically change the trajectory of this match.
It's one of those that comment I made before I threw over to you a second ago about Damwon KIA just have that uncanny ability to win rounds that shouldn't be winnable. The number that have come down to the last 10 seconds, the last 3 seconds, where someone's scrambling to get the diffuser, or 2 of your planters have been killed, or you've lost critical players and someone's got to pull off a miracle play from red stairs. 3 or 4 rounds in this half. If you kind of froze the frame at, say, 10 seconds left, most would say, yeah, Damwon KIA lose this round. Yet they've managed to pull it back. And we saw this against Talon earlier in the season as well. That was a really close game in the first half, and then Damwon KIA just absolutely steamrolled them in the second. And that's a very unique ability I've got. And actually, it was something cameraman from FaZe was saying yesterday. He was throwing back to the game, as you can imagine, when they played in Sweden at the Major, when it was in the semi-final, down to round 15, map 3 was an absolute blinder. And he was saying, you know, the thing with Damwon KIA is against the teams in the region they don't get that much experience to play against big international teams to really pick things up. So in my mind, to see them at this level now already, knowing the kind of competition they have locally, is honestly unbelievable that they are as good as they are. Imagine when they get more of that experience in the region, levels up around them. They're going to be terrifying. I said it yesterday, give it 12 months, they will win a major.
I've already said it, they're going to win Berlin.
I don't know about Berlin, but I think they can win a major.
I've already said it, and I'm going to double down on it. I'm going to triple. In fact, that's the third time now that I've said it. I'm going to triple down on it.
I think NA and LATAM are a bit too much at the minute, personally.
I'm going to stick by it. We'll see what happens with the Talon Kia side. It's interesting that you draw the point.
Can we stick a drink on it?
Of course we can.
You buy me a drink if they don't win.
I'll buy you a lemonade. I'll get you a tap water, not a problem. So you pick up on the fact that you pick up on the fact that they're winning rounds that they shouldn't win. You know, dare I say that this sort of could be the new BDS here, Des. You know, this is a trait.
That's where their power's gone.
That's exactly it, maybe. We've had a transference of power from EU to APAC, and that was a trait that was very much BDS at a point. You know, yes, the round would fall apart a bit, and then Shaiko and Ranshiro would just run into a site and destroy everybody, and that'd be the end of the round.
Yep.
And like you say, Damwon Kia are very much bringing that, and it is so difficult to play against.
Real shithousery energy. I absolutely love it when you can just pull things out of nothing. But we need to focus a bit on this round, Tim, because we are in a site that we didn't see in the entire first half and very rarely see around the world at all. Yep, absolutely. We saw it out of, I think it was Team Secret, I want to say, where they played Mirror in here and used to, in fact, no, they weren't defending this site, they were playing in this area of the map to play Mirror downstairs and deny vertical nades being used to blow out, for example, bandit tricking on the wall above. Now, upstairs, that's where the focus is going to start. You want that vertical control before you even start thinking about the downstairs. If you've watched any map of Siege before, you'll know this is how it goes. You're defending on the downstairs, you want to hold in the upstairs to deny all the vertical control. Attackers have to get that before they can worry about playing on the downstairs, else you die to vertical holes. Blackray with yet another entry in the game, is third, I think, as well now. This one coming onto Katsang. That's 3 unique scalps that he has taken away from Damwon Kia into a second as well. The demon of the side entrance here. Iagator another, Blackray a third. This is looking like an all Cyclops round here, Tim.
Certainly is. Yas manages to get one onto Iagator. If anybody can do it, we know that it's this man. He's going to start pushing forward, but Gatorada's getting that diffuser down, so time is now limited. Nade comes out to prevent Yas's push forward, and just nicely done. A quick throw means that there's a long fuse on it, and it just delays him for as long as possible, allowing the planter to hop out of sight as well afterwards. So Yas really has his work cut out for him here, taking damage as he comes in, challenged by the Maverick. It's going to be Suzushi. He's going to be hungry for that final kill now, knowing exactly where he is. We see him try to throw the nade, but gets eaten up by an ADS, does not come forward. But this is terrible for Yas. Every angle that he peeks into, somebody is watching a pixel. There's one in the bathtub. They are everywhere. Suzushi finds the final kill, takes Yas down, and that's going to be Cyclops getting their first attacking round.
Yeah, really good round, I think, there. A lot of it off Blackray just bursting his way in towards the side entrance as well. And I think at that point, I didn't see the players of Kane rotating from the downstairs, but there was clearly quite a bit of movement still going on for the defenders there of Damwon Kia, and just got completely blindsided by the fact that he got into what is a pretty normal entry point for this building as well, and for this site in particular. On a getting house side, you're going through side entrance, but clearly wasn't really expecting him to be there, and he picks off 3 kills for himself. That's going to end the round no matter which way you look at it.
We've got a clash. Woogieman bringing along the shield, see if it can have any more of an effect than when Anaton brought it along. It wasn't able to really secure any rounds. There was one round won when Anaton played it, but
they had no idea he was there at this point.
I don't think the clash was completely instrumental. We'll see this round. Blackray having a great round there, just sneaking in from that side entrance, picking up one after another. There you go. It's Iagator who finally gets that kill, but then he manages to get one onto Rin as well. Beautiful play from Blackray.
Yeah. I think the first kill came through as well in towards the coach X side of things, and they didn't assume he'd rotate into side entrance so quick, which is why the mute was nearly caught completely off guard. And maybe all things equal in that third gunfight, losing that one out in what feels like probably the more balanced of the 3 fights. Bit of a kicker for you. Let's see how things go, though. That was the air quotes offsite. Tim, I know it's been their go-to starting. Well, maybe they were trying to catch Cyclops by surprise, but instead got caught very heavily by surprise by Blackray.
Rin just trying to use Aruni's Mark 14 marksman rifle to pick out the head of Blackray, just trying to bring that aggression that Cyclops were able to benefit from a few times, but unable to find the kill. Suzushi just aware for the potential of a run out as well before he starts working on this wall with the blowtorch. Just going to burn a hole in the top. That'll allow a nade to go in, clear out any utility behind. There goes the battery, and they'll be able to get that wall opened up and start moving into reception. The Selma charge does exactly that. that. Second nade goes out. That's just to make sure that the bandit's not playing behind there looking for the trick, which they weren't. Yas going to dip back downstairs, and that is reception gained for Cyclops.
Good stuff. Yeah, this one should feel a bit more clear-cut in a way for Damwon Kia. They're in a much more comfortable site, one of the much more standard ones that gets played here. But Cyclops, like you say, starting out on reception side is an interesting one. Look at this like exhibition. Sorry, they changed that last second. I didn't even write it down. I'm changing that in my notes. Thank you. In terms of how things are going then, sorry, the reception side, yeah. They've got this hole coming out towards the west-hand side here. Still got that hole coming inside of Dragon and Terrace that we're very used to seeing. It's either kind of the reverse. You're defending Karaoke T, you extend out towards Exhibition. You're defending Exhibition, you extend out towards Karaoke T. It is just such a common thing that we're so used to seeing here. And for Cyclops, it's about getting that sweep across here in good time. Half the round's gone. They've got that west side control here. I'd say they're still in good pace with that Monty.
Black Ray just going to be pushing forward behind the Monty there. Of course, you really do always need somebody to work in conjunction with the shield, because obviously...
Someone's got to get the kills, Tim.
Exactly that. Monty's ability is limited. You're almost an extension of the Montagna with that information that's being fed back out. Now then, here's an interesting one for you. Clash and Monty head-to-head. Who wins? It's always going to be Clash, because the electricity does deal damage to the Monty through his shield. So there is no protection from that Clash. It is a nice little counter, and it's a nice way to deal with it. And the fact that they've been brought along really does say that they've predicted that Monty's presence. Suzushi looking to challenge from Dragon Window as Katsang trades out on a kill to Gatarada picked up, and that leaves us now in a 4v4.
It's just this shield war, isn't it? They're like battleships, and everything else around them is just a fighter trying to assist and keep the main force alive, but these kind of shields staring each other down. In fact, one rotates up towards north side now, so a Shrine push coming in from Cyclops here. Quite a fast rotate off, as they're aware that Clash being inside of Terrace is too much of a threat. They've bypassed him here entirely, flanked them off. Did they know about the shield to the side? Caught it last second, but Kota gets the kill. C4 over the top, won't quite kill the Monty, but sent down to about half HP at this point. Suzushi into another, a 3v3 ensues.
Courted is low health, which is definitely a factor. Ayagator taking damage from the Clash. Ayagator taking damage from Woogie Man. Courted manages to find Anaton and a second, and that's going to be Damwon Kia taking the round and taking themselves on to match point.
Oh, it's just not a good day for Ayagator or Suzushi. That kill then should have been an absolute freebie onto the bar, but didn't find the man, got caught reloading, got torn asunder. Damwon Kia will not let you get away with small slip-ups like that. They moved themselves up to 6-2, and despite Cyclops looking at least competitive in that round, they had the right idea. They were rotating the Monty away. It's good play coming out of Cyclops, but Damwon Kia are just on a different level, Tim.
Certainly are at the minute. Like you say, they're sort of playing 4D chess here, while Cyclops are stuck on checkers, and Damwon Kia just absolutely dominating right now. 6-2, and they just have the answer to almost everything. I think the thing when I look at this Damwon Kia lineup, it's not a lineup. Sometimes you look at a lineup and you think, oh, you know, maybe they could make an improvement on a fragger, or maybe they could make an improvement on support, or, you know, you see these gaps in teams sometimes. But I look at Damwon Kia and it's just the roster, the lineup is so loaded. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, that's what makes the team scary as well. You can look at TSM are a wonderful example, right, where I think of their front three all being prolific fraggers that you can rotate around on a day. Look at the backline as well, more towards like Gio and Charla. Charla's had some mega games. I think 20+ kills he dropped on Theme Park once as well. And this is the thing, every single player, it sounds probably better when you put it this way, every player is 20% of a team's capability. If you have one player that's not quite there on the day or isn't really fit for the rest of the team, you're potentially losing a lot of power, and then the collective pull down that has on everyone else because they've got to kind of backfill. It can really affect the team, but in Damwon Kia, you just don't see that weakness at the minute where any player feels particularly out of sorts. Sure, Woogie Man's 4-4, but would you say he's had a bad game? Absolutely not. He's been on shields for most of it.
Susushi's just going to apply the Ossa shield to the window at the bottom of Black Stairs. Going to potentially stop any rotations from defenders if anybody's playing underneath particularly. Damwon Kia playing this fairly passively. They're not getting too aggressive. Cyclops were right up at the doorways trying to stop Damwon Kia getting inside of the map, but that's not been as much of the case here. Ayagator is going to be able to sneak in underneath on the knock. We'll see whether he can get onto one of those flanks or not. We did see Yas have a big impact from Red Stairs. Maybe going to be looking for similar out of the stealthy attacker there, but for the time being, the focus has got to be opening the wall up, and right now Ayagator is going to try to assist with that from underneath.
What I like is how much flexibility Cyclops have got in this comp as well, right? It's not like a single-minded focus. It's got the Oster on side for the big execute. Interestingly, not Anatom playing that here because he's going on to the MK14 to KB instead. We've got the knock, the potential backstab coming out of Irrigator. The only thing I'm slightly nervous about with that is Irrigator hasn't been going massive this game. He's going to have to hit them hard on the flank and get a couple of kills before he's really noticed, I think. Otherwise, that could be a really ineffectual pick.
BlackRay's just going to continue working underneath. I think he's just waiting for anybody who's trying to play
Up
onto
nades.
that wall, make it difficult, like you say. Now moving the nades underneath as well. We'll see whether Irrigator manages to have any success here. We're just waiting for the trigger to be pulled. It's not going to do any damage.
Very good. Down to about 5 HP. Does a lot of damage, but no kills, Tim, in this case. Yeah, just one of those that you don't really see the big explosion from. However, Katsang now knows, okay, I can't really stick there anymore. I am dead to right. Single bullet's going to knock me over. Good nade coming in towards sight here. Again, more chip damage coming down, this time onto Coated as Katsang does finally fall to another nade. So good vertical play being used by Cyclops to soften up the members of Damwon Kia. But now you're asking, all right, this is where the Oster has got to shine. So let's see what Suzushi can do.
The big problem could be time here. 35 seconds left to go. Still got Wookieman on the warden. They need to start thinking about getting in and getting a plant, and that is really going to help them. BlackRay managing to take down Coated. Yas finds Irrigator 4v3. 20 seconds left to go. And Wookieman with a big kill to level things up. Anatom finds the warden, though. That's a big play. Suzushi able to get inside a sight and start putting that diffuser down behind the Oster shield is going to be successful. Rim manages to get Anatom from underneath. Yas is low health, though. That's something to remember, as is Suzushi. Now then, a trade-off on the black stairs, but not managing to find a kill onto the Iana just yet, but Rin does. 2v1. There's only one left inside. Suzushi behind the shield. This should be dealt with. They've just got to push together, Des.
Exactly. They know where the Oster is as well. They saw them on the ping earlier on getting the plant into this. Soon they've gone out the window, for example, or what? There we go. The 2v1 coming through. Rin with another 3k as well. Big game overall. I'll give it to both teams, played incredibly well, but Damwon Kia, most importantly, locked their spot into the Berlin Major.
You got a feel for Suzushi there, trying to hold on to that plant. Yes, you could think, stay in behind your shield, don't peek. But if the opportunity's there, it's 2v1. If he gets pushed from both sides, it's game over. He sees somebody, I've got to take my opportunity. If it goes to a 1v1, then that is a 1v1 that you should be winning. But you got to feel for him. Difficult position and ultimately loses out the gunfight. Cyclops, tough day today. They find themselves out of the running. They're going to have a nice breakthrough, August. They're not going to be going to the major. Damwon Kia, however, they're going to need to start preparing now.
Cyclops may well welcome the break because they've been to basically every single event in the last year or so as well. It's definitely not a bad time to have a little bit of a rest, but I don't think the scoreline necessarily reflects how well Cyclops played that as well. I do think they had some really, really good rounds, some great aggression, not being afraid of Damwon Kia, but sadly, you've matched up against the best in the league today.
Simple as that, and we've shown it, we've seen it, we know why, because they've just had the answer to every problem, and that is the key to winning rounds and games in Siege.
Like I say, being able to find those rounds where you've got 5 seconds on the clock, it looks like you're going to lose, and then to still win, that's what makes a champion, ladies and gents. We'll see how they do at the major. For now, we'll go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk have got this one for you. Stop it.
Talon Kia going to Berlin. Our first team qualified here from APAC in general, not just APAC North. Talon Kia. Damn, what a game. They looked dominant the whole time, Jack.
Yeah, they had a plan literally for the attacks, and we said Cyclops would have to get out in front of Talon Kia, and there was just no answer. Cyclops had no answer. Talon Kia were just that good, particularly around the shield play. The two Monty attacks for the top black, just into the karaoke for the plant, and then on the barbecue kitchen, the two blitz plays. And from there on, it was done. 5-1 on attack. They were always going to see it through.
They expected the clash, and they had a response for it. I think that there were errors in the side of the clash. I think there were bits where they could have survived an extra 30 seconds. Fine. But then it becomes the question of how many times do we see Talon Kia pull together and execute in about 30 seconds in the dying throes of a round. A lot of those plants did go down late, but that was because they wanted to do the plant. It wasn't really too much because of what was going on. They just kept that pressure hot, and it was a really, really well-played game from DK.
The first round was really the biggest surprise, and really the only surprise if you look at it, with the blitz, 4v2 control, and then just... So, I don't know what happened in that. What are your thoughts, Jack?
I mean, you can't argue if your only round loss is a 4v2 throw, right? It's, oh, well, we still won 5 onto Skyscraper. And yeah, of course, they maybe should have won that. But like I say, they had a plan around the shields, around countering the shields, particularly, like Emmy said, with the Monty. Not with the Monty, with the Clash and the Nomad and how to clear all that out. And when you set yourselves up that well, it was always going to go one way. I thought for Cyclops' point of view, though, they sent their aggression level to 200%, and it just didn't need to be that high.
No.
And they often played themselves out around, particularly the office round, for me, was when you've got a guy running out of breach with 15 seconds left to try and get that kill onto the Fairmite. Another guy just running at the attackers. That's where, for me, that's that Cyclops mentality, right? They're always going to do that, but that's where a team like Talon Kia will just punish that all day long.
Question is now how well Talon Kia pulled us off into international play. Maybe next Playday when they go up against fellow Korean Sandbox Gaming, that'll be even the bigger test of, okay, how ready really are we for the Berlin Major? But for today, they did great. They looked great. Honestly, I don't think there's more than that we can say about it, really.
Undefeated? Yeah, it's still undefeated still. They might be swinging in undefeated into the actual show this time. They don't have to prepare for playoffs, which is a little bit extra time that they can focus towards the opponents that they'll have ahead of them. Obviously, NA have that time. Latin America have some of the time. EU is still grinding away, but now they'll have that. So, could be big.
Could be big. We'll see how they go on in scrims preparation, but our interview is ready. Let's have a chat with our victors, Talon Kia. Hello, Rin and Bubble. Our translator for this interview here from Korea live is Rin. And congratulations, how did it feel like? You have not been to the last major, Rin. Now you're going to Berlin.
너무 축하드리고 진짜 이번 경기 너무 잘하셨고 저번에 메이저 못 간 건 아쉽지만 이번에는 벌린 들어갈 수 있어서 기분이 어떤지 물어보고 있습니다.
일단은 너무 기쁘고요. 일단 지금까지 한 번도 안 지고 6승 0패로 베를린을 확정지은 거다 보니까 더 감격스럽고 저번에 샤를로트 메이저 못 간 만큼 이번 메이저는 확실히 더 준비해서 저번에 에이펙 성적이 좀 안 좋았는데 이번에는 에이펙이 좀 더 높은 곳까지 갈 수 있도록 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
First of all, he wants to say he's super, super, super happy. He's very happy that he has won all his games, have 0 losses. And because they have not been able to go to the previous major, they're going to work even harder for this major, making sure that that loss then is an impact on, shows their improvement on this major. And he also wants to say that APAC hasn't gone up a lot of the ranks during last major, but he wants to show that Talon Kia in this major can go up very high and show APAC on the high ranks.
Well, I mean, Rin in Berlin has a great sound to it, so we're really waiting up to see how that goes. But the question now is, especially since Ace mentioned it, is this going to be the event in your mind that Talon Kia actually takes? Because you got close at Invitational, a round away from getting to that grand final, from being the highest ever achievement for APAC. Is this going to happen now with international play? How ready do you feel for that?
이번 메이저에 드디어 Talon Kia가 승리하는 걸 보여줄 수 있는지 물어보고 있습니다. 전에도 많이 좋은 모습을 보여줬는데 이번이 진짜 드디어 좋은 폼을 보여줄 수 있는지 물어보고 있어요.
일단 이번 시즌 같은 경우에는 좀 전체적으로 폼이 되게 좋아서 솔직히 지금 여러 번 인비도 갔고 메이저도 갔는데 누가 폼이 좋으면 누가 안 좋거나 뭐 이런 경우가 몇 번 있었던 것 같은데 지금까지 상황으로는 저희 팀 5명 다 지금 너무 잘하고 TJH 구치도 새로 합류하고 난 이후부터는 정말 1패 내셔널 리그부터 에이펙 리그까지 1패도 없이 지금까지 승승장구하고 있기 때문에 메이저 충분히 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
So he said that they are all solid currently. There is no one with a current bad situation or bad condition. Previously, they did go to majors. They did have some mismatches or some bad condition, but he thinks this is their peak. He thinks that they can show such a good result with their new coach, PJH. He thinks they can really climb up the ladders this time.
How much food are you going to take with you from Korea to Berlin? Because you guys were staying across the hall from me in Stockholm for Invitational, and you had like 2 massive boxes of food between rice and hot pot brought to you over from Korea. Is this going to be a repeat now in preparation? You're just done with the European food?
이번에도 음식을 한국에서 가져올지 모르고 있습니다. 저번에 봤을 때 스톡홈에서 봤을 때는 많은 양의 음식을 가져왔던데 이번에도 또 그럴 건지 모르고 있어요.
이게 아시아 사람은 서양 음식이 좀 안 맞는 것 같아요. 아마 저번보다 더 많이 챙겨가지 않을까. 좀 많이 챙겨갈 것 같습니다. 이번에도.
He said Asian food suits him more. He thinks Asians don't really match with European food or Western food. So he thinks even more this time. He's going to prepare even more than last time. So prepare.
I mean, to be completely honest, German food especially, sorry for the Germans out there, but it's pretty F tier. So I completely understand. Definitely should be well prepared for it. But Rin, there's still one more game for you to play, and that's against Sandbox. That determines seeding up until this time. So how do you think that game is going to go? Because you played Sandbox so many times. They're your big rivals in Korea.
이제 한 경기 남으셨는데 샌박스 선수들이랑 하시는데 이번 경기가 아주 중요하다고 생각하시고 저번에 많이 하던 팀이라 무엇을 예상할 수 있는지 물어보고 있습니다.
일단 샌드박스 같은 경우에도 지금 전승이고 오늘 이기면 샌드박스랑 저희랑 같이 메이저를 가는 걸로 알고 있어요. 근데 메이저를 가더라도 이제 1시드, 2시드가 아무래도 1, 2등에 따라서 1시드, 2시드가 나눠지고 상금도 좀 차이가 있다 보니까 여기서 아마 샌드박스가 오늘 이긴다는 가정하에서 다음 주 경기가 1등 결정전이 될 텐데 뭐 무조건 이겨야죠. 저희 이번에는 꼭 저희가 이제 샌드박스도 CAG도 한 번씩 다 전승을 하고 메이저를 간 전적이 있는데 저희만 유일하게 아직 에이펙에서 전승을 한 전적이 없어요. 세계 대회에서 좀 활약을 하려면 아무래도 아시아는 씹어먹고 가야 된다고 생각을 하기 때문에 이번에 꼭 샌드박스 잡고 세계 대회 갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
So he currently knows how important this game is. This determines the first seed and second seed, and there is a difference in the trophy and the way the seedings in the major. So they are really going to prepare hard for this. But then they also know that CAG and Sandbox has never had in the previous majors they had full victories, full CAG and Sandbox, but then Talon KIA never had that opportunity. And this time he wants to show that they can, so that to the world, he wants to show that Talon KIA can, in his words, chew Asia and go through majors.
Well, we'll see how that goes for you. Rin, just to round it all out and finish up the interview, you've got your revenge match against Cyclops. Anything you want to say to the fans?
이번 팬들한테 하고 싶은 말이 있는지 물어보고 있습니다.
감사합니다. 꼭 이길게요. 다음 경기도. 메이저도 다 이겨서 결승까지 고속으로 가서 결승에서 우승까지 할 수 있도록 트로피 꼭 하나 들고 한국으로 돌아오겠습니다. 감사합니다.
He wants to. It was very simple. It was thank you. We'll bring a trophy to Korea. Thank you, and it'll be a very short victory for us.
Let's hope so. Rin, congratulations again. Thank you so much, Bubble, for the interview and for translating everything. Until then, I guess, take care. We'll see you, Rin, and the rest of the team next Wednesday. Till then, 감사합니다 and 안녕. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There it is. Revenge match is done, Emmy. They're through, and they're going to chew on the rest of APAC to make it to Berlin.
It's something that we've said a lot, is you want to send your best. You want to send the best teams from any league. You want to send the best teams from any region because you want that representation. APAC, more than anybody else, I think, has always sort of had that because you don't have scrim partners outside. You don't have huge opportunities. And I think that's always a mentality that the best teams from the region are going to have is we want to go there challenged. We don't want to go there too smooth.
There's a feeling, I guess, internationally, but also within the APAC region, that the best teams in APAC didn't go to Charlotte.
Yeah.
And that had the best teams of APAC gone to Charlotte, there was a lot of opportunity for those teams, particularly DWG KIA, who I would say, arguably in my mind, are the best team in the APAC region, including South. Probably going to annoy the APAC South guys there, but that's my opinion. And I think that the fact that they keep consistently hitting the majors, I think they're going to be very dangerous when it comes to Berlin.
I mean, with a photo as the one that Rin has in here, I mean, are you surprised that wins are just flowing through? Big day for Rin and for the rest of the squad. It's incredible to see. DWG KIA are the first team from APAC that are locked in for the Berlin Major. So congratulations again to DWG KIA. Unfortunately, this means that Cyclops are out of the running. Now it's only on Reject to try to win it out, and they still will have to win 2 games in a row, and Sandbox to lose basically the 2 of them. My friends, thank you very much. That was our first game. Hell of a game, not gonna lie, but when we come back, I mentioned Reject. They're playing Spear Gaming, so let's see how that goes. See you in a bit.
You got a feel for Suzushi there, trying to hold on to that plan. Yes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now.
Welcome back, friends. It's time for game number 2. We have confirmed one team for Berlin, but Reject are in the line of fire, and they could make it themselves. But they're going to need to take the W today and our next Playday next week. This time, it's against Spear Gaming. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Melos the Medic. This is Ace and Fresh. And how about we talk about Reject first? Ace.
Let's do it. Let's talk about Reject. Reject are a team that I've really been enjoying recently. I've said they sort of seem like they're on a similar trajectory, a similar path to DWG KIA, and I'm saying that because I'm enjoying them in the same way that I did DWG KIA back in Stage 1 last year, and that is that they're enjoyable, they're entertaining, they're exciting, they're giving unexpected results. They don't always get everything right, but they feel like they're on a solid path at the minute.
Yeah, they do. They started out Stage 1 with basically a lot of losses, and we kind of said, what's going on at Reject? Do they have more substance about them? And then Stage 2, they've just kept coming. They've got more substance about them. They've got different ways of playing. They redefine meta on even... I've seen them do it on Clubhouse, right? Where Clubhouse is the age-old map where you can just do the same stuff. Reject are redefining stuff on that map, and that's why they're so exciting to watch.
They're a lot of fun.
They really are, and we came in with big surprises in Stage 1. Here they are now in Stage 2, doing so well that they could be the second team to make it through to the major. But standing against them are a team that have had many struggles, more than even expected. Spear Gaming. Can those issues finally kind of dematerialize today, Jack?
It's going to be a hard one, and I hate starting it off with a sigh, but they lost the best player. They lost the best player, and then their second best player in 11 is still out and sidelined. So they've scrambled together a team that was already in a relegation dogfight, unfortunately, for Spear Gaming. Now, I'm not saying NL or Sayora have come in and done a bad job. Obviously, they picked up Royboy as well. But it's a team that looked absolutely nothing like what T1 looked like last stage, because they were picking up points, they were being dangerous, and this team's come in and they've tried things, don't get me wrong, but more often than not, they're simply being outclassed by most opponents that they go up against.
I'm not going to say that they're a one-man team, because they're absolutely not. We know that they've got some good players. We know this, but we're not seeing it from them. That's the problem at the minute. If Mephi doesn't turn up, the other four are in the bottom 7, is what I will say. In terms of rating, for overall stats, APAC North Stage 2, they have 4 out of the bottom 7 players, and that is an issue. Numbers aren't everything, but in this case, it is telling a story, and that is when Mephi doesn't show up, are they in trouble? And even when he does, he doesn't have the support from... And they just need to find their identity. They just, like you say, it's not helping with 11 being out. That's absolutely true. And I sort of feel from it, it's a bit like, the stage has been burnt, really. It's just like waiting for 11 to come back, doing what you can.
It's like MIBR last year.
I really do feel for Spear. I really do feel for Spear, and you feel like there is something better coming from them in future. Is it going to be right now? Honestly, I don't think it is.
He'll be a bit of a late bloomer at this point with this stage of the penultimate day. But let's take a look at our map. We got an explosive one, Skyscraper, at least to start off our day. Will we have something different? Yes, we will. Clubhouse is going to be banned out by Spear, and they'll take us to Bank, where they start off on defense. And Reject have picked up the attacking side. Is this an expected map from your side?
It is. So in terms of map ban preference, for Spear is number 1. For Reject, it's like number 3 or number 4. But curiously enough, is both teams have pretty bad records on this map, to be brutally honest. If I look back at the past 3 times both teams have played it, there's only Reject that have actually won it. Spear lost this stage. They lost stage 3 2021 twice when they were under the T1 organisation. And Reject lost it twice last stage and once this stage. Won it once last stage. Lost this stage and last stage. So realistically, it doesn't paint a pretty picture. And this was one of the maps specifically for Reject where I said it doesn't feel like they didn't have substance, because they kept... It was a game against Cyclops, and they just kept constantly sprinting at Cyclops that were just ready for them. So it's, in my mind, it's still a little bit of a question mark map for Reject.
Now, what could Spear do? Because you've been able to cast them so many times over this stage. Ace, do you feel that there's things that really pop out for them to use?
I think on Bank, you've got an opportunity. You've always got an opportunity to bring a bit of aggression and a bit of unpredictability. And honestly, I think that's the best thing. When we've seen teams struggle, like Spear have struggled, the best thing is to at least not walk in there with the other team knowing what you're going to do. If you're struggling to put down kills, if you're struggling to get on top of teams and command rounds, you've at least not got to be predictable. So just get in there, go out of a few windows, just make life make them uncomfortable.
Or go in a few awkward windows.
Out a few, whatever you can, just make them uncomfortable.
Herky, shake it all about. But yeah, Bank's a great map from that point of view, is that every single site's got at least 2 ways of attacking it and 2 ways of defending it. Therefore, you can change things up. You're not stuck. We saw in the last map with Skyscraper how teams get shoehorned into the same defenses. You don't have that on Bank.
All right, I'm very excited then to see how this goes. Will Reject claim the 3 points that they need to stay in the running for Berlin, or will it be a big surprise? Spear Gaming netting there first. I have to see. Thanks so much, gentlemen. The Sauce Stewart Casters. It's happening. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. And yes, I'm back, and this time joined by Hap. That's me. Hello, good morning. We're here now with Reject's last chance, last hurrah, last swing. We have 1 team confirmed. And only one other team can unconfirm Sandbox, and it's not even entirely in their hands, unfortunately for them. But it does start here. This is the bit that is, and it's versus Spear. And to be honest, if they can't take these points, then maybe it isn't the right time for Reject.
No, for sure. They need to pick up these points. It is expected of them. If you just look bare, like just purely at the current standing, Spear still at 0 points at the bottom of the table. Reject currently on 9 in 4th. But as you just said before, it is partially in their own hands, but most of it is not. If Sandbox is going to be able to get a win later tonight, it's going to be over. Both the teams will be locked in. But if they do manage to win now and Sandbox slip up, that's when they live the fight for that final day. So those are the stakes. And thus, Reject coming up with a bit of pressure against Spear. But at the same time, Spear looking for their very first points. Don't really have anything to lose. It might be a dangerous team to play against.
I really enjoy Bank.
I do too. No, definitely. It's a big open map. There's tons of opportunity for roaming. The bottom floor revolves a lot around the hatches. There's multiple drops you can see. You can either see the hatch drops for an execute. We see from that server stack.
Window, is he...
What?
He's just rocking. He's doing like the crazy boy rock. And you have them like parallel. There's a little bit from window there, but a moment ago, and I don't know if he was just sort of showing a bit of a representation there to Crazy Boy, who does rock when he plays.
Okay,
but can he roll?
That's the question. Can they roll? As they are coming up against each other now. Important matchup for both again. But yeah, I like Bank as a map because that's where we were. It's a fun map. There's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of roaming possibilities. And you really need to make sure your flank watch is on point.
I think that's it. Is the big draw is that there's so much mobility potential. There's obviously the hatches, there's control, there's multiple ways to crack an egg. You don't just have yourself sort of driven and directed as a base blase into the site itself. You can be creative. You can bring new elements to it. It was a map that I enjoyed when it was in the pool before, a long, long time ago, when it was sort of the Latin America
It's kind of sad it was removed.
It was sort of sidelined for a while. But I think it has that wonderful capriciousness. It's that balance between a big open space and then teeny little fights in corners and corridors.
As you see right here with that hatch, some tight angles as well onto the bomb site, but just enough to stop any defender or attacker. There, that hatch is opened up. Now, Crazy Boy quite aggressive here. Crazy play. Here's someone repel. There, oh, that could be a free kill. There it is. The first one takes out Take. And with that, it is going to be the entry. And Spear trying to fall back instantly.
Very, very quick response there. They want to make sure that they're not going to get caught out. It's an early punishment. It's a game that you can only really play once or twice. You can see Windows trying to get a bit of revenge here, but to be fair, against anybody, putting that pace in, rejected that danger. Roy Boy suffers through the spray. They have the pings. The man's lying down and trying to army crawl himself through the hatch, which he gets. He's dropped. There is still a player around there. They might see if they can try and put a bit of a fight through. It's Crazy Boy, and he's going to see how long he can survive. Tucked him around the corner. Mephi gives him some support. It's an M870, so it can't be too much. He's not going to be able to really get a proper wide swing and help on the door itself if the pressure comes around from the little box walk-in, but it seems like it's a traditional top take now from Reject with one less player, the Buck, meaning a lot of this is going to be, well, thankfully done by the Sledge. At least you got him.
Yeah, and it's redundancy, right? You might have lost a couple of hub breach edges. Now it doesn't seem to be the case. Didn't bring those either. So you only really lost a player, some flashbangs, and of course, most importantly, a gun that's able to fire down upon your enemies. Luckily, though, hatches will still be opened up, and as you mentioned, verticality as well. So they just need to make do with one less person on the board. See if they can find an entry back somewhere, equalize that man count. Of course, Roy Boy is quite low. If you do manage to isolate him, I believe he's currently playing in that garage, you're going to be able to at least go for an even take.
There is just that cut player on the door of green. There we go. Salty might have the chance to try and roll a grenade down to the player as soon as he gets the scent of someone in that location, which could come here. The drone starts its way around a minute on. They've still got to put pressure onto the Jaeger here, and it starts by opening this hatch. If you can cut off their rotate, then you can at least guarantee an end to the fight. Whether it's in your favor or not, that depends how aggressive he's going to be with this M870 on the swing round potential window. Getting some of the hatches opened on the far side. They're preparing multiple avenues. That's the thing about this site, as mentioned before. The worry they have is they have a man disadvantage. If they're going for this multi-angled approach, sure, you might start to take away a 5 versus 4 and change it into a 2 versus 2 or 1 versus 2 and wherever, but you at least give yourself one even lead in. Here, though, with time ticking, 20 seconds now, and still a break and a broach round onto the top of blue. The shotgun of the M870 still tucked at the bottom of the stairs. The kit needs to make a move. 15 seconds, no real pressure here. They're still burning and trying to find at least some safe ground. Tadaniki gets it, a trade out on the far side and some swung damage. Mephi, he's got an important fight to win here, but, well, maybe he won't have to. Caught out in the smoke, and Spear connect to the first.
I mean, it was fire, there was smoke, there was C4s blowing up all around. The player that dropped that hatch and instantly ran towards the side didn't live very long. And Spear will win that first, indeed. It all started off with that shotgun onto the Buck, and ever since they were a bit on the back foot, trying to figure out if there was still a roamer around and about. Not the case, of course, and after that they started opening up, using Hibana to get rid of those hatches, see if there's any other way in. Now, it's just the first round, but we do head up to the top floor now. And with that, there's going to be multiple possible setups. Something we do see quite often lately is not going to be brought now. It's the castle that gets brought. You create these long lines of sight that you hold from the secondary site onto, of course, the CEO office. Also look all the way over towards the top square. Now, I believe those holes are still being made, but just not with the castle being around. Maybe the Izami will play a bit of a function here. Close off some of these angles, maybe on that couch to allow safe passage through the B-bomb side.
I'm curious to see what we get here from Reject, because they have been known to be a bit fearless, but they've also been swinging from a position where there's not the biggest expectations on them. Here, we're starting to get that shift, obviously. Still throughout this split, they've been able to have a fantastic game and time and put a lot of pressure into teams, but against Spear, who were arguably in the same box, where you don't have the expectation of them to always get the win, but they often performed better amongst that.
Yeah.
Now is that test for Reject. Now is that real, true pressure moment that you don't really get too many firsts of, and this is that first one for Reject.
Now Reject on the attack again. Spots out some of that utility, not quite able to respond to it yet. I mean, it's a Yokai drone, they know it's there, but no one is in a position to destroy it, I believe. So the shields are coming down as well to provide some more security towards Tadaniki, at least a free look through that hallway without having to worry about a bullet hitting you right into the head. Breach is coming through as well at the very same time, so they're trying to put up some pace here on the side of Reject.
Yeah, very quick. They're doing it with the safety of the Oster. They have the swing round on anyone that might pop up behind the shield itself. They've got the breach. That's the important part. Now's the test to see if they can try and stress the back of that defense onto that slightly further away wall. But it's the Nook that could be that surprise factor. With Crazy Boy inside that elevator, if this goes untested, a grenade up through that hatch, which it looks like they might have toyed with for a second there, but have actually pulled themselves around. That could be huge. Just getting some safety underneath the site itself. There's focus, there's pings, there's drones, and there's attention, but how much of it is truly being paid? 2 hot drones as the lead in here for Take.
He's trying to get these grenades in from below, of course, but he needs some spots onto the direct site, and that's what's missing currently. That's why he also didn't go for the elevator, because they don't seem to know that someone's out there. Of course, you could go for it. It is a very default spot to play, but you never really know. I believe that is one person in the open area. Finds the head of NL, though, and that is a great start.
There is, yeah, one in open that's going to have a quick response to that. They have the drones watching the rotation. They've got himself some escape, and that's the most important part. In, out, and can you now shake it all about? Because you got 40 seconds. The body down the staircase, that's a hot ping, and that's a retreat. They're not going to try and swing into that Roy Boy. They know there's 30 seconds, and Tadaniki is making things tricky on the site itself. Candy gets one more for the journey. Siora's been able to move into Janitors and is going to buy himself a bit of a back, but with 20 seconds, the problem is getting him out and making sure they can get the kit down safely. Bit of a risky run through the site. The spray back through is going to keep him at bay. He's able to win out one. Royboy gets 2 of his own. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 2 window. A very important take. It's now just Royboy, but not for very long. Take lost on the board.
I was actually going to say they were in a good position to go for a plan behind the Talon shield. The only worry, though, is Royboy, who went down below and decided to rotate back through blue, through the servers, actually came up that square stairs, managed to get a double kill at that very time. So no plan going through, still they're out for Reject, though, because they had plenty of men left to deal with him as soon as that happened. And now, the staff room and open area coming up. They are continuing to rotate. They're not trying to go double down onto these sites after they've just lost it. This time the castle comes out. Of course, a must-pick operator for this site, you can almost say. Because otherwise, you're not going to be keeping these doors closed for very long. And yes, they are easily openable. You can use X-Skyrolls, you can use Zofia Impacts, you can use the Sledgehammer. But it needs to be done. It's just not a free line of sight. And more importantly, it will give the information towards the defenders, hey, pressure is coming from this direction. You might want to pay attention to it.
The thing about Castle in this site was they were hand in hand in their sort of return into the meta of, you know, Castle when he first came back in with his long extended plays that we've seen over the past 8 to 12 months is that idea of we can play ourselves with a little bit more stretch in space. We don't have to toe, we don't have to lock in, which was the meta beforehand, and then open as well as a site offered itself really well to that, whereas on the turtle hold was horrible, was never picked, never played, really, apart from 1 or 2 sort of off-kilter strategies. It was easily the 4th site, whereas now the one that was quite turtled, which is the 2-story Tellers in Office, you just don't really see too much.
No, Tellers and Archives, I mean, basically the entire second floor side is vertical. Above that, you can open up every single floor. There's no way you can be in that site safely. So that's why it's starting to fall off a little bit. And all these architects that are in Siege right now, Mira, Castle, Azami, really allow you to redefine these sites and make them viable as they might have not been otherwise. That's what I really love about those operators. By the way, that's a drone hacked, I believe. One that was being tossed in the wind, though. Take is trying to go for a bit of a aggressive first peek onto Sayora, but it's not really given any of it. That's the ponytail! The ponytail gave it away. Take was able to go for the swing there and finds that first kill.
It's a very smart hairstyle for certain things, but not there. The drone gets the reveal of the player. There's the hop out and the confirmation of information. Push the advantage of, well, we've got that intel. Are they going to run and hide in the box, or are they going to see if they can get themselves back in? Not that way. That's for dang sure, as Mephi goes slightly further and further away. He's sort of drawing them out, saying, come find me. And you can see Take is going around on one side. Candy's going to get them from the other. Will he be able to get one more before he's out the door? He finds the first fight and does some damage. Waits for the support, the spray through. And there it is, the two-factor attacked. And they're able to get that revenge, but it did waste about 30 seconds. That's the reason you go for that route, that run, that play all away here. Now they've got to focus themselves down towards the site itself. They're able to reclaim that body advantage, but can they try and take advantage of the pressure on the site?
It was a one-on-one trade as well, so that is something you need to keep in mind. There goes the wall, actually, perfectly timed, but Royboy is able to find Take before he gets traded out. A 2-on-3 situation still as Crazy Boy finds himself in a bit of trouble. Hops down the elevator hatch, knows that someone could have been on this main staircase here. Starts to creep up slowly but steadily, but he needs to head back towards the side at some point. It's only up to NL now, stuck in deep behind a reinforced wall, but he gets stunned out. They know exactly where he is right now. He needs to reposition, but he loses his life as a result.
Well, there's a little bit of a spray around. Crazy Boy's trying to bite his way back into the side. It's a 3 versus 1. They know where he is, and he's able to at least get the gift of 1. But the 2 remaining players with the kit themselves are trying to just find a route through onto the site. The consistent hot pings are going to cause some problems, and the spray through means they can't get the lock in. Crazy Boy, he doesn't get enough to get the kill, but enough to just slow the plant here. Tadaniki has to move into a position. The LMG does what it does, and Reject just cinch out another plant situation.
See, this is where the LMGs come in absolutely huge as well. Win, though, in the meantime, by the way. Very happy about it. He's partying already. But, yeah, the LMG, I mean, you know that there's only one angle the player can come from. You know that your plant needs to go down. The clock is on 0. You have 150 bullets. You just hold that left mouse button.
It goes on.
You just make sure.
It's like a Goya canister popping. It's like you buy yourself 15 seconds.
Yeah, for sure.
On an angle.
And you're just waiting until it stops, but you kind of can't unless you run into the fire that is incoming from the LMG. And here, see that ponytail? That's what he saw. And that's not part of the hitbox, but the rest of the head is, and it will give you exactly the idea of where the rest is. It's like playing Maestro with like the giant headgear, the Spartan one. Beautiful jump as well. Back to the bottom floor we go, Emmy. That was the only side that has been won by Spears so far.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, if you might have wondered, I really love these graphics, by the way. Shout out to Sprabuni and Raf. They always take care of this every single play day. They
but
go
now
out
they're official.
Now it's official as well, so congratulations.
It's a wonderful partnership with Entertail.
Honestly. It's
welcome to the fold.
Welcome to the fold. 6% though for Reject if they win in regulation, but it can still turn to 0.
It can still happen.
It can still happen.
But this is what needs to happen, is they need to get 4 points on this and on the next game, which is Cyclops. And then Sandbox need to lose their game today against Talon and their final Playday game against DWG KIA. The last one is, you know, it's definitely possible. DWG KIA are undefeated. But even if they win today, they then have to watch with everything crossed and hope that Talon can take out Sandbox, because I think if Sandbox just get to OT, I don't know if it entirely confirms it.
Let me check, because there's
the head-to-head taken into consideration.
Yeah, so there's 5 points in between.
Yeah,
Reject and Sandbox, they have played, and Sandbox has the head-to-head, so a single point will be enough for Sandbox to qualify. So yeah, they need to hope that they don't on the side of Reject. Pick up all 6, hope that Sandbox gets none. And that way they would make it to the major. It would be early for the lineup though, but it wouldn't be the first time we see a lineup that has recently entered make it big. DWG KIA, one of them of course. As the openings start to occur from above, both Sledge and Buck are making sure that some of these vertical positions on the first floor are going to be unplayable and force these roamers back towards the site if they would still be out there. Again, opening up just in case someone would be on those blue stairs. Just smacks open that little balustrade there on the side. Helps get a cleaner look through, but for now nothing really happening. Royboy is just chilling out there with the MP5. It's not going to be the shotgun that they have to worry about this time. What they do need to worry about is this first floor hold, though. Open area is heavily contested. Sayora and Mephi both out there. And with the openings that Reject is currently putting on the board, they're not really going to be able to flush them out. They need to use grenades to eliminate these players. And as they do so, they actually drop through the hatches.
Reject, they're starting to get a little bit quicker, a little bit sharper, a little bit more, I guess, controlling of the space itself, but then they find themselves slowing up to this point on the approach towards the fight, and that leaves things like this. Sayora, loose on a corner, tucked in. They think they have the clarity because they've spent 2 minutes getting the clear elsewhere, but now you've got to focus your way downwards, and Sayora, he's got himself in such a big position. Doesn't get the catch, though. They just push onto the site itself. The big reveal is unfortunately a little bit spent in the wrong place, and, well, now they've definitely got to move. Another missed timing there, the swing round, but Reject's able to find 2 on the back of it. The spray against it, Spear gets the kit down cold. A handful of seconds left. They've just got to tuck in. Sayora's come around on the back stairs. This should be an easy pickup, but he gets caught out. He's watched out on the far side. Take is now all that's left on this Reject side. Gets himself slipped around the corner. But finally, Spear able to lock it in. It should have been a little bit more locked than that, I think.
I was going to say, I think I can see 3 or 4 moments here where they just swap over to a gun, just swap over to a PC utility, and they see someone on Reject walking by. It would have been 3 kills for them at those moments in time, yet they still managed to get the diffuser down on Reject because they managed to slip by at those given times. So it could have been close, but Spear is going to be able to win this nonetheless. Pushing back up to first floor, actually not going to CEO. If I'm quickly looking over to see if there's any changes in that lineup. Gasol, Maluzi, no, same lineup on the defense.
They all had the Team Liquid background.
Maybe they like supporting Team Liquid.
No, that's fair enough.
Does Spear have their own? I don't think they have their own skin yet, so.
But neither do Reject. Do Reject have a card?
No, I don't think so either.
Sorry, you just noticed these things.
Yeah.
As soon as something draws your eye, you're like, oh, we're watching Team Liquid.
You cannot unsee anymore. It's not Team Liquid.
What?
Yes, it is Spear and Reject.
Okay.
And we're playing in APAC North currently, not Latam.
Oh.
Yeah, explains a lot, right?
That is.
But yeah, back to open area. I mean, we see a similar lineup coming out from the defense here. Nothing really changing. And they did just lose it, so there needs to be a difference in how they play it. Instead, if we look on the other side, though, we do see the Florist coming out. That is going to be a big change and could be quite crucial. Especially if they want to be attacking, let's say, that kitchen again. Open up with the Florist. You can instantly fire down as well.
Mephi, once again, playing on the top boards, prepping himself some angles. He was a problem for a while here, and a problem that they actually only really sent one person to deal with. And I'm curious to see if they might try and opt to have a secondary bit of presence on the back. The pace from Take is going to come around on the top of square. They have somebody playing on the skylight as well, just to get a bit of a watch. At least they did the moment before. But, oh, there's a clever little bit.
Yeah, we saw that being shot on earlier on the windows and on that opening, so they need to go the long way around, but there's mute jammers down the hallway in Janitors, so it's going to be almost impossible for them to actually get that drone inside. They need to open up further with the Buck. And I mean, pings are coming out, but there's not much they can do. Gotta hope, though, Sierra doesn't get spotted out by the top of the ponytail again.
I think at this point, this is when you could look towards maybe Salty driving a Rotero around and smashing open the little bit of the low and hoping it doesn't get caught out by the Pest itself on the soft wall towards CEO and try and just widen some of this hole because Sayora's tucked in. They have all the support they need. They're crouching this time, most importantly, so they can't just get picked off by the ponytail play. And Mephi, well, he's the one that would find himself isolated by this. It's these creative problems. that Reject are trying to find the solution to. And now with a little bit of a separation here, the drop has come through, the longer angles towards Janitors. Okay, there's still a Mozzie on the top floor. How long can he stay tucked in here? And might he go uncontested as we saw on the previous round?
Almost 2 minutes wasted here because they just couldn't get the drones in properly. They weren't able to create the openings, and this allows Mephi to play with that timing. We saw it go wrong a little bit earlier, but if Reject is going to be unable to properly drone out their side, and I think they're not going to bother with it too much anymore, Mephi might be going unspotted here. He might be up for a big double or triple kill even.
And that's it. This is that sort of risky moment here. You can see they're actually a bit of width now. They could go for a clear just round and tucked onto the corner. He suffers a lot, Seor, and gets finally caught out by Take. And this is Mephi's signal to move as the drop's going to come through onto the site and the hatches itself. If he stops the play above the hatch and there's a kit there, it could be everything. It is currently on somebody on a drone. There's a cold kit. There's a spray and a player. And that could be the round. A single movement and moment. And Roy Boy adds a full stop towards it. The grenades are going to try and pull their way up. There's a plucky Mozzie. Should get caught out by the swing, but no! The triple is his. The spray window can try and kill as many people as he wants in the world, but without that kit...
We actually got him there. Shot through the ceiling, but a quad kill eventually coming through, I believe. I'm not quite sure, but... What a play that was. Mephi, I said it, like he's in a perfect position. So much time wasted because of that one little pest that was onside of that little hole made of the vertical of the line of sight, and then that Mew Jammer inside the janitor. It stopped these drones from moving in. They lost too much time. They didn't think, as you said, to move in a Retiro, open up that wall, and actually get a drone in to see if it's safe. And that is their own mistake. That is Reject's mistake that they have made here. They allowed Mephi to stay up there. They allowed Mephi to go through. Have some trigger discipline here. I love it when this happens. You don't just fire on the first opportunity. See if there's more to be gained and finds them both. And then even the one that's trying to go after him after.
I mean, it's that moment, really. It's the fact that the kit was with them as well. They were prepping for the hatch drop plant attempt. They were trying to get that bit of control. And once again, we have a player from Spear tucked into a corner, causing problems at the worst possible moment. That was cleaner than I think the hold, even though they got both rounds. The Lockers one I still think could have been a little bit more.
Yeah.
There's inopportune times, but missing the swing round when they had the big reveal, yada yada, things happen, whatever. There, he knows that they've got to come up to get him. And he knows if they've run up that way, they've then probably got to take the hatch to get down in time as well to try and structure a plant. Tucked in on the opposite corner of stock. Bada bing, bada boom.
It was the right timing, right decisions, all made by Mephi there. Like, again, the trigger discipline, it is quite difficult to have because you want to get that kill. And if you don't get the kill, you get swung upon by the buck that steps out. You might look like a bit of a fool at that moment in time because you didn't take the shot you could. But if it works out, you look like the giant hero, which exactly he was at that moment. Quick openings being made, though. Candy hoping to find a defender out there. Some pings are coming through, as I believe magnets were being tossed out by Mephi out there. Yeah, exactly. Someone just go prone there, and he's thinking about maybe we can find an angle on him.
Yeah, they're looking to try and pull these bodies out of Banana. They want to get control of this swing round. Slightly different approach. Last time we had some damage done on the opposite side, and then obviously the Nook was able to get in and underneath from that window. It seems like they're being a little bit more verbal, a little bit more vocal about the approach from this side, where Take decides to pull their entrance. Could be a bit of a factor, as I said. They had the chance with the grenade, but now they don't have any chance with Candy. Mephi slaps them off the window.
An extra Talon shield is being deployed here by Tadaniki just to have a bit of a free look. See if he can find anybody, see if he can get some information out for the rest of his team before they do go for, well, a men down execute. Salty's still out on a rappel on the long side, though. I'm not quite sure what you will be finding with just 80 seconds left on the clock. You might want to join the rest of your team because, well, Spear Gaming, they also notice if they just stay patient, which is exactly what they're doing, going prone next to windows, using those yokai drones, they might win this one, but this grenade could change that.
Just a bit too wide. NL, they were caught with a headshot last time, and it seems like Roy Boy wants to try and find a response to the Nook, but they've already pulled themselves a bit round the corner. The calls come out, give his game away. A second grenade is going to try and just catch the other end of NL, And it does. Well put together, well played. A cost of 2 this time, rather than just finding the angle, but still 40 seconds. And you lost Josephia on the window itself. You've got to try and still put pressure onto the site because you're looking at pretty good control. Mephi, though, does get caught out, getting a bit of revenge in response. The pressure comes over onto Janitors. They're going to pick up the Talon shield, get a little bit more width. Roy Boy gets Take. In the meantime, bites back, and well, now with Mephi still on the ground, they've got to see if they can try and get that security, keep this fight going. There it is, the take on the knee. Tadaniki's inside the site, gonna see if they can just stick it as the rest of the engagements happen. 10 seconds, Crazy Boy's gonna go for a pre-fire. They're off the kit, they're tucked around the corner. Window gets one, gets the drive through. They cannot quite get the full stick. 2 players left, one's an Echo, but it doesn't really matter. Spear 4 rounds.
Spear got 4 rounds, but a bit of too much aggression, I would have to say, from the Ossa there. Got that first kill, then wanted to go for an extra bit of a security, hoping to go for the kill themselves, but got taken out as a result. What they could have also done is just dig in behind the desk, use the Talon shield, provide yourself some security, go for the plant, let the rest of your team do the cover. Now you lose that diffuser, you lose the opportunity of winning that round, and Spear is going to be able to upset here for this first half with a 4-2 scoreline. And Emmy, we said that they needed all 6 points on Reject's side.
If we hit OT,
it is over.
The dream is done.
With 6 more games to be played at APAC. Or 6.5 possibly even.
That's mad. This, I mean, yeah, this is half of a game left, potentially.
Still.
We're at the halfway mark in terms of
rounds.
Of rounds.
Well, unless we go to OT.
Of standard rounds.
Yes, the standard rounds, yes.
Standard play.
But yeah, it could be over very soon here if Spear Gaming keep this up. And, you know, everybody would have expected this to be a clear victory for Reject, but that's where it gets dangerous because Spear Gaming, they don't really have anything to lose.
Well,
they are preparing for the next stage. They're preparing to get out of relegations.
That's entirely
things.
It. This was, as I said at the start, it's rare to have this moment, which is an all pressure. Every game matters. Don't get me wrong. Every game matters until the games don't matter anymore. Every single opening 5 or 6 games in most of the leagues is still something that can keep you in the fight, and Reject fought them well, but this was this game matters. Take out every other game from the equation. This is the game that matters, not just, again, for a tournament perspective, but it includes the weight of everything that you've worked on up to this point. And that is a pressure that is hard to replicate. It's a pressure that's hard to get elsewhere, even in those sort of weekend competitions. Sure, you might win the first day and lose the second, but you've costed a day. This is weeks and weeks and weeks up to this. And that is a pressure that it seems like is causing those couple of disconnects, those moments of Reject where before they were so snappy and sharp on those plants, they're a little bit lost and adrift. Can they bite back on their defense? Well, they have no other option.
Kind of need to. You know what? If Spear Gaming is going to win this in regulation, they're just a single point away from being out of the relegation seat. So this game is super important for them. If they manage to pick up full 3 points, that's a massive W for them here. As Reject might see their hopes and dreams of taking a trip to Berlin and fight with teams all over the world slip away slightly. There's still hope. Spear Gaming on the attack now, not wasting any time. Smoke canisters coming in quite early. They've opened up the wall, they've opened up the windows, but they do need to take care of Window, who's playing inside a Janitor. On a bit of a unusual reinforcement strategy there, having the 2 middle ones reinforced and then the sides opened. But it will work because you can stop that plan behind the desk.
It's the Azami as well. I like the way they've got that little bit of an extension. It means that you're not entirely awash. And it means if they go for this swing, you can be a bit responsive to it, as they were. The impact, and suddenly Crazy Boy is going to have to throw the second down because otherwise he's isolated. Was he baiting the play? The camera there has all the intel. The Maestro bubble is just getting them angle, and that's why they've got that opening. Anything onto those windows, anything onto square is dangerous. That impact seems like it was a bit of a misnomer and a bit of play, unless that was a grenade from underneath. But either way, it's put a little bit of the pressure in the swing round. They've got hyper aggressive, and the kit's got a bit cold. They're going around onto the Janitor's door. There's a fight over in Long Desk behind us, but now we're focused on the final remaining fight of Mephi. And it doesn't last very long. Reject find their first in a while, their third for the round, and now it's only a difference of 1.
Only a difference of 1 indeed, and as it just happened. You know, the repellent from the Zofia came, actually just use an impact to get rid of the Azami barrier, make the position in Janitor a bit more easy to take, as that was always going to be the priority of the Zofia there. 4-on-3, you just said it. Single round differentiates these two teams currently. Spear have definitely shown some good pace onto that attack. I think if we look back at it, Reject struggled more with time than we saw Spear struggle with time. There's a bit of a odd setup near the Janitor, which worked out wonders for them. They managed to get quite some good kills and actually stop the Osa from moving in as Osa would have liked to, because they wanted to go for that plant, but because of the angle, it was either you're going to be exposed towards the B-bomb side or you're going to be exposed towards Janitor. So that was basically out of question.
Reject, it's a bit of confidence, and confidence is something they need everything for. Candy and Salty, only 1 kill each, and usually names that get a little bit more, especially Salty, who was always one of those big lead-ins, especially on their attacks. He was a consistent sort of big problem in the Thorn, and the opening half of this game was just a problem for him. Here, if he can start to build a little mantle, a little selection of kills and start throwing himself into these engagements a bit more confidently, well, who's more confident at throwing themselves into things than the man who runs through walls? Gives you that mobility, that momentum, that sort of chance at subverting the expectation of what can be a very long clear on this map.
It definitely can be. Maffy doesn't know how close he is to some of the other people that were on the other side of that quad wall. Decides to just continue moving into the archives, gets a ping but loses his life. That's Window with the very first. A good entry here for Reject.
Held the angle as the drone came around the corner. There was a yellow ping, but it doesn't matter. If you're locked into a pixel on a door for a swing, prepared for it. The pressure is still starting to try and find its way up from underneath. They're hoping they can catch a rotate round towards the pressure onto the top of the stair set. It's the most common way for teams to try and subvert an attack and an approach onto the quad wall. So have a preparation for it. Maybe you'll get a little bit lucky. At this point, you might need it. You're a body down. You've lost your buck. You've lost your destruction of that soft outside of some longer work from potentially a Flores, but either way, you've still got a lot left to do, especially with the stack up, the support and the structure of taking this quad.
Reinforcing it off here, knowing that they're not going to be holding on to it much longer, taking care of the hatches as well. You might be wondering why. This may be because they are afraid of a grenade to coming from below, as Kenny is playing there with those evil eyes, so doesn't want to be taken care of from below. Make sure that they're safe. So Retiro coming through will not be getting anything, luckily, because it decided to detonate as soon as Window got on. That was definitely headed towards that Banshee and towards the castle barricade.
I was going to say, that's the big play here right now. There's so much structure in front of them. They've got to try and get this wall open as well, give themselves some pressure they can apply onto the back of the site, cut off any movements, any bits of momentum. A minute gives them some time, but the time's got to come to something. The Echo drone went a little bit adventurous there, just to see who's out there, buy themselves some more time. And Window, well, he got a bit too adventurous, has his head taken off. He sort of suffered the punishment that he lay on the previous way round. If just one of these impacts is able to stop the exothermic, that's the big risk, because they've got them stacked up and breach. It's Take, it's Salty and Sayora across the board. Take, I talked about this rotation before. He's able to make it work. That is now an unthermitable wall, so Crazy Boy's going to have to see if he can try and lead in with the swing. They've got the other player watching the back in. He's tucked in the corner, doesn't get very far. Neither does the second. Reject pull themselves level.
That breach was never really going to work, Ami, because they used an EMP, then they wanted to place it down, so it was always going to be impacted as soon as it did start detonating. But hey, that is 4-4. We have equalized that score, and Reject are able to bounce back onto their defense here. I believe we have a technical timeout being called. Voice chat issue inside Reject.
Oh, you need that.
You need the voice.
You do.
That's for sure. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult communicating with each other.
It adds challenges.
It definitely adds challenges, yes.
Doesn't remove any.
No, I think it adds quite a bunch of challenges. Mm-hmm. Makes the most basics of things quite difficult if you suddenly don't have the ability to speak anymore. And there's a 4-4 is where we stand. And Reject, they started strong here onto their defense. We have to say that. They managed to bounce back sort of twice because quick ground is being made by Spear. We cannot deny them that. They're able to open up important parts of the map quickly. They're able to get a breach down onto the site quickly. But after that, they stall. They're outside of the objective. Like, when are we going to push? They don't really hold any of the lines of sight going towards their backs. And thus flanks happen time and time again. That's what they're struggling with right now on the side of Spear Gaming. They need to stop these flanks from happening late round. You just saw 2, actually, at the quad wall, able to just take down 3 players in just a matter of seconds. That's stuff that you do not want to happen.
The stakes have not changed for Spear Gaming outside of precious points for the year-long fight, avoiding relegation. Their stakes have always sort of been the same. They're less immediate, but you're always playing to those points. Reject, theirs is this game. This game or nada, nothing. And even then, even then it's not
Sandbox
certain. Just needs 6 rounds today.
That's it, 6 rounds, either today or next week.
It's tougher next week.
It's definitely going to be tougher next week.
Against the unbeaten Damwon Kia.
However, Damwon Kia, they're good. They're confirmed. they don't need to.
It's like a motivational poster. Damwon Kia.
They're good.
They're good.
but it's like Damwon Kia is already confirmed, so they don't have to play on their 200% anymore. They can just give a cheeky 95. See how far they can go whilst they're preparing for the major and packing food, apparently, according to Rin. So
Milos loves that food story. I swear
it is quite funny because it's like a full pallet coming in with them.
He's like, tell me about. It's like, that like. It's like, tell me about the numbers. Tell me about the noodles. What were those boxes in the corridor I saw?
What do the boxes mean?
What do the boxes mean? Loves that question.
Apparently, Western food does not mix well with Asian food, as they said.
Well, when you travel, they say the thing that messes you up is jet lag and the diet.
Yes,
it's the 2 things. So, being able to at least counter that.
Would that be why Damwon Kia is always performing so well on the major? Because they keep their diet the same.
I mean,
are we onto something?
I'm not a dietitian.
I'm not either.
I'm not a physician.
We do cast though. And we are in the middle of a round. And we are in the middle of a game, which is a very important round here because Reject has the opportunity to take the lead and with that, complete a full site rotation. But Salty gets picked up. Roy Boy able to figure out what was going on. Heard that Bailiff, decided to go for a full spray with the L85 and finds the Auric. So there's no more hedge jumping for the side of Reject this round.
A very early pickup there, a very gifted pickup as well. Spear, they've been missing that little bit of sharpness on this approach. Reject. They were starting to get a bit of confidence. They were starting to find themselves a little bit more in their element, rotating and roaming around the map itself. It is something that Bank offers, but here, early pick, a 5 versus 4. That, when you're looking at a potential sort of hatch-drop worst-case scenario, having a trade is so important. Having a second body is the difference in a lot of scenarios. And we've seen them try and sort of drive fights here where there's been a 4 versus 5 in the sort of overswing round where the defenders have it. Reject, they almost took it on their attack. Spear just locked it out on their defense. Can Reject try and, I guess, right wrongs from before?
The big question. Trade comes out, though Tadaniki finds Mephi, was instantly followed up upon by Sayora. However, none of the Fama shots were able to connect. Tadaniki playing close with that shotgun is not already an angle you want to peek. He's going to be able to finally find the Twitch drone there after 2 pumps. They do know that Twitch is close around the corner because the post below, of course, not going to be nitro sellable. They have to wait for one of those hatches to be opened up before they can toss one out. But with him rotating around, and it seems like the plan's rotating around towards the server area as well, that C4 might still be of very big impact.
I think that's it as well. You're looking at a big awareness. Pulse, he is such a big facet for any team that's holding on to this, but this is probably the traditional role. Tucked in on gold, waiting for any intel of a chance at a plant. You just swing around, you can feed that to the rest of the team. When you're playing alongside this idea of smoke canisters, you have 2 more C4s, or 3 more C4s, across the board, 2 in the pockets of other players that can swing, a man with glasses that can see through anything. They are built for this specific plant and a hold. You can see Candy is pinging it. You can see Windows able to take the fight anyway. Another canister onto a cold kit. Round on the backside. Windows got it locked in. They're waiting for a drop on a hatch here close by. There goes the pulse. And now, wow, they've actually been able to find the kit. They drove themselves a little bit deeper. Who else but Crazy Boy is able to get a play like that together with a single hatch and a bit of plucky luck. They pull themselves through, but now it's a retake. 2 stories, one over the top of square. One was making their way up the staircase itself. Tadaniki wins out against Crazy Boy. That's the control of the site. Sayora fights back. Keeps it as a 2 versus 2. Just misses the slip of that remaining player. Window is going to take the drop in the hatch, get the isolation. Now it's the 2 versus 1. Do they know where the last player is? No, he's over the hatch. It's Royboy who's had a screamer of a game. Just has to time a drop onto a hatch. Baits the first, wins the second, and it is a Spear Gaming round.
Didn't even have to go for the final headshot there, but you saw him actually, he wanted to move as soon as the clock hit 7, but then they went off that defuse. It's like, oh, I don't need to go back on anymore because there's no time. I can always go in as soon as that clock goes below 7, and there will be no way for them anymore to still try and go for that defuse. And now a tactical timeout called by Reject. And so they are slowly getting behind now, and that is not, well, they need to make sure that they're able to bring it back. Because if they lose this round, Emmy, that's it. Berlin done.
Dun, dun, dun.
Cue the dramatic music.
Cue the dramatic lighting in the studio. Cue the dramatic music.
Play the thunderstorm.
Play the thunderstorm sounds.
Sad violin music. All of that.
Well, no, sad violin. Put that on hold.
Okay, that's when it's over. That's
the.
Did Salty just smack his desk? I'm not quite sure. All right, well. Either way, it could be a fist bump. This round,
real aggressive fist bump.
All deciding.
That's what I do when I get frustrated. I'm not punching my desk. I'm fist bumping my desk.
Fist bump that desk. Take a book out, a page out of Rogue's book. You know, it's they do it to the camera. You do it to the desk. Up to the top floor we go. For what is potentially the final round that truly matters for Berlin that gets played today. And it could still be the next one as well. And it could be the one after that. So these next 3 rounds could be all decisive. If Reject is not winning all 3 now, in a row, it's over. It's as simple as that. If Spear just get 1, then the next matches don't really matter anymore. For Berlin, that is. There's always more to play for, don't worry. I mean, you always have the relegations you want to avoid. That is something what Spear is currently trying to do. And they might pick up some very important points here. I believe we'll put them on 12 total, just 1 behind Fnatic, and a couple over Fav, who both still have to play.
They do. Do you know who they're playing?
Tell me.
Each other.
Oh.
In the next game.
Surprise. So they could definitely make some good points here today because one of their opponents is not maybe going to get any.
That's it. And, I mean, it's always that best case scenario is you kind of want both to struggle. You want
just let it go to OT, you know? So.
Yeah, just cheeky OT. But here, they need that to not happen to them. Reject. Once again, a bit of a change of pace and place. They've got themselves in a slightly different approach. The grenade underneath doesn't get to anybody. Nobody is playing that close to the wire. It does reveal some of these Aruni gates, but at the same time, nobody tucked in that situation. Reject, they have themselves in a similar hold as to before. The Azami, the play, and what was a big bit of control from Janitors.
Some U-Jammer, unfortunately, for that drone. It's not going to be able to find anything. Grenade tossed in from below. There's no player there, but might actually get rid of the U-Jammer that they would like to use to start opening up and to start putting down some pressure onto the direct site. Spear, they want to go for a plant. That's always been their goal. Opening being made onto Janitor here. Kind of like that, but I'm not quite sure if it goes off because it seems like there is a U-Jammer there. It has been destroyed in the meantime. So Shield will also live for now, so maybe we see a cheeky impact to be tossed around the corner by Candy.
Well, I think that's the difference now. You can see that Spear actually have the players on the window ready and waiting to offer that support. Crazy Boy is prepped and isn't trying to do all the work himself. Last time he was very isolated when he first got the drop and didn't expect them to get the drop on him so aggressively. There it is, though. Sayora finds the first fight from the width, is able to tuck themselves a bit closer in window. They're still holding onto the angle, waiting to just see a sliver, but they're quite clever with their angles here. Spear They're holding, they're at bay, and they're waiting for now some of the pressure to come elsewhere. They've done the structural work to allow themselves potentially a group on and a lead in. Take is the next to suffer, most importantly, not entirely downed or out. It's the pressure here, Mephi.
It's a shame to use both grenades and getting rid of that Mew Gemmer. If they would have used it in Janitor, there has been or could have been an opportunity to go for a plant now, because Crazy Boy, still stuck behind his Talon shield, wants to get in, but is always going to be exposing himself to one of the angles, either towards the B-bomb chassis or towards Janitor. And you see it now as well. There is that evil eye, so he needs to dig in quite deeply. He's going to do so right next to the actual Azami barrier, and it seems like Spear Gaming has the upper hand.
Wow, that bubble was able to do a couple of zaps. He's been able to pick the kit back up, and now suddenly, look, it's a 4 versus 1. Taloniki, well, he's not even all that's left. Spear Gaming sit on map point. And Reject, unfortunately, sit on a season where they now no longer can get to the Berlin Major.
Cue the sad violin music, or the happy one, because Sandbox just qualified for Berlin as well at this moment in time. Didn't even need to play for it today. Of course, they are still going to get on later. But yeah, Spear now fighting for a victory, and Reject will know this as well. Probably will be quite upset with the fact that they couldn't do what they needed to do to continue that fight onto the next Playday, potentially. And that emotion might give Spear Gaming the upper hand in these next 2 rounds, because they have been doing well. We cannot say anything. Spear has looked the best they have looked over this entire stage so far.
They do this a lot. If you go back to any of the previous seasons when they were T1, when they were whoever, their wins, their results come in the final 3 Playdays every single time. Pretty much. They have this habit of, whether it's the pressures at the end, whether they've just started to get themselves a bit of momentum, they have gone through roster changes. Their best performances are always at the end of a season. It doesn't make for a solid season, but it makes for one where they're at least
it's a bit of a thrill at
ruining
the end of it,
dreams.
That's their motto. Just ruin other people's dreams. We don't want to go to the major, so we're going to stop other people going to the major too.
They got another Korean team confirmed for the major.
It's either just trying to help out there. Either way. Their most important task now will be to grab these 3 points, because that will massively help them in the overall standings. Yes, they'll go up to, I believe, 7th place as well if they do that, but that's not really that interesting. Currently, Fav is sitting 1 point ahead of them on the overall scoreboard. That has been equalized now. If they manage to get 2 more, there will be 2 above Fav, 1 behind Fnatic, and guess what? 3 behind Reject.
And Fav and Spear play each other in the last Playday.
Yes, they do. And that might mean that we're getting ourselves in stage 3, a 4-way battle for relegation, which is not one you want to be in, but it's still going to be spicy.
Well, now here, can Spear just get that final push over the line if they want to have any hope of not being the bottom team on the board? That starts with at least guaranteeing all the points here from what they've been able to build. Reject, it's unfortunate. They've got this far, and this is where it ends close to, but it's progress on the last time. Next time, who knows what the limit can be? Only they can. And here, it's going to be seeing if they can at least try and wrap their heads around the disappointment and try and confirm some points out of this engagement either way. Mephi has some pressure here. They're looking for that split push towards the doors of open and the pressure onto beepers.
Quick drone work being done here. Meantime, Mephi trying to sneak in as the Nuke find an early entry, and that is going to be a Yokai drone picked up. Knows he has been spotted though, but will find a very important piece of utility. So it's not really a 1-for-1 trade, but it's definitely going to be helping Spear out in this late round, especially if they want to go for a late round push.
I talked about this before. Salty has the potential of this map, but that's Oryx. It's sort of not limitless potential, but there is always a lot that he can do, and here, well, he's got to do it at his own pace because it's 45 seconds. Suddenly all the time has slipped away from Spear Gaming. The grenade is going to roll out underneath, but Windows pulled himself over to the opposite side. They've got this relocked. They did this last time as well, around the 1.5-minute mark. At that point, close it. You know you're going to be a big fight, and you may as well give them less option to work with 20 seconds. They've got to find a breeze through. Salty's gifted a man from the heavens, heads to the top, and instantly gets slapped back down. Went quite aggressive there and hoped to be able to catch somebody else here. 15 seconds. Spear, they're looking for an execute onto a single hatch. All the pings come through. Window just has to watch and wait, and do that. Devastate finds one. Tadaneki gets a lockdown on all three, actually. It's just the man round the corner. Mephi finds at least one. But Take is that final end. 6-5. They might still find OT.
Overtime is what they are fighting for now. One more round and they'll reach it. And one more round and Spirit might see 3 points evaporate into thin air. Because they have been a better team so far today. That's for sure. And they choose to go to the executive launch. That is Reject, of course, on their defense. Aside that, has been well fought by both these teams. I believe it went either side once so far. So looking to break that tie now. As of course the last time around, it was eventually the Janitor player that died. It was eventually the player in the B-bomb site that did fall as well. That left them with little opportunity to actually stop that plant from happening. Just looking over. Someone to set up. Castle again coming out. So is the Surya Laser Gates and the Aruni. So they're really trying to stop this push from going through. I really like this Janitor setup though. The 2 walls reinforced in the middle. The big opening made towards the side that is right next to the desk. With these angles created by Salty and the Deagle as well, which allow you to challenge the windows outside, will allow you to stop any repel in from the outside, and at the same time stops anybody from planting right behind the desk. Now, of course, the Izami barrier does give a bit of safety, but it's easily destroyed, of course, with a bit of an explosive, for example. And especially the amount of grenades that have been tossed in by the attack themselves and the availability of impacts for the defense team, it shouldn't be too big of an issue.
Okay, Reject. Just one more trip here to see if you can try and lock it in. Tadaneki, 17-6, has been a big driving factor, but obviously Window as well. And I think that's the thing is missing Salty, missing Candy, 2 big gunners, usually 2 big players in that Reject engine that's gotten them to this point, has been a bit of a blow today. When, yeah, okay, you're not really having huge step-ups from everybody on the side of Spear, but the fact that they're stepping up, especially obviously Roy Boy and Mephi, it's that sort of difference. It's those couple of kills really cost the ends of rounds. How many of them have been 2 versus 1s, 1 versus 1s in the dying throws?
You know, it's even more funny if you look at the statistics. Tadaneki has only had a single triple kill throughout this entire matchup. Not a quad kill, not an ace. So 1 triple kill, the rest has all been 1 or 2 Ks. And that shows how effective he has been for his team, basically having an impact every single time, allowing them to fight back. Unfortunately, not allowing them to fight for Berlin anymore, but still for a victory.
There's the take on the camera, just on the outside. They've been pretty solid with their gathering of intel here, and the SAM cams are going to be the potential response from the side of Crazy Boy. Roy Boy is the one picking up the mantle of the Ossa this time round, seeing if they can try and get a little bit more, I guess, lockdown, because to be honest, the plan before hasn't really worked. Oh, Tadaneki takes the head on the face off Sayora as the pressure comes around onto Banana. Mephi's able to get one through the smoke. There's still a lot of Reject players on the opposite side, hoping they swing themselves wider and wider around. You can hear the deployment of the shield and the pop. That hatch is soft. There's nowhere that player can go. So they tuck themselves in for some safety. Do they know somebody's there? Well, NL is able to find Candy. Tadaneki, he's looking for everything to try and get a catch onto the Ossa that just keeps pushing the swing around. Salty, he's gone maybe uncontested. Window and Crazy Boy, 1 apiece. There's 1 more for Crazy Boy, propped on the windows. Not very far. 3 points for the first time. Speed Gaming.
3 very deserved points as well, and with this they already knocked out Reject off their fight of potentially going to Brilliant earlier, but you see how much it means to them, congratulating one another, because this is huge in their continuation for their story towards 2023. I know it's only the end of stage 2 that we're starting to approach here, but the relegation fight is something you cannot get behind in, and with this they've taken a massive step forward. They've put themselves up into 7th place, just a single point behind Fnatic, who are currently in 6th, so they're starting to get back on track.
It became a little bit too much for Reject. They have been on the up and up, and I know they're going to keep on that, but this is not their time, their ticket to the ball in Berlin. It will have to wait. How long? Probably sooner than I think a lot of people expected. We'll take a quick break before we're back with the desk to break that down.
Welcome, everybody. And it has happened. Spear Gaming have gotten the victory, the 3 points, and knock Reject out of the running for the Berlin Major. How about that for unexpected? We definitely were not expecting it. You will tell later in our predictions. Once we wrap up our day, hello, welcome back. I'm Most Medic here on the analyst desk. I've got Ace and Fresh, and you both look shell-shocked also from that game.
Stunned is the word. No, to be fair, like Reject have surprised us throughout the stage. That's the reality. All the wins they've had haven't always been expected. The one time we thought they were gonna do, and that's when they let us down, just when it really counted.
It is what it is.
Reject.
I did think Spear played a very good game, and they've been consistent. You know, they've been building up to a win at some point. It was always going to come for them. They played a great game, and you know, I'm glad that for them that they got that win.
And not only do they get the win, but that also means that we get to talk to them. So let's bring up Spear Gaming on the interview. Hello, crazy boy. Happy to see you again. And Bubble, our translator. Congratulations on the victory. How's that feeling today?
너무 축하드리고 이번 이긴 거 기분이 어떠신지 물어보고 있습니다.
너무 좋네요, 그냥 너무 좋네요, 그냥.
He said so great. He only wants to say just so great.
Well, honestly, understandable. It's the first big victory here in the stage, and it's against Reject. Now, Crazy Boy, you went in here onto Bank, and we're all thinking, okay, Reject are going to have a good time. They're going to be more aggressive. What do you think was your game plan going into Bank to take the win?
이번 맵 은행에서 리젝트가 좀 더 좀 강하게 나오는 팀이지만 이거를 막기 위해서 무엇을 플래닝하고 계획을 짜셨는지 물어보고 있습니다.
약간 사람을 낚는 오부 작전? 그래서 2층을 예로 들면 오사 방패를 깨는 애들을 일단 죽이는 걸 목표로 잡았고 약간 받아먹자는 마인드가 컸던 것 같습니다.
So he said, just eliminate the opposing tactics. So basically, he said that on their second floor tactics, it usually involved OSA. And their plan is kill anyone who can break OSA's shields, anyone who has impacts, anyone who has C4s. And their biggest tactic was storm the front, go heads on, be as aggressive as they are.
Well, that's kind of aggression plus some surgical strikes into your opponents, as you say, specific operators to be taken out to prevent those OSA shields from being broken down. Now, talk real quickly. This is a big fight for relegations also. You got the 3 points today, but you will also be facing Fav in our next Playday. How does that look for you, especially with this big victory under your belt now?
이제 3점을 따셨는데 다음 경기에서는 Fav Gaming이랑 하시지 않습니까? 이게 중요하다 보시 진출 게임에 너무 중요한 거라 Fav Gaming이랑 Fav Gaming이랑 할 때 무엇을 예상할 수 있는지 물어보고 있어요.
둘 다 잃을 게 없는 팀이기 때문에 서로 어그레시브하게 할 거라고 예상하고 있는데 저희도 몸 비틀어야죠.
He said that Fav Gaming and their team have nothing to lose. They both have so much to gain but nothing to lose, so they're going to be as aggressive as they can, and they expect Fav Gaming to be as aggressive as they can.
All right, and after looking at today's game, where you had up against Reject on Bank, it's going to be an all-out showdown. Cannot wait for it, that big fight for the relegations. But Crazy Boy, anything you want to say to the fans out there?
이제 마지막 한마디 하고 싶은 게 있는지 물어보고 있습니다. 팬들한테.
T1이 빠지고 나서 스피어 게임을 오면서 그래도 계속 봐주시는 분들한테 너무 감사드리고 항상 팬분들한테 감사드리고 있습니다. 저희 이제 겨우 1승을 따냈는데 저희 이제 시작이니까 또 지켜봐줬으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So despite leaving T1 and joining Spear, he's always thankful for the people still watching him, and he's always thankful for everyone who's supporting him. And this is his first victory, but it's the start for him. It's his beginning. He says it's his beginning, and he's ready to move on to newer games. So always be supportive and watch his games, please.
All right, thank you very much, Crazy Boy. Congratulations on your victory today, the first one for Spear Gaming in the stage. They'll go up against Fav. That'll be game number 3 on our final Playday next Wednesday. Make sure you're tuning in to watch Crazy Boy go mad. Same for the entirety of the team bubble. Thank you so very much for the translation, the interview. 감사합니다. Take care. See you. Bye-bye. 안녕.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There it is. Crazy Boy happy. And you know what? Aggression is the name of the game for them. Overwhelm and flood. And I never heard such a surgical strike of an idea of, yeah, if we're going to plant with an Osa, why don't we just kill the guys that can impact it? Come on, dude.
Simple as that, isn't it? I mean, if you remember back to what I said in the pre-game, Mephi needed support. He needed other players coming through, and he's got it. And look what happens. They get a win. You know, Roy Boy steps up, does a great job as well. 30 kills between the two of them, and they start finding something. What I'm glad about is that Spear have got a win, ready to push through into the next stage, because get 11 in, and maybe things start looking up for them.
And it's not just pushing through to the next stage as well. They've got a massive game next week.
Yeah,
and I know the context of the major is out of the question now, but for Spear, they can start chasing down Fnatic and Reject in the context of relegation with a game against Fav, who are currently below them in the overall table. So it's absolutely massive for them, this win, this confidence builder going into the next week. And I want to talk just very quickly about Roy Boy as well. When they picked up, and I know Fabian spoke about this quite a lot, they picked up 2 sub-players from other teams in this league. These players have a point to prove that they're not just sub-players, that they can play in this league. And I think today, Roy Boy finally showed that.
Damn. Well, with all of this now out of the way, we're still not completely set on Sandbox. Of course, they are pretty much locked in, but at 14 points, they're still within the running for Cyclops. That will all lay on Sandbox. Should they get 1 point today, even a loss against Talon over time, they'll be set to go, because you mentioned that context of the top 2 to Berlin. This was a fight for Spear Gaming to get their first victory, get themselves out of relegations as far away from it as possible. Like you both said, Fav Gaming, that'll be their next opponent for next Playday. But we've hit the halfway mark. It's time for us to continue on. Speaking of Fav, they go up against Fnatic. It's all Japanese in a few.
Very far. 3 points for the first time.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting your cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I want to recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I knew one day would come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I knew one day would come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta...
Welcome back, friends. Our third matchup is about to begin. Fav Gaming versus Fnatic. And spoiler alert, Spear having just taken down a Raid Check 7-5 and getting all 3 points. The fight for relegations continues despite the one for Berlin almost locked in. Will depend on our final matchup between Sandbox and Talon. On that note,
locked in.
Say again?
Locked in. Head to head.
They're still, okay, 3 points.
It's locked in.
Yeah, because they have
5
it.
points.
I'm trying to hype it up.
Nah,
dude,
there's
like-
no more hyping that one up. The real hype is this relegation matchup.
Fav versus Fnatic, and yes, relegation match, especially with Spear having taken those 3 points. Actually insane. So what happens here for this game? What do you think about Fnatic?
Well, the thing is, Fnatic still have that little place above both Fav and above Spear as well at the very same time. So they kind of want to take this as a win and make sure that they keep that gap even and make sure that they put their opponents below them. If this goes to an OT, though, it might get really ugly in stage 3. So it's going to be like, then Spear is the big winner of today and both these teams lose out.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, they have improved. And I think they would be probably the team that's almost the imposter amongst the bottom 4, where you would expect them to improve, get themselves out of relegation, given the investment by the org, given the investment in the coaching staff, Mag, Dizzle, all in, Japan, all of that. So you'd expect Fnatic to improve, and they've shown signs in the last 2 weeks of that improvement. So just for them, it's just about chugging out another win, making sure going into next stage they're fully clear of relegation, and then focusing on where they want to be, which is top of the table.
Top of the table in stage 3. Otherwise, it would be quite sus. As I've played the game like 15 minutes. That's it.
You should do a EUL run once. Everybody in there.
That would be
I would
really
say
good content.
do not play the game with Germans. They don't know how to lie.
Okay, well,
neither does Hap, to be fair.
Why am I trashing the Germans today, Anne?
Yeah, I would never say you are the imposter.
Well, on the other side for Fav Gaming, Hap, they haven't had the best of times this stage, even though in the past with last year, we're thinking like, oh, Fav, they really gonna break into the top 4.
Yeah, and then that's kind of the thing, right? Like before this, it was like, okay, Fav, they always started off strong their game, but they somehow managed to wait to throw that game at the end of it towards the opponents. Haven't really been in the opportunity to do so now. I think the only real opportunity was against Talon, the 8-6. That could have gone either way, but after that it was pretty clear scoreline. 7-3 down on Kia, 7-4 Reject, 7-3 Cyclops, 7-4 for Sandbox. So it's like they haven't really been in a position where they could win a game, but for the very first game, and that's their only point they have.
My struggle with Fav is adaptability, and this could be a little bit lost in translation, but when finding out what was going on with them, essentially my understanding of that team is that they don't talk to each other, is that they simply have a strat, they all know their individual roles within the strat, and unless it's absolutely critical, they don't talk to each other, which means adaptability, communication just isn't there.
It's just really weird to listen that this is how it goes. It's unconventional and for very good reasons. But our map, which one will this relegation fight be going down on? It's not like, the losing team gets relegated. It's just, you want to set yourself up for stage 3 properly, and an extra 3 points, especially given Fnatic's win rate now, can definitely be helpful. Clubhouse will be the one they go for. Fnatic will have that last say, taking out Border. They'll start off on attacking Club as Fav have picked up defense. Your thoughts?
Fav actually played 5 maps this season, and Clubhouse was the very first one. They played it against Talon, an 8-6 loss. The only point they managed to get was on Clubhouse. So who knows? They might be able to get some more here today. Only time will tell.
History repeating itself.
Yeah.
Curious last ban here from Fnatic as well. They've taken away Border. We've known and we've seen that Fnatic have put in good performances on Border, picked up points in recent weeks on Border themselves. So to get that away and go to Clubhouse, which is a map that I'm thinking more stage 1 here that they struggled on, but have struggled on in the recent history, maybe they've just got something to prove and they feel that they can prove that against Fav today.
So who would have an advantage in this? Because given what you're saying, it seems like Fnatic has something building up from the last 2 weeks, but you're also not super sure of that given performance overall.
I think Fnatic overall is the better team out of the two currently. However, this map is the only place where success was found by Fav, and that might be what they are hoping for. Like, I think they might have been aiming to go towards this map and see if they could up that just a little bit, see if they can upset Fnatic maybe.
I would hold Fnatic as the favourites. I think that Fnatic are kind of like, they're in one of the biggest organisations in the world. The expectations of the fans, of the organisation, and literally everybody involved with that project is too high, and they need to improve. And that improvement has occurred, but they need to continue that. So I would expect that.
Let's see the flexibility. Maybe both of these teams have learned a bit of it for today. A big fight between the two. So let's toss it to our casters. Head up to a classic Clubhouse for Fnatic versus Fav. We got Ace and Des. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Clubhouse, Tim. Clubhouse, Dubhouse. One of our old go-to favourites this map as well. And no doubt coming into this one, an interesting matchup for us. Fav played this map previously against Talon earlier in the stage. It was a 14-round banger, so some information there for Fnatic to pull from.
I think we could be in for a good one. These two teams are coming together at a point where, 6 months ago we'd have expected Fnatic to just roll through this matchup and, you coming in saying, yeah, it's definitely a win. Much more competitive, I think, today than we might have seen previously. I would agree with Fresh. I do sort of expect Fnatic to come away with the win. I've gone for them in my predictions. Would I be absolutely shocked and knocked off my seat if Fav were to win? No, I wouldn't, because Fnatic have shown a lot of weakness.
Absolutely. And looking back earlier on this stage as well, Fnatic played it against Reject and lost there. So both teams have come to this map and lost at this stage. There is recent information for both to pull from. I went with Fav in this one only because of how up and down Fav can be as a team. I remember last year for much of it, we were looking at this team and watching them play and saying, on one day, they can be one of the best teams in the league and they deserve to be in our top 3, top 4 teams. The next Playday, they can look like one of the worst teams who just really aren't in form, aren't playing in sync, and no one is fragging out. So it really depends on that flip of the coin to which version of Fav we get today. Bans, though, are already coming through. Finker, that we spoke about in our game earlier on, Tim, and Monty. Always a safe ban to lean into, though. On this map especially, we've seen some really good counters around things like Catwalk.
Yeah, absolutely have. We've seen it dealt with, but we've also seen the impact that the shield can have as well, especially, push down to tunnel into a Church and Arsenal defence, that sort of area. It seems to be creeping back into the meta a little bit, something that we used to see quite regularly. Kaid and Azami will go. Azami has been a high ban rate on Clubhouse specifically so far. It's one of the maps where we haven't really seen too much Azami because she keeps getting banned out. We have seen her occasionally, but it's a fascinating one, really. Obviously, the teams are aware of a significant impact that she can have here, so tend to just get rid.
There's just every single site she's applicable. I think when you're trying to hold cash, for example, you can lock things down quite comfortably inside of there. When you're playing inside a bedroom, you can lock things down around the mattress and the actual bed itself to give yourself some safer angles. Down in basement, we see them placed on boxes to protect against the kitchen hatch. There's just an infinite number of use cases for her on here, and I missed out the most obvious one, Tim, when you're playing on catwalk, blocking out the openings between the rafters that normally make it quite dangerous and precarious to play up there. She suddenly makes things very, very safe. So seeing that taken away, absolutely no surprise at all. We start down in the basement, though, with the side of Fav on the defense, Tim.
Yeah, Oregon and Clubhouse being the two particular favourites, I think, at the minute for banning Azami, but I think we're going to see that spreading, if I'm honest. I think towards the knock bans, we used to just see them on bank. Now we're starting to see them crop up all over the place as she gets more playtime, and as I say, I think that will be the same. So we head in. Round number one. It's going to be Church and Arsenal for Fav to kick us off on the defence. We've got a presence around the map. We've got some mute jammers. We've got hatches being reinforced, so that would suggest we're not going to have too many players off out there, although Gym Hatch has been opened. We've got a Vigil. That's going to be Afro that's off out in the map, but I think relatively solo at the minute.
Yeah, as you probably come to expect, right? Vigil, what many people refer to as a selfish operator, doesn't really bring too much to the team. He's very much playing for himself and playing for his own life. Does have the impacts or the bulletproof that he can bring along, but outside of that, that's about as far as he goes. The gadget is very much for yourself rather than for the team. So Afro here is going to be looking to try and waste as much time as possible. Shin, fancying some sloppy seconds there, going back in for a second run around the garage door, but can't quite find the man. Instead walks away with lots of health removed, and Yura just domes Afro, who is getting aggressive.
Afro's got every right to feel hard done to there on the main stairs. Sprays through the soft wall and must have been a fraction off Yura's head, just hitting into the chest instead. Takes one bullet damage and then dead with the return head fire. So very nicely played from Yura, and that basically already gives Fnatic map control. Pretty much. They can get themselves into top floor. They can push down. Yes, there's a couple of players on main, but believe me, they're going to move pretty quickly. There's Lily. The gym hatch is open. There's an angle from there above the wall that might be a little bit safer to challenge onto main stairs, but for the time being, he's managed to push number 2 back down to the bottom level.
Absolutely. There's still a couple of jammers spread across this ground floor, mind you, that probably need clearing out. Fnatic won't be too beaten up about that, though. They found themselves 2 kills, and like you said, removing that Vigil. Now the Malusi's gone down as well. The 2 most aggressive operators that you've got on this lineup are gone. Shin was also going for the same and is lucky to be alive at this point. So Fav already, I think, not so much ruined the decision to go aggressive. It was a fine decision, but ruining how it's gone.
Yura just taking a few pot shots through the floor there. If you wonder what's going on, they've just spotted number 2 on the stairs, and knowing that they have to transfer back that area at the bottom of the middle staircase just outside of kitchen, rains through onto the double door at the very bottom of the main stairs. So they were hoping to catch the mute as they rotated underneath through that soft floor, but didn't have any joy. Now we've got explosives just flying left, right and centre here. There's not going to be any, or at least much damage taken, as the Gemini decoy races on inside of Church. And the net is starting to tighten a little bit from Fnatic here.
I'm not sure what number 2's thinking about here. I think he's expecting someone to come down dirt, but there's no one pushing down that way from Fnatic. Their whole focus has been instead completely down towards the south side. It's fully reinforced off, so hopefully pointing in towards site is the go-to. Clearly not knowing or even hearing if that was being opened up earlier on is a bit of a slip on their side. However, all focus is now on the site itself, as kitchen is very clearly, alongside main stairs and Moto, going to be the point where Fnatic push in.
5 versus 3, Lights looking for an angle from Moto. Not going to find anybody yet. Needs to be careful because there is one inside of blue. Yura does manage to pick up number 2. The Banshee will signal the presence of the Thermite, who does get taken down, but it doesn't matter because every other kill goes in Fnatic's favour. But the diffuser's down, Des. It's been collected, but they finally find that kill. Typon was just trying to hold on there, but could not manage for the last few seconds, and that's Fnatic snatching the round.
Absolutely. Good little execute there. When you've got 5 left alive, there's also no reason to really push things, but it did make me a little bit nervous there how they left it down to literally the last 5 to 10 seconds or so. You saw a world there where the shotgun was going to be the round ender, but thankfully that final kill does come through in a very decisive first round from Fnatic. Good at trying to deal with those roamers as well. Unlucky to not get Shin inside a garage, but definitely got rid of Afro nice and early, which gave them all full control of the map. So Fav this time round playing a little bit closer to home as we head in towards Cash and CC.
I think things, you know, there's a potential for things to have gone a little bit differently for Fav there, particularly that opener from Eura. You know, that's a 50-50. Afro could have picked up that kill on a different day and then maybe things, you know, go on a different trajectory. But ultimately, Fnatic were able to take advantage of those situations, get the man advantage, and use it wisely to force the players back down. It was just very step-by-step, which is perfect play for Clubhouse. Force everybody back downstairs, open hatches, and aggress on towards site. So well played from them. We're heading into the action phase of round number 2 then. Fnatic this time are going to be attacking onto CCTV and Cash. Thermite is on the board. Again, not going to be the only hard breach. Light is an option with Maverick as well, but they just need to make their choices wisely as to getting that east barricade, that east reinforcement open.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how these things shape up. For now, at least no one putting their focus on towards Garage. What I love about this site is there are quite a few ways that you can look to attack it. You can, of course, do nades in from below, and some teams then will defend inside of Lounge. You then also have spots where you're looking towards a Garage take, partnered up with an east side take. Some will completely ignore Garage and put all their focus on towards the east breach and then construction breach. Some teams even start out on construction breach. So there's kind of a 3 or 4 option selection that you've got as the attackers, and the order in which you do them can tell you an awful lot. Here, with this being opened up, they get this wonderful cut through site now. So Typon is cut off from Ramu. You can have someone on the west window as well to also challenge in towards Catwalk. So really, how long Garage can be held here, or if Fnatic can deal with that Catwalk player, is the big difference maker. Light trying to challenge here, ready for the pinch, and like that, there's a great little read coming out of the side of Fnatic.
Absolutely beautiful. I was just about to say that Afro was in a difficult position there, but number 2 manages to get himself up main stairs, finds one onto Eura and levels things out, and that is a big problem for Fnatic here because they've just lost the man inside of Master Bedroom. Light can go to try and retake that ground, but it's going to mean that they're constantly playing with somebody on that flank side, and the focus is going to have to likely come in towards Garage. Now then, Light, he punishes Typon. I'm not sure that's the choice there to be going out of CCTV window. Throws away a life. I think it was, sorry, construction window he's come out of. Just throws away a life when they didn't really need to, Fav, and that leaves Fnatic 4v3.
Yeah, I said this in the last game we cast. I say it seemingly every Playday at the minute, Tim. Japanese teams are really aggressive. If they can find a window to get out of, a doorway to come running at you through, they'll send 2 or 3 men through it at the same time. But Fnatic have got such a good read on this. Again, being a Japanese team themselves, formerly known as Guts. A couple of years ago, they were the most aggressive team we had in the competition, yet they can do nothing against Fnatic, sorry, are doing everything against Fav, who are struggling to find even a single angle into this game so far. A 3v1, as dominant as the first round was, and there's still 60 seconds on the clock.
That's it. Shin has got a long time to hold on for here. Likely to be pushed from both sides. Now stunned out as well. I would have liked to have seen maybe a bit more coordination from Fnatic there. When that stun canister comes in, the job it's really looking to do is confirm the location, which is exactly what they've done. They know that Shin's playing on that door, but if you're going to have him stunned out, why not push at the same time? It's going to be a direct trade as Chibisu picks up the kill, but maybe one of the players from the construction side could have been moving a little bit quicker through there to make that challenge at the same time. But they guaranteed the kill, they got the round, and that's all they were looking for.
I wish we could take a step back and look at the top down of that round as well, because probably at about the minute and 45-second left mark, there was such a heavy hold out towards bedroom and construction by Fav. I mean, they had 3 players holding out towards that side, and a lot of teams do this these days. You won't play inside a cache out of fear of being naded. Maybe you have 1 top red, 1 catwalk, the rest are holding around construction to really hold down that side of the map and play long angles. But before you know it, 45 seconds later, there's 1 man left standing. Bedroom and construction have been completely cleared out, which really just shouts towards Fnatic's play of being able to effectively deal with roamers, those playing more aggressive spots. Just very well handled so far, and Fav are going to be reeling a little bit here, wondering how the hell they fight their way back into this game.
Gym and Bedroom, it's going to be for round 3 then, as they have to move on, having lost the first 2 sites, just not feeling confident in going to them. Fav going to switch things up, and they're just feeling, I'm worried for Fav at the minute off them first 2 rounds. The teamwork's not fantastic. They're not really playing off each other, you know, to ensure kills, to ensure trades, to ensure that they can take advantage of each other's contacts. And I feel like Fnatic are continuing to punish that at the minute, and Fav, they just need to get things stabilised at the minute.
That's exactly it, right? It just feels like, again, everything that they've tried to do to be aggressive, to disrupt the side of Fnatic, which is absolutely the right thing to do in the current meta, given attacker repick, it's just being shut down. We'll see how this round plays out, though. Chibisu getting a couple of these claymores down on the outward-facing windows. In case you missed that one, haven't watched Siege for a while, yes, you do now get 2 claymores in back pocket, so both of those windows are dealt with, just in case there is any aggression out of those whilst they're trying to deal with this east side of the map. Fnatic no doubt have this focus on, okay, we know naturally there's going to be a roamer or two out towards Cash EC side. Let's cut them off, get claymores on windows so they haven't got any support, and play from there. That's a cheeky C4 out the hatch that I don't think I've seen anyone try before. Up through Logi hatch, out on towards the balcony by a single construction wall.
It's difficult to get it far enough over. The angle is very difficult because you've got to stand. If you want to get a real angle onto where that wall's being breached, you're pretty much directly under the hatch, so it is a tricky one. But a nice attempt nonetheless. Shin, and I'm not sure who it is that's joining him inside of Cash, but at the minute, they've kind of made a decision, Afro here. They've got the construction wall open, so by staying in place here, they're sort of deciding that they're going to play their lives, because obviously they know that the rotation back through construction could well be cut off now. So these two, it is, for me, win the round or lose the round.
May well be. You lose 2 players here and get nothing back in response. Yeah, you're kicking yourself. The thing is, Tim, they've burnt so much time already, right? If you lose 1 player and 1 gets out safely and alive, that's a big win in my books. But the thing is, you're going to be cut at every single turn. Forcing them back, C4 over the top. Another nade comes in towards Red here as they do get the kill they're looking for. Great defense so far by Vav. Time being burnt, players being burnt, utility being burnt, whilst Fnatic just lob everything down Red.
If you remember, I said the round will be won or the round will be lost by those in Cash. And that first kill from Ramu on the Nitro coming in was a big, big moment. And that leaves us now in a 4v2 as Afro gets one out of Cash as well. As I said, he made it be taken down now. 2v2, 2v1. What is Fnatic doing here? Do they not know how this round should be going? Typon going to be forced back into sight. This is going to be a long and tense 1v1.
There's enough time though as well, right? There's 40 seconds. My concern is if Typon gets himself round here to this mirror window, it's going to be so hard to break. There's almost nothing on the side of Euro that he can do. He's got the decoy inside of sight. We'll no doubt try and see if this mirror is round the corner. We'll just see him in time. So now he knows he's been seen and wants to move away. Else Euro can step in with one of those 2 nades in back pocket and find him out very simply. So right call by Typon to move away.
As you say, you're going to have the nade coming in now. Only way, really, but I tell you what, there was still an opportunity for Typon to be challenging that potentially.
No! No!
How does Euro win that fight up against the Vector? A good amount of awareness for Typon there that the challenge was going to come from that door, and Euro just steps in and absolutely slays. That's unfortunate for Fav. They did a great job that round,
They
really.
did. I mean, they were 4 versus 2. But Light steps up in the mid-round and picks up a 2K, which just completely swings it back towards being a 2v2, that then ultimately goes down to a 1v1. Fav will be kicking themselves because, as I said in the round, they burnt 2 minutes on the clock. They burnt through countless nades, drones, and utility out towards Cash CC side, and they lost 3 players in the process. That's a dream defense for Fav, yet they still managed to give the round away in the last 30 seconds or so. Again, they'll be absolutely kicking themselves for that, and Fnatic, they'll know they've walked away with the steal on one of the offsites.
They certainly have. It puts them 3-0 and on a full rotation of the sites again. Fav choosing to go back down to Church and Arsenal, but it's again a site that Fnatic handled very well last time around. Back in round 1, they managed to get themselves the top 2 floors cleared very, very quickly. Were able to pressure onto site, and ultimately I think it was down to a 4v1 inside a site. It wasn't even really kind of close for Fav, so they're going to need to bring something different here. They're going to need to up their game. Afro this time is on the Wamai rather than the Vigil. It wasn't really any sort of thrown utility that was an issue for him last time. It was a lost gunfight, simple as that. But obviously feeling that that's just going to give him maybe basically play in a different way. He's not going to get aggressive like he did on the Vigil. He's going to likely just play to keep himself in an area, and then we'll rotate back when the chance provides itself.
I was going to say, there's there's someone playing around out here because he should do. This drone will get shot out here any second now. There we go. And Shin going to move his way back down towards site. It is Siege 101. You get seen by a drone, you kill drone, you move away from where the drone saw you. Otherwise, a nade is coming your way. A player's going to swing you and pre-fire you. probably one of the biggest mistakes we see in ranked play, dare I say, Tim, is just holding the spot and thinking, nah, they can't kill me, I killed the drone. They absolutely can, and they will find you for it.
Certainly will. Information is absolutely key in Siege, as we see time and time again. So Fnatic this time choosing to not necessarily directly challenge that top floor. They'll have had drones across there. We can get air jabs on, we can prevent anybody getting on our flank, and we can continue on about our day. 1 minute into the round, and they're going to be looking to work towards this kitchen hatch next.
Kitchen, blue, oil, really starting to stack up here and make a little bit of a difference to their attack. Last time it was a big focus on Kitchen itself. So slightly amended on what they're trying to push for here, but still much the same, where they have got some pressure inside of Kitchen. So just a different point to come pushing through. Now, arguably, with only 2 impacts on side, you're in a losing battle against a Hibana. I love the change that we made now. It feels like a lifetime ago, where you haven't always got to use 6 pellets. You can use 2, 4, or 6. You will not win a constant battle with a Hibana putting 2 pellets on, triggering them, you blow it off, she puts 2 more on, 2 more on, 2 more on, 2 more on. You just can't win unless you are literally stacking up like 6 impact nades for yourself.
She can do it
and
9 times,
some out.
so
you can't
you're
win.
going to need an awful lot.
Yeah, you maybe assume she puts down 4 on the first blast to try and get rid of it and 1, and then has to play the tricking game. You're not going to win, basically.
Absolutely not. Ramu just looking to get vertical through that hatch, but it's going to be Light who actually kicks things off with an opening kill onto Shin. As you say, Light absolutely instrumental in this Fnatic performance so far. Chibisu ripping Afro down inside of sight with a headshot. He's going to be challenged from blue potentially here, but Lily gets Ramu, and this is a real team effort from Fnatic, but number 2 steps up beautifully. Nice. Manages to get 2 in blue and keep things locked down on that side of the site at least. Typon does his work, finds a headshot onto Siru, number 2 onto Lily, and it's all up to that man Yura.
Number 2 on a 3K in blue just completely takes the wind out of this attack. Gets the 4th as well. What a massive 4K. Barely had to move his feet as well. Tim just spun on the spot a couple of times and found the kills that he so sorely needed. It's normally that kind of position where you'll have impacts raining in. You'll have nades come flying at the player that's behind the stack. But number 2 looking largely unchallenged there. Either that or a slip back into the spot very well. And Fnatic, after that last round, I feel, okay, yeah, fair enough, you can have that one, boys, but we're still up 3-1.
Going well for Fnatic. They're not going to mind losing what is generally considered a primary site here on Clubhouse. You know, you can't win them all down in basement. So 3-1, they will continue on into round 5. It's going to be CCTV and Cash Room. Once again for Fav, we saw it in round 2. We saw them lose it. But it was, you know, they were trying, as you said, they had weight of numbers over towards that master side. It didn't really pay off for them. And it was another round where they ended up in a 1vx situation. So they really need to be avoiding that. It was Shin left alone last time, and it was 3v1 and just a matter of time until he was pushed and picked off, and that's ultimately what happened with no need to put the diffuser down. I'd like to see Fav push Fnatic to a requirement to at least put the diffuser down here.
Absolutely. I'd like it to get more, I don't want to say more competitive, because it has been, as you saw in that last round, a bit more of a scrap at that point. And Fav have had to flip-flop between playing this more aggressive roam around the map and try and be aggressive to playing a much more turtle style like we saw in that previous round. You saw that in the play style coming out of the Jaeger. I think it was Shin who got droned out, moved back down towards site there, wasn't having any more of that aggressive game out and about the map because he knows that Fnatic will pinch onto him. So Fav are learning as the game goes on. They are still down in numbers, but I expect these last couple of rounds to go at least a little bit better and be a bit more competitive.
Lily just paying due diligence to those windows, making sure there's no peak coming along. It's not something that Fav have actually played for so far. We've not had any sort of out-and-out early round aggression. We're going to have a quick open. You will be right in thinking that the mute jammer was applied to the wall, but with the update, making it spherical radius rather than... Spherical!
Please tell me you've watched that.
No.
Drake and Josh?
No.
No?
I'm too old for that. Far too old for that.
So
spherical radius rather than the straight up and down cylinder that we had previously.
There's a game console called the Game Sphere, and it's spherical. And he goes, it's spherical! Spherical! So every time I hear someone say the word spherical, I'm just thinking of that line.
Alrighty.
There's probably only me, that in that age bracket, that watched Drake and Josh as a kid as well. That's what's sad.
Right.
I'm alone.
Didn't exist for me. Did not exist.
It was great, mate.
Like many things. Electricity, telephone, all sorts of things didn't exist when I was young.
You're lucky if you had working like sewer works at that point, Tim.
We had a candle.
You still got that in the north, haven't you?
Yeah, to keep us warm and to light the room.
No one needs to be kept warm at the minute, Tim.
No, very true.
I'll take rain and cold for the next week, please.
I'll tell you what, we'll come back to the round, don't worry. We walked in this morning to the studio and we had a bit of drizzle. We had a bit of rain in Paris, and honestly, the Brits have never been happier.
Normally we're so glum and moany about
We are
wet
the
weather.
stereotype.
It was 18 degrees. It was raining. It was like, this is home. This is what we needed.
Moulded by it.
No one's died though, Tim. That's the beautiful part. So we haven't really got all that much to touch on just yet. We are into that last 60 seconds almost though at this point, with Fnatic having slowly worked their way inside a garage. But Ramu still largely unmoved here. Has got magnets, has got ADSs, has got a lot of cover. And this is where teamwork needs to come together for Fnatic to clear him off.
Big problem here for Ramu as the burn starts coming in.
Night.
And that one will burn as Yura manages to find the kill with a headshot. Number 2 onto Chibisu, keeping things level though. Fav doing a little bit better here. Lily able to cut down number 2 inside his sight, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 3. 40 seconds left to go, and Fnatic are in a good spot here. But Shin steps out, manages to get a kill onto Lily, and that is big. That's really big because it clears off that angle that's cut insight in half. But there's the vertical nade. Fnatic always seem to have the answer.
Yeah, Yura was waiting downstairs. There's one nade left in back pocket, and I thought at some point that's coming out that pocket. It's getting sent skyward. And again, this is where the panic comes in from Fav. Right, step away from the soft flooring. That floor is lava. You've got to play one red and one inside of construction. That's the big difference this time. They haven't got rid of Shin. He will make or break this round.
They don't really need to challenge onto red here. They're just concerned about the player underneath with the nitro. So they're trying to allow Siru to go deep. Light does manage to take Shin from the top of red. That's fantastic. Afro, rather than going for that vertical nitro, he knows that he's not going to have any joy because they're going to be on top of one of the tables. He has to make a move into garage, and there they are. Fnatic once again ready to mop up, ready to close out, and they get themselves up to 4-1.
It was well read as well. I thought for Shin with the smokes coming out, one, he'd block the player coming in from the cross on Breach, and would also be able to get a little bit closer to challenge himself with the second smoke tucked into the default spot, but gets swung on, gets drive by, whatever you want to say, and they get the shutdown and the round closeout. The C4 being a bit too hopeful there for Fav to recover the round. Fnatic up 4-1, a very dominant attacking half so far, Tim. We may well see a total switch in the second half, but Fnatic these last 2 or 3 weeks really feels like they're starting to wake up into things. I wonder if Mag's arrival has inspired them somewhat.
The thing is, you know, we knew coming in, we've seen these players with guts. They were inconsistent. You know, they weren't always, running through everybody that they played. But we know they've got the ability. We know that there's kills in them. We know that they can turn out good rounds and good games. And we're starting to see it a little bit more. Like you say, whether there's been some stability, Fnatic have only just moved across. You know, there's a lot of things that are happening behind the scenes all at once. And maybe it just needed a bit of time to stabilise. But they certainly do seem to be waking up a little bit. We're going to have our final defensive round here. Fav this time are going to choose to take us to bar and stage for the final one. It's an interesting roll of the dice from Fav here, Des.
It is a little bit, yeah. I love this site because there are so many interesting ways to play it, especially when mirrors open as well. I think back to teams in Europe that played some really cool mirror strats where, for example, you'll drop one onto the bathroom wall facing out towards jacuzzi and one inside a lodgy facing in towards construction, as if you were defending your own bedroom. And that just stops jacuzzi being threatened. It stops any player pushing in through construction as well. The only downside is that you need to have at least 2 players up there to play on those mirror windows, and then arguably a third to support from window play, for example, on the south side. So if you're looking to play a very heavy upstairs hold, absolutely makes sense. Here, at least, Fav haven't lent in towards that, choosing instead to be a bit more mobile. They've got the Warden on side, and like we so often see on this site, Tim, the Yokais of the Echo being brought along for the party too.
Typon just trying to hold deep inside his sight. Obviously needs to be cautious. He's just relocating that shield after the initial noise and pressure from the strip side of things, wanting to keep himself alive on the Echo, of course, late into the late round. We know the Echo becomes more and more powerful as that clock ticks down. Almost halfway through. Fnatic haven't got themselves inside yet, but Afro is going to take a ton of damage above, and that top floor clearance will continue. Nade goes on to main stairs, but that's not where your problem is at the minute, Fnatic.
It isn't. It's number 2, Doming Light, to start things off. I've shouted out Light a few times now. He's had a great game. I was going to say number 2 also not showing up too bad so far. Afro finding one back inside of Jim. The C4 over the top does down Shibisu, but he's not yet out of the round. Lily finds one back. A second kill coming in the round. Make sure that Fnatic can stay competitive as we get into a 3 versus 3.
That's going to allow Siru to make that collection you would expect. He's very conscious of the windows at this point. Shin holding a tight angle, but he's not going to be able to find his man there. They just look to get that I was going to say to make the challenge on into construction, but Shin actually drops away, and that's going to give map control over to Fnatic for what they need. But the problem is they don't really have the same manpower that they had before. If they wanted to get control of construction to be able to plant on stage, they would have needed to push the opposite side. So that's why you see them sort of dropping away now, because ultimately they want to push through strip. So all they really need is Jim.
Very rarely see an actual strip push coming through, do you? It's more often that we'll see a push coming in from the main entrance side out towards stock, for example, and everything comes in through the stage wall. So here the attacks having to, or defense, sorry, is having to be rotated away by the members of FAV, who have now pulled themselves out towards that east side, ready for the attack to come in from the west. The thing is, they've got to be so careful of the hatch above them as well, because if one player from Fnatic gets up there, they can do so much damage.
Shin is on a long rotate here to get safely back to site. Nade comes out from Lily. They're just aching, itching to pick one up here, but Siru goes in. He's going to try and get something going. Kill from Ramu onto Lily. Stunned out by the Echo drone, so they know that he's there.
Behind you.
In a 2v1 with time ticking down, it is all about Shin and the mobility that he showed in that round to get on the flank, get the kills and close out the round. It's 2-1 now.
Big scrap up towards bedroom as well to kick things off there. I think really kept that round messy and scrappy, and maybe for the side of Fnatic it was their go-to focus to put all the attention in through strip, but as you commented, they lost track of Shin when he got down in towards the basement, came up main stairs, big 2K to close out the round. And again, as we saw earlier on in our game between DWG KIA and Cyclops, teams really running it down to the wire today in the last 10 seconds before the action all really explodes into life.
Correction on the score there. I got a little bit carried away. I shouted 2-1. It's 4-2. It's 2-4 is what I was going for. I think
Where did the one come from?
I think it just popped up on the screen. I think I saw a one. You know when you're thinking of a set and then you see something and you just throw it into the sentence? I think it was one of them. I think I saw
it's horrible that.
Number one just caught my eye and jumped its way on into my mouth. So. FAV will take the tactical timeout at the halfway mark. They're 4-2 down and just choosing, whilst they have got the last round, obviously there's already a switch in momentum going from attack to defense to attack, so they've chosen that at the switch they would just take that minute to have a chat as well, just really try and shape up exactly what this attack is going to look like. I'm going to be honest, I think this could be a bit of a difficulty spike for them now, going from that first half to now having Fnatic on defense. I feel like it could be more difficult for FAV, because on the attack you need better coordination, you need better comms, you need your team working together well. You know, on defense you've got that prescribed setup. You already know what everybody's role is, you know what everybody's going to do, and everybody just needs to play their part. Whereas on attack, same thing, but you got to do it all on the fly.
I mean, think back to earlier this stage, how, I mean, I won't beat about the bush, how terrible Fnatic were on the attack. They could not win one.
Say what you mean, Des.
I've shouted. They were terrible on attack. They could not win one to save their lives. Yet, how we've seen that first half go at 4-2, really good coordinated pinches, for example, great droning coming in, a little bit slow and tardy on time at points, but outside of that, really impressive. So now the onus comes on to FAV to say, hey, we're also pretty good at attack. We're not just a defensive team, and now they've really got to show that.
There's a peak that you're going to be enjoying in your ranked games in the next few weeks if people start seeing that one just out of the hot tub wall down onto that warehouse spawn, but they're not going to get any joy with that one as FAV have spawned on the opposite side and started getting themselves into the map quite quickly. But I like this from Fnatic. They're playing some quite aggressive sort of forward angles here, you know, pushing right up, challenging that garage door potentially, and I like it. I like it. Fnatic taking the fight to FAV here.
As they should, and this is exactly what we saw Shin doing, if you recall, back in, I want to say it was round 4, playing up towards blue, a couple of drones being taken out, stepping back down towards site, you know, being willing to challenge and kill off what free utility comes your way, but outside of that, not risking your life too heavily for it. So a more defensive start coming out from Fnatic rather than a big roam heavy one like we saw in the first 2 or 3 rounds coming out of FAV. Does kind of acknowledge, all right, we don't want to get ourselves caught here and pinched out. It's good discipline so far, but you have conceded basically the entire map here inside 60 seconds, so Fnatic may well end up paying for that.
Shin just sending in the first of the Rotero drones.
This is a throwback.
It is.
Remember when Meryu actually used to do this a lot for Fnatic? When we first saw Flores come into play, he was using it in this way to open up the floor.
That's it, just using it as a soft breach, just going to be taken in, looking for those strategic angles. You know, it does negate the need for bringing along a sledge, for example, so that maybe facilitates Typon to bring the Thatcher and maybe speeds things up a bit. It just gives you that little bit of flexibility in your comp when you think around the different ways of achieving the same objective.
Exactly that, and you've also got hold of these breaching charges that can come through from the Thatcher, as you're seeing here, opening up the wall, which then opens up the floor on the other side as well. So kind of a dual purpose thing, gives you a wonderful side angle down in towards into the basement. More of these Flores Roteras now starting to rain down as well, and those jammers being completely ignored here. You can see all 3 of them intact, but 2 are completely blocked off, so drones can just very freely rain through. Problem is, the actual Mute himself, in Siru, is stood there waiting as a friendly nade, by the looks of it, does unfortunately take out a friendly drone.
That's it. If you're going to stop the Mute jammers working, that's fine. I will just keep the shotgun working, and I'll keep taking down that utility as it comes in. Echo drone is likely, I think, at least one going to have been destroyed there. The second is now being relocated. It was just on, I don't know if he spotted it, it was just on the motor door there, but then the explosive canister came down from Zofia, which will have taken it out. Shin manages to get Euro 5v4. That kicks us off, gets things underway, but with 25 seconds left to go, Fav are going to be left looking for more. Just a little bit too late. That's unfortunate for Chibazu. Might have to move. The drop comes in, but somehow fancy footwork manages to get the kill. Shut down from Oil Pit. 12 seconds left to go as the bloodbath continues here. Afro goes in. Number 2 manages to find a kill. They're fighting back here, Fnatic. They're fighting hard, but it's too little too late. It looks 2 seconds, and Diffuser is not in hand. Yes, it is.
5 points down.
They managed to start getting it down. It's a 2v1. Light is pushing it. He goes for the wrong one. The wrong one, Light.
How do you miss that? There's literally 3 players in front of you. If you hold down left mouse button, you kill at least 2.
He only needed Shin.
Oh no. You know what that was? We've all been there. You round a corner, there's 3 players.
Oh, it's a kid in a candy shop.
Exactly.
You don't know what to grab for.
Where do you go first? I feel that pain. I've been there so many times. You just panic.
Yeah.
Even pros can panic in that kind of situation.
The thing is, we don't see those situations too often. No. So for anybody wondering
where
why...
there's a man down, 1 planting and 1 on his feet.
For anybody wondering why I'm shouting about Shin, we don't see that situation too often where Diffuser's going down, it's a 1vx, and there's an opportunity to just hit the planter. If he just hits Shin here and stops the plant, it doesn't matter what else comes. And there was a definite opportunity for Light. As we see, he comes round, and there you go. There's a body block. There's the body block. If the bullets go through and hit Shin, it's end around. He's all over his head there. You know, it's going to end
he's expecting? He's expecting the plant to be going down behind the bar.
Yeah, I think so.
Then pulls back left for the planter, realises he's being shot at, so wants to kill the guy shooting him first, and then flip back. There's 3 things going on in his head
he's
there.
absolutely trying to...
In the space of probably 200 milliseconds, he's had to make 3 decisions there, so I completely get it. It's still unfortunate.
I remember seeing it, I think it was Pino, back in 2020, when I was doing LATAM, and it was the same situation. It was top floor cafe, and he was 1v5, and the diffuser was going down, and they just absolutely let him slip through the net, and he won. It's the only 1v5 I've ever seen won with a 1-tap. He just 1-tapped the planter onto the head, bang. It didn't matter how many men were left, it was round 1. And there was an opportunity there for Light. It was unbelievable.
I can think of a few where that's gone very wrong. I think about, I can't remember the game where Aces came up West Main on Chalet, and a guy was planting inside Kitchen on the doorway, and it was like, bro, you've got an SMG, just click his head. He whiffed it with the recoil going mental, got swung and died, and I was like, no, Aces, what's going on, bro? Sometimes you win them, sometimes you don't. Sadly, it's the ones that don't get one that you tend to remember the worst in the moment, but it's always the ones that go right that you remember in the long run. Type on here and line up with a nade coming in over the top, I'd expect, to blow out the jammer that's on the, or the bandits are on the other side of this wall as well, to give them clean access. It is Cash and CC for this round.
Shin is going to be opening up that jacuzzi wall, so we're likely to see a little bit of a split push here as they try to push in from both sides. I think they will still get the normal breach and be looking to put a little bit of pressure on from the east side as well, but they've got Lily over there on the main stairs on the bandit, so nothing's going to surprise Fnatic too much. A little bit of Maverick work, a little bit of Thermite work. The combination of the two has got the breach open. Afro, you're not going to slide your drone through there, my friend. You're going to have to send it through the normal breach if you want it into sight. But we can see why he doesn't want to send it through the normal breach, because he's going to lose it to the EMP ability of the bulletproof cam. Yura does manage to take Shin out. That's going to be the opening kill, 5v4 Fnatic.
And that's out on the roam as well, is the thing. Look, they're still being disruptive. However, down goes Light inside of the site. It's such a good first half, but I think saying struggle is probably putting it lightly in that last round and here as well, not really having an impact in either, unfortunately, despite being in position to do so or being in a pretty safe spot in general. But 2 more kills fly through, both Lily and Siru stepping up and getting 2 big ones. Number 2 still out towards Jacuzzi here. Challenge from main stairs with that swing coming in. It was literally a second away. Waits for his man and gets Euro for free.
Yura just caught out returning to site there. To be fair, didn't necessarily need to push up because while number 2 is held in that position, he ain't going to be winning anything and he's got the diffuser with him, but obviously that's not something that Yura could know. 3 versus 2, we stand with Fav scrambling at the minute, as you say, 24 seconds left to go. Diffuser on the wrong side of the map up on the roof now. It is not going to be an easy finish. They're just going to have to go in and try and start finding some kills here. No, Siru, you can't be giving yourself away for free like that. Exposing you back to the breach is always going to be asking for a problem. Lily has Nitro in hand, ready to throw, and it's a beauty! Manages to find number 2, steps up, takes the challenge onto Afro, but the Zephyr LMG just keeps chugging. Can't find the round, no matter how many bullets it's got, though.
Whew. It's one of those that you just see it going and you're just like, run away.
Just saw the last man for Fnatic Scarpa down.
I mean, that's the fair play. You know exactly where Zofia is when that's churning out its bullets for sure. And wins by clock in the end. Gym Bedroom, we're going to head into for round number 9. And as things stand, Fnatic do have that very slight lead at 5-3, but it feels close. You can see this one coming back to a 5-4 very comfortably.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me for Fav to get another round or 2. Ultimately, I think Fnatic have shown the quality to be able to take the full 3 points here. They will, I think, be disappointed if this goes into overtime. But Fav are going to keep fighting. They're going to keep trying. That much is for certain. Like I say here, it's a difficult call for Yura. He sort of... I feel like he's got caught out in 2 different decisions there. Either stay on the stairs or at least pre-fire Jacuzzi wall. You know, ammo is never really a problem in this game. It is so rare.
Placement
it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It's so rare that you run out of ammunition in this game that Yura stepping up main stairs there. He's looking towards Jacuzzi, so he knows there might be somebody there. So just pre-fire it. Just give yourself the chance. As it is, he sort of steps up and he's like a rabbit in headlights. You know, nowhere to go, nothing to do, and he's given away a bit of a kill, but it didn't matter in the end. Fnatic able to get the round. So 5v5, we head in full strength for each. It's going to be round 9 in Gym and Bedroom.
With the similar hold coming out once again. Now, we saw this back in the first half in round 3. Yes, in round 6 we went down to bar and stage. So round 3 we already saw this, and if you recall, Fav had a really successful hold out there. They had 3 kills to their name, but sadly just could not win the 1v1 against Yura that ultimately cost them the round. So no doubt looking to peel one back here and get things set straight on this site. Fnatic looks like it for the most part are going for a repeat of what Fav did though, with having 2 players out towards Cash and CC. Fav starting out with some downstairs control, getting catwalk control, and really trying to pressure these 2 players away.
Going to have that, the East Breach opened up. That's going to apply a
Lily's
little
like
bit of pressure.
Dirt, I think.
Typon going on to, he is indeed.
Basement.
I mean, we saw this last time. I think it was Shin who went on a big rotate down in basement and just started switching himself around and getting mobile and got a good couple of kills. A little bit of work being done there, a bit of time taken over in opening up that reinforcement, but Typon now ready, set to start challenging into Cash.
It's also in towards red as well they've got to worry about, because on the attack, Fnatic burnt so much utility in towards red, expecting there to be a player there, but they'd already long backed away. So far, we're about halfway in the round, though, so not far off the sort of track that we saw from Fnatic on the attack in terms of time lost here. Yura getting very aggressive and gets pushed up red. Great bit of team play coming out from Fav there to pinch onto the man. Now Chibisu's got a hold in deep. He's got players behind, he's got players in front, finds one for free and goes aggressive. Almost gets the second onto Catwalk, but can't quite find it. Light equalises to scoring up at 2-2, but at what cost to Fav?
It feels a little bit scrappy for Fnatic here, but they are holding on well. Sometimes that's all you can really do as the defenders. Fav will have to sort of stop and reassess here. They know there's one inside of logistics. Probably could have been a guess, to be fair. They'll know somebody's likely to be holding that angle whilst they're not established in construction, but the confirmation is there from the drone. Now then, Fnatic, all they can really do is sit and wait here, try to burn time. 54 seconds left to go, and they are at the mercy of Fav, who are just sitting back. We've got 2 out of 3 on drones at the minute, just trying to gather that information, but they seem to be sending a lot into logistics. They've already seen the player from the hatch. They already know that they're in there. You're not going to gain much more information by sending more drones in.
Little 3v3 squad match coming up here in these last 30 seconds or so as we step in. Now working our way in towards construction. Siru, shotgun in hand. We've already seen him with that a couple of times this game. Let's keep a close eye out who tries to push in too close to that door. Looks to be a big Logi focus coming in as 2 players try and work their way through. Ramu finds one, gets the second as well. Huge 4K to close the round. 3 itself in the dying seconds, but just walks in one after the other, and a very comfortable closeout for Fav.
Beautiful from Ramu there, getting Fav going. That's exactly what they needed, and I like that Fav didn't panic in that situation, took their time, got on the drones, burnt the utility, and put themselves into a favourable position to be able to push into what can be a difficult area of the map to attack. So well played, Fav. They're going to take round number 9, bring us back to 5-4 on the scoreboard. Fnatic, I'm sure, are going to feel Fav breathing down their neck now and going to want to close this one out sooner rather than later. Heading into round 10 will allow them back to Church and Arsenal, which is the site that they won for their first defence in round 7. The question is, can they repeat?
Yes.
No, sorry, Fav won it. Fav won it back in.
Yeah, it should have been won by Fnatic.
Yes.
But it wasn't. It's the only way I can look at it. Either way they'll bake it down is it was a close round regardless. It really came down to the wire in terms of the clock. You know, it was scrappy from start to finish, essentially. So a bit more composure this time around for Fnatic will put them up towards that match point. 6-4 guarantees them at least a point. Obviously worth stressing for neither of these two teams. This has no impact on them being able to get to the major. But Tim, with us coming towards the end of stage 2, absolutely no doubt now, conversations start looking towards relegations.
That's it. You've got to have it in the back of your mind. And, you know, an organisation like Fnatic particularly, that is not a discussion that they want to be having. They want to make sure that they're well clear of that.
They've just moved to Japan, haven't they? So
exactly. You know, it's not a discussion that they want to be having. So really, you know, it makes it doubly important here for the team to be getting those full 3 points because, you know, these things are sometimes decided on single points, and that one game that went to overtime that maybe shouldn't have done is where you're going to be kicking yourself, you know, looking at an entire year coming down to one moment like that.
The hard one is that both teams in the bottom 2 go to the relegation tournament. They both have to play there. At the minute, that's Fav on 10 points in 8, Spear Gaming on 12 points, and Fnatic on 13. And the problem is above them is Reject on 15. Reject are flying right now, so don't expect you're going to pull those two close into the ground. So literally, every point does really start to matter now when there's only 1 point between you and a relegation spot.
Going to be drawn in from Fav, something that they've done quite well so far, or at least done plenty of. They haven't been shy about the drones. Valkyrie camera going to be taken down, but joke's on you as there's a second camera in there. Sometimes can be a useful tactic that you can take away and use at home.
Bit of Tim Top there about Bank.
Yeah, you know, get 2 cameras in the same place. One gets taken, they don't assume that there's another.
And in this case, there absolutely is. Shibisu feeding out the drone for now, and we'll no doubt keep an eye on that in case someone else comes pushing down blue too. So we're getting to the point now where Fav have got themselves inside the building. They're looking to start doing some work here and start their focus on where they need to go. All of Fnatic right now actually dug inside a basement itself. So if Fav read into this well, they'll know they've got the full control and full space here to open up whatever it is they please. No doubt all eyes turn towards Ramu here with those 4 Candelas and the smokes in the back pocket as he is their go-to tool in the execute.
Using the Roteros to open up the soft surfaces. Hatcher's going to be blown as well. Diffuser in position, ready to be collected come that final execute. And right now, Fav are looking pretty good. They are well ahead of the clock. And the only thing they don't have open at the minute is the kitchen hatch, but they might not even bother with it. In goes, oh, that's a big one. In goes the Rotero, past the mute jammer. Beautifully done with the EMP, and just able to take out that shield, which is going to make it much more difficult to challenge onto Moto from blue.
They did this back in round 7 as well, EMPing out a couple of these jammers and then getting the Flores drones through. They didn't have too much impact because Siru was watching the door, but like you say, the one that gets past him is the big one. No friendly nades onto drones this time. Still tons of those left alive, and in comes Ramu for the drop. Not a single Candela drops yet, but very smartly reading in towards the magnet that would have caught out a Candela should it have been tossed skyward.
Ramu just in no man's land at the minute inside a Moto, waiting to push forward, but the challenge with the shotgun onto the door is always a danger. In goes the first Candela, in goes a second, and there is the spray down. Ramu manages to get Siru. Afro goes along with him, but Yura with a late trade there, 4v3. Afro taking damage. Can he take some more? Absolutely. Lily finds the kill, 3v3. Blue is dealt with though. Shin, number 2, inside the site. We've seen this before. One gets dropped. Can he be successful this time? No! Agony for light again as number 2 this time is able to step round and get that final kill, and that's going to be Fav leveling things up, 5-5.
So much repetition in that round as well. Down to the 2 versus 1 on the blue player who gets swung from the north side of Stack. It's, again, basically a repeat of how things played out last time. Only this time round, Light, unfortunately, not able to even get close in the 1 versus 3. Had a 1v2 left, but didn't even get a chance to fire a bullet back at the second man. So with that, Fav pull things all square at 5-5. It's not good for either team, Tim, because if this goes through to overtime, you're dropping points. And dropping points means the teams around you in this relegation scrap start feeling a little bit cozier.
Exactly that. It is not good for them at all. So they're going to both be looking for these next 2 rounds. Only one of them's going going to get the opportunity here. Whoever wins this round then gets the chance to win things in regulation. But basically, one of these two is going to have to win 2 rounds in a row if they want to take the full 3. Now, Fav have a little bit of an advantage there, given that they've just won 2 rounds in a row. So they have the momentum. They are really pushing Fnatic around at the minute, and we've seen a great resurgence from Fav in this second half. Round 11 is going to take us to CCTV and Cash, but once again, I feel there's going to be a presence over on that master side to prevent the push from Fav coming in from the west.
Absolutely. We've seen this so many times over as well, just this hold out towards the west side. And again, it's the reverse of what I saw back in the first half that I'm really keen to watch out for. When Fav were the ones defending, they held down Construction and Bedroom so aggressively. And on the side of Fnatic, they just pinched them out so well. I think I commented at the time, 1 minute 45 seconds, there's 3 players still out there. 1 minute remaining, there are no players left out there because they've been dealt with so well by the attackers. All eyes this round, 100% going to be on the Senzo coming out of Shin. Barely see it in pro play at the moment, purely because the operator itself just isn't particularly effective, it feels. No one particularly likes the gun. You're relying a lot on the gadget to do all the work for you in a way, and even then teams don't always use it to the best of their ability. So we'll keep a close eye and see how it gets used here. Shin now in position and ready to go.
Fav moving quickly here. You can see just about to rush straight inside.
Oh, it bounces!
But Siru is ready. Takes down number 2. That's going to be diffuser down on the ground and needs to be recovered. Typon able to take down Siru though. That's garage control, and it leaves Fnatic in a position of having to push blindly past this sense barrier that is going to start dropping any second now. Something Fav need to be aware of. Damage taken by Ramu. And to be honest, Des, I got to call that a little bit unsuccessful. 3 run in from the breach. 3 run out of the breach. And they're still in the position, but now with 1 man less.
Shin's first light will bounce back off the reinforcement as well, which is the real kicker, because that's what cost them a player. As number 2 ran in, he got pegged down from red, and it was just like, guys, like, yeah, if you bring in a gadget like that, it's got to be successful. It's got to be coordinated, and one small mistake there has probably cost them the execute. Not quite the round just yet. They are still in the 4 versus 4, but they're out of light walls, they're out of gadgets. There's very little else they can do.
I'm going to start opening logistics, maybe a little bit of west-sided pressure, but as I said, Fnatic were set up ready for that at the beginning of the round. So at the minute, although it's a 4v4, you've got to say there's a little bit of an advantage for Fnatic here. They've burnt 2 minutes, they've avoided the planned attempt, and they're now in position, able to take a breath, take a thought, and just set themselves up for the remainder of this. Yura is going to be the one tasked with holding on to that master side. He's got his rotate, he's got his hatch open, plenty of options for him. Ramu sending the drone in, and I'm not sure they've spotted him out just yet, but the drone gets shot, and that will be them aware of Yura's position. Type on Ramu working the breach, but Yura is the problem right now.
We've seen this so many times, actually. When Yura came challenging up main stairs last time, he did get shut out pretty confidently by number 2, who was holding the breach. I think it was number 2 anyway. They just dealt with him like it was no problem, whereas now he's still causing issues for them. We're in that last 30 seconds. They aren't all focused on the site because of what Yura's up to, so really good roaming here in the late round.
Typon just missing his opportunity there as the man coasts past that hole in the soft wall, but not an easy shot to make, a real reflex tester. Now then, Shin looks inside, gets the kill. Typon onto Lily. It starts falling apart for Fnatic. 3v2, diffuser going down, 7 seconds left to go, but Light manages to get 1, can't get 2. Typon with essential cover, finds himself both, and all of a sudden Fav are the ones with the opportunity to take a full 3 points.
I'd cover you like that, Tim. If you were holding down,
I don't trust that.
I'd hold you down, mate.
I don't trust
you
that.
You make that call, I'd be there for you. Everyone needs a Typon in their life. That was phenomenal cover, like swinging from side to side as well, dealing with the aggression coming in at the same time from 2 different angles, basically entirely by himself, and manages to find those absolutely massive kills. I think it was a 4K for him in the round as well. Beautiful stuff, a good recovery after what was a very messy early execute with the Sens.
Going to be going into a tactical timeout. As you say, it was good recovery from Fav. That is certainly the correct word. You know, like you say, there was a point where 3 went in, 3 went out, and you just sort of wondered if the back had been broken from the attack at that point. But no, they were able to regroup and just come up with an alternative plan, adapt, and get it done anyway. So well played from Fav, especially in a tough 2v2 situation at the end there with time running down. There was no panic in them whatsoever. Fnatic just deciding that they need that time to try and level things up, and I tell you what, it looks very quiet in the Fnatic team at the minute. I'm sure obviously Coach Dizzle will be in there doing a bit of talking, telling them...
Well, it's Phenomene now, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, of course, on the tactical side, yeah. So Phenomene going to be trying to offer some guidance in there, but it's just looking a little bit low energy at the minute.
Well, when you've lost 3 rounds on the bounce, Timmy, you're surprised. It started out so well. They won 3 to start this game out. They made a little bit of back and forth in the mid-game, but Fav haven't dropped a round now for 3 rounds straight. So Fnatic can't even sit here and say, well, boys, at least we've got the full choice of sites. You had that last round. It's gone against you. That's the only site that you've won this half. Round 8, they've won on Cash and CC. Outside of that, they've lost Church Arsenal twice. They've lost Gym and Bedroom. They've now lost Cash and CC, even with a scuffed execute coming out of Fav. So questions to be asked here. What can you do to get things back on track?
Right now, they've got 1 round as. They've got 1 round and they've got no more mistakes. They've got no more opportunities because if Fav win this one, it's a full 3 points and it is a huge blow in that relegation battle that we've been speaking about. You know, we can look at this stage and we can say, yes, the major spots are sewn up, you know, and it is Damwon and Sandbox that will be going into the major, but there is a lot more riding on these games than just that major spot each stage, and relegation positions is certainly one of them, and Fav, wow, this could be a real saving grace for them.
Well, they're going to bet everything on a Church Arsenal SSG roam here, and that turn's been around for a long time, but for those of you who don't recognise it, SSG pioneered this strat that no one could break for the longest time. I want to say the Sonics were the first team to break it, and this was a good couple of years ago now. The whole idea being that with the Mute and the Mozzie, you play up on the top floor and block out doorways, drone holes, whatever it might be, so they can't drone out the 2 players playing up there. You have the Vigil on the ground floor, or the first floor, depending on how you want to look at things, who then normally focuses on protecting the bar area. The reason for that being there are hatches opened up in construction, and normally inside a bar it's closed here, that those on the top floor can drop back down through and get back to site. Maybe the small change here is going to be instead they're trying to have them drop down through construction, run through lounge where Lily is currently playing, and get back down to site through blue. So for Fav, it's trying to cut these players off, but it's also being aware that you can't do it with drones. You basically have to face check the vast majority of it. You've got to clear 3 floors of the building. It's a wonderful time waster, but it requires so much discipline from Fnatic on knowing when to get back to site and play safe. C4 comes out, almost catches onto the Maverick, but just a little bit too high.
Tap on there, ready to get out of the way.
Scrambles.
Just ran straight off that roof side to get himself away from any potential damage. Banshee going to be taken out at the bottom of main stairs. Chibisu will see that happen, so he knows now that there is no protection from him being approached from that direction. Siru's still up on the top floor, and with a minute gone, Fnatic still in position, still looking to hold on, but Fav making reasonable progress at least at getting inside of the map.
It's the cuts you're looking for here, really. I'm thinking, you know, inside of blue or stock, if that's going to be their retreat path back, that's the kind of spot you want to lock down. And Afro currently is nowhere near the door, but Chibisu start things off. A kill onto Shin. That's the dream start they're looking for in this last round, Tim.
That was exactly what they needed.
Yeah,
it is big
Flores
for them
as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Roteros, however many were left, are gone. We've seen at least 1 used, but I'm sure there will have still been some in pocket. And at 1 minute 30 left to go, you know, they need to be getting in there and getting hatches, things like that. They don't have anywhere near enough control at the minute. Chibisu able to just duck himself across the doorway there, continue his challenge and just keep them guessing. And right now, Fav are struggling to get themselves established inside of this map. You've got Lily, you've got Chibisu. Chibisu's actually dropped back to site now, but Yura is up on the top floor. And I was going to say, you got to get that one, Yura. Freebie onto Typon, and that brings us now to 5v3, and it's looking good for overtime.
It's looking fantastic. I mean, they're in a spot where you're a 5 versus 3. You don't need to... Oh, how on earth has he got down here? He's got down below, but he whiffs the second. Why sprint in that situation? There's nowhere to sprint to. Gets himself picked off. Fav, they've found 2 kills back. It's a 2v3, but the thing is, they're going to struggle here, Tim. They've got her banner on side to get hatches opened up. They've got a single nade to their name plus 3 flashbangs, but that clock is what concerns me. You've also got a play into Goyo canisters. You've still got a C4 in Light's back pocket who's had to do nothing all round. This is going to be really hard for Fav, and if they lose this one, or they win this one, sorry, it's probably on Fnatic.
I'm not sure exactly what they're going for, but it looked like the Hibana of number 2 was heading towards Kitchen Hatch, but it's very late in the day to start trying to open hatches. No, in fact, he's rotated round to blue. It's time to get the gun out. Forget the X-Kairos launcher. You've just got to go. There's no rotation. I think they were expecting the rotation into blue, but they couldn't use it. Number 2 manages to find a kill shooting through the soft wall onto Chibisu, but with time ticking down, this is almost certainly Fnatic's round. Diffuser gets dropped. It's over. Fnatic take us all the way to overtime.
That was the right call in overtime there, to play this really spread out defense that was... arguably a little bit more passive than what we saw in the earlier rounds when they were losing out members to the side of Fav. That was much better, I thought, because they were taking these gunfights. They were getting kills, they were maybe peeking out once or twice and then pulling away from the angle and changing where they were playing. And some of that, I think, really comes down to Fav not trying to isolate or cut off these members. It was constant one-way angles to take gunfights. They lost 2. There was no trade play. There was no opportunity to cut them off on their retreat back. Afro, for me, could have been the difference maker if he got those 2 kills on Blue. Different conversation we're having right now because Blue's conceded very early on. They blow out the Goyo canister early, for example. Things then start to change. So Fav not being diligent enough there in getting the clear down, but Fnatic also being very fluid in their movements make it hard to pin them down.
Interesting choice coming in from Fav here. Have to pick up on it. They continue, head back onto the defense, and we're going to see the round 6 site of Bar and Stage. Now, they managed to win it last time. Fnatic went for pretty much a strip-sided push, which we don't often see too much success. We don't often see too many attempts at, to be honest. They went in and they cleared out gym and bedroom. They cleared as far as construction, but then the push onto site itself was unsuccessful. Fav were able to win it out. So it's an interesting choice from Fav. If Fnatic go for a bit more of a standard push, maybe from the east side, looking to plant on Stage, I'll be interested to see how Fav are able to stack up against that.
Alrighty, let's see how things shape up then for this round. In round number 13 is on this Bar and Stage side, which makes me always a bit nervous. It's the kind of gamble that you're looking to step into here. Castle Barricade being taken out immediately here, trying to isolate Ramu, who will just find himself the long way back towards his team. Rotate his way through Bathroom here, maybe look for a trade on the way through, or at least to try and find someone. Right sort of idea. Sees the man, but doesn't quite clock the head. It's going to be a freebie for Siru, who gets traded out as well. Good response, and that's the kind of trade play I'm talking about.
This is the problem sometimes with chasing kills. You want to get that man done, you want to get him off the board, but there was just a little bit too much urgency from Siru there, and the bigger problem is that is one of your hard breachers gone. You've just lost 16 pellets, only 2 had been used by Siru, and so that is not going to be ideal for Fnatic on the attack. 4v4, they do still have an exothermic in pocket. No, both have been used actually, sorry, from Light. So that is it now, that is the hard breaching done.
Well, the thing is, like, Stage Wall is normally the one you want to get opened up as well. I don't know if it's soft or been reinforced off. Normally it's left soft with a low hold down. In fact, there you go. So they've got the strip opened up. Is this soft? No, it's completely reinforced. So they can't attack from this angle now, Tim. They're going to have to go for a repeat once again where they try and come in from strip side, and we all saw how well that worked out last time.
Number 2 just watching the angles onto the windows for the time being. Supported by Afro as well, looking to just try and keep hold of this top floor. Afro is going to come under a little bit of pressure, but manages to hit the deck there and avoids any of those bullets raining through towards him, but his movement is going to be difficult. Saying that, he gets up and he sticks his face into the hole that's just been made. Kills coming either direction. Number 2 onto Euro while Light gets Afro, and that leaves us now in a 3v3. 1 minute 13 left to go, and it's not a terrible attack from Fnatic. They are clearing out the top floor. The problem that they've got is the manpower that they are losing along the way.
I think it's big to find Euro there as well. Like, he was dead to rights the castle. Afro had no way of getting out of that one alive, but for him to get the down onto Euro and then Euro immediately be finished off is absolutely massive to bring down the Iana. Lily now looking to challenge further up through Lodges. He's rotated his away across from focusing on Secret and inside of Gym and Bedroom itself, and more out towards construction side. But Tim, we're in that last 45 seconds in a 3v3 yet again. We've been here so many times throughout this game, and I don't know who I feel more nervous for at this point. Probably Fnatic, to be honest.
Well, last time Fnatic were in this position on Bar and Stage, they were basically, they had to resort to just running in, just sending it.
And they were flanked by shit.
Exactly, just run straight into sight, try and get kills head to head, which was what they did. 24 seconds left to go. Light does have Diffuser in hand, so there's potentially an option for them to get it down. Chibisu finds a big double. Shin and number 2 go. It's all up to Typon with a fraction of health. The breath away from death shut down with the Chibisu triple kill, and that is going to be the round for Fnatic, and they get a match point opportunity.
That 3K probably makes this game. Being in Bathroom in that position and picking up 3 for yourself is huge. And the thing is, I feel like Fav should have known that was coming. You know they can't attack through Stage side of things. They have to come in from the west side. So where should your attention go? It's either Skyward where the sledge is, it's out towards Bathroom when they're going to rotate through the corridors, or they're going to come through the soft wall out towards Strip. It's one of 3 places where they're going to start their attack from, essentially. And they just seem completely blindsided by Chibisu, who picks up that huge 3K. You know, it's one of those things I'll look back on and say, boys, we really should have been far more aware of what was going on there. Now they have round 14 to try and course correct things on their attack inside. It is down in the basement, and on the side of Fnatic, no surprise, they're looking to get out on their own themselves as well, bringing along a very similar comp to what we saw from round 12.
this could be the decisive round then. This could be our last if Fnatic are able to get it done, get it over the line, but there's going to be Fav standing in the way of them. They want to keep themselves fighting. They want their 2 points rather than the 1. And this one could be one of those matches we look back on when we're having a look at the relegations. Double Capcan trap is going to be applied to the bathroom door. Lily, again, just making sure that it's difficult to traverse that mid floor. Just looking to catch a bit of damage if they can, but that's always a bonus to the Capcan. What you're really looking to do initially is to slow down that push, because you're forcing them to drone every doorway specifically. Check every door frame specifically. Make sure that they're taking out those traps, because now that more than one can be placed on a door, it can mean instant death.
It can be lethal, yeah. For some it will just down them, but for others it will just flat out kill them out of the game. So we are seeing this similar style thing coming out again, and why fix what ain't broken? This is Fav's chance though to show that they've learned from last time round. In round 12, they didn't pinch anyone, they didn't look particularly pacey, they just left things kind of to go to Fnatic's side for them to pick up a couple of kills, and then were left in a 5 versus 3, and they just couldn't do anything about it really on the side of Fav. Here they need to be far better at it. You either rush in towards site, or you be more clinical about your clear around the map. I imagine they'll go for more of the second, look to cut players out, for example, as we haven't yet seen a rush coming through.
Just using the Rotero drone for soft breach once again. Going to give access into Dirt Tunnel nice and easy. Logistics hatch opened up, so not messing about here, Fav, when trying to get themselves access and into the map. They're going to be seeing that there's nobody in logistics for the time being, but they're obviously concerned about presence of somebody in and around construction. It is going to be Siru who's playing inside of there, so ready for a drop potentially, and that's exactly why you play up here. Just opening up those angles and just making it difficult for the Hibana to open. This is where we spoke about impact nades. Yep, it's impossible to keep them off for long enough, but if you've got somebody above who can shoot them off, it's as easy as that.
You'll be there all day long, yeah. So for Fav, it's more problems being presented by Fnatic here of a different variety, where it's not about get a kill or two and back away, to see if we can slow them down. Instead, Yura was on a bit of a cheeky jump out there as well, but Siru's still in a spot where he can keep on challenging onto these ex-Kairos. It's just burning that clock down lower and lower for Fav here, so I'm a bit nervous that they're just letting him constantly step across and get this clear off.
I feel like, no, Yura's on main stairs. I was wondering if they were playing with a Nitro underneath as well at the same time, but it doesn't look like they were. As you say, just looking to try and return to site now. They know that the kitchen hatch is done, but 2 minutes have been burnt. This could be dangerous. Looking to get a peek in towards kitchen potentially. Gets spotted out on the drone. He's hard left. Yura dips away. Typon goes in and makes the challenge, and that's a big start for Fav. 50 seconds left to go. 5v3 now. There's Light with a team kill onto Siru. What is going on, Fnatic?
That is not the time to be netting yourself a team kill. This could go all the way to 15 at this point, Tim, but the fire is burning. For a second, Shin contemplated running through, but he's losing all of his health. He's going to die to the fire here if he's not careful at this point, Tim. But Typon and Afro are in. Last man's main stairs. That is such siege timing. It's unreal. Goes to the default cam and loses his life, but that is the only kill that Fnatic can find in the round. Obviously, Tim, we're going all the way to 15.
We certainly are. We are going all the way. This is what happens when Medics observes and
we cast.
This is exactly the combination that we get. We have a bad habit between the three of us of going into overtime. We're heading into round 15. Fav will be defending. They defended round 13. Fnatic were able to get the win. It was bar and stage. This time they're going to be taking us downstairs to Church and Arsenal. They've just won it on the attack. Are they able to go back there and win it on the defence? Can they put that knowledge to good use? The question is, and really has been today, how well can they keep hold of the rest of the map? We haven't seen any turtle defences down here. We've always seen a presence out there in the map, and so far it hasn't been too effective.
Well, we saw the one that came through in round... when was it? Round 12. That was really good for Fnatic. Fav here, though, is saying, look, let's not try and get too creative. We haven't got time for a timeout to discuss this. Let's just play ye old faithful turtle strat. They're going things like the mute, with the yokais, with the clash, the Goya, this one. Everything on this comp just screens. We want to play on site and we're going to hold you off for as long as we can. It's all about stall tactics. It's all about disruption. So you'll see that from the Goya and the smoke. The clash will try and waste a ton of time. The yokais are there for that kind of fatal blow at the end as the plant attempt is going down. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not so much like a retake strategy coming out of Fav here, but they let Fnatic take what they need to and just look to disrupt them at the right time.
Ramu just getting those Vulcan canisters positioned around the site, as you said, just really great at burning out a lot of seconds, just making it pretty much impossible for people to pass through. We saw the damage that was done last time around when Fav tried to do that in the last round. So between the combination of Clash and Goyo, is there going to be enough time frustration here for Fnatic to, for Fav to hold on to this one and get the job done? We've got Interesting positioning of the Echo drone, just up on the vents there. If you throw it up there, it can sit up on top and just provide a little bit of intel without hopefully being spotted.
At least for now, no. Starting out on this Jacuzzi side as well, blasted open by the Skeleton Key, unsurprisingly. Wants to start working their way across the top floor, but I'm not so much concerned here, but obviously for Fnatic, they are doing a full map clear on the expectation they're going to run into a lot of resistance, whereas right now there's basically no one up here. There's drones rifling through, you've got the Iana Geminis also doing the same. I don't know if Fnatic here are kind of burning time that doesn't need to be burned, being overly cautious of something they maybe could have caught back in the drone phase.
Absolutely, just get yourself on in and start working away at the map control. You're nearly halfway through the round already. They're going to open up from 2 floors above with Buck. I tell you what, not a million miles away there, Lily, from finding his man. Almost could have taken a chip of damage, maybe even flipped onto the rifle and challenged, but it was just not to be. It was out of his line of sight, but he's going to continue doing this opening up. Basically, one of the reasons that you do this is you prevent the reverse peak, which is what Afro is having a look for, but also the nitros as well. It just keeps your soft breacher safe.
Absolutely. Well, here you've got the Clash holding out towards blue as well, looking to waste more time. Chibisu just braced himself for any potential run up here as well, almost trying to invite it with the barricade being shot out as well. That barricade might look quite odd, main reason being that, of course, it gives the defenders notification that someone is in garage and looking to pressure down towards Oil. I think it was Fabian who said that barricades feel very underrated in terms of being an intel resource for the defenders.
Lily has now moved down a floor, got himself inside a kitchen and has been going a little bit more sort of directly fishing there to try and find somebody. Euro will take that drone down as it moves in. Sorry, Euro's drone will be taken down. There it goes to door. It was a little bit deep, didn't quite catch the man, but he'd seen 3 people around that position.
They've got 1 left.
So it certainly wasn't the end of the world to have a try. Euro will find Afro with a big opener there. 5v4, 30 seconds left to go.
Here we go, then see if they can step in at this point as well. Just about dodging away from the Maverick. They know it's come opened up, but light on the reverse gets number 2. Yura into his second in the round. It feels like Fnatic have cracked this egg wide open. Typon goes down. Ramu is all that stands between Fnatic and 2 very valuable points. Let's see if he can hold off here as well, because it was Light previously stuck in this situation. Nothing to be said. Fnatic with a flawless last round there, making it look easy. And naturally, Tim, this game had to go all the way through to the end of overtime.
Of course it did. I mean, we've seen Fav step up a little bit, slightly better performance than they've had previously, showing good resolve, keeping fighting, keeping themselves in it. But the same can be said for Fnatic. It hasn't been an easy day for them, but they've got an important 2 points there against a team that could be a direct relegation rival when we come to the end of stage 3. So overall, I think Fnatic have got to be happy with what they take away from this.
I think the second half was a little bit scrappy on both sides, really. I feel the first half Fnatic were much cleaner though as well, in terms of how they played it, their attacks, how they pinched onto members of Fav that were out in the roam and controlled areas of the map. I thought they were the more convincing attacking team, just couldn't quite get the business done in regulation.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, for me, I look at it and I just think it's another one of those building blocks. It's another step along the way where you think, actually, now they're starting to get wins. They've got something they can build on here, and they just need to keep polishing and sharpening. It's just going to take longer than we thought.
Well, that gap between them and the relegation spots now is only still 2 points. It's very, very... no, 3 points. Very small at this point, but I've got no doubt with how they're starting to shape up, Fnatic could very well keep themselves away from that relegation spot come the end of stage 3. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, Desk has got this one for you.
epic fight for a relegation spot, at least trying to stay away from it, the end of this year. And Fnatic make it. They get the 2 points and take it all the way to max OT. Let's have a chat with Phenomen from Fnatic. Hello, Phenomen. For all those that don't know, Phenomen is part of the coaching staff at Fnatic. Congratulations, a big victory today.
Yeah, a big victory, an important one. We would have preferred the 3 points, but we will take 2.
And I want to talk about that because you went to Clubhouse specifically in this matchup. Why specifically this map?
We knew they were about to ban our strongest map, and we wanted to ban their strongest map for sure. So yeah, it was in club and cafe, but they banned cafe pretty quickly. So we were kind of certain that we were going to Clubhouse, and that's what we worked the past week. So yeah, that was the intention.
The intention, the preparation definitely paying off. Again, you've faced off against Fav so many times, not just in APAC North, but in the Japanese Nationals. So understandable, big rivals within the scene itself. But today was an important day for not just getting points and winning overall, because you've now won 3 out of 4 matches, but because you want to stay away from that relegations fight. How do you try to coach your players to not think about that pressure or keep that stress away from them as they're navigating a tough game?
I think it's all about the confidence, making sure that maybe we struggled against the better teams in the early that stage, but we proved ourselves in Japan League that we were able to do better in terms of gameplay. So we had some important win in Japan League that make us realize that we can do better as well in APAC. So it's just to make them realize that we can do, and we already succeeded to do great things in terms of gameplay, and we just have to do that in the league as well.
And next week, you're going to have to do it against Talon. That'll be the final matchup, Fnatic in Stage 2. So how do you think that game's going to go?
I guess kind of like today. I mean, we are kind of on the same level right now in terms of on the leaderboard, etc. So I think we have a better form than Talon. So I think we'll have the mental advantage. But yeah, we'll see on which map we think we're going to play, and we will prepare that match the best way possible.
I won't be asking you about what map exactly. I'm sure you won't be able to tell me in this space. But Phenomen, anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
No, thank you for supporting us. It's been a bit of some tough time, Stage 1, early Stage 2, but we are getting closer to the level that we aim for. Don't forget that Mag will come and will bring us the thing that we need to be top 2, because Fnatic needs to be top 2, and we will aim for that for Stage 3.
All right, Phenomen, thank you very much, and have a great day. Today is not as warm as it was yesterday, so I hope
it's a good day.
I hope it'll be a good day for you as well. Merci beaucoup, and we'll see you next time. Next week, make sure you're tuning in. Fnatic v Talon, game number 2. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Successful day for Fnatic. Now, 3 wins in 4 matches. How far they've gone? 7 points now.
They've definitely gone far, but I think Spear is still the biggest winner here today, because basically Fnatic wasn't able to get the full 3 points to maintain the gap. Fav only getting 1, which means everything stays quite close. But if we look at Fnatic, and you see Euro there at the top, 16 on 10, only a 53% cost. And I just look back, he had 3 triple kills coming through, so that's where most of his kills come from. But it's he only has an impact half the rounds, but when he does have the impact, it's absolutely massive.
Yeah, he's killing at least 3 people. Yeah, I think for Fnatic, and this game was entertaining, don't get me wrong, and it was full of individual brilliance, it was full of some good team play, good ideas, but we also got a flavour from both teams as to why they're unfortunately down the bottom of the table in the overall standings. I think Fnatic probably just about did enough, in my mind, to deserve the win, but I would have said, overtime win. I think it's a very fair result for both teams.
It got very hairy.
Yeah.
Quite a few times in the match, I've been thinking, oh my God, Fnatic, why are you throwing these rounds? Or screaming, sitting in the back, screaming at our monitor. But in the end, they got it done. And that game against Talon is really going to be a big one, defining one maybe for the stage for Fnatic. Do you think, looking at this day, that it's possible?
I think so. I think, like I said in the pre-game, that I expect Fnatic to be rising through the table. They've got another win here. Like you say, 3 wins in 4 games. They can make that 4 and 5, and then suddenly we're talking about them going into stage 3 as a mid-table team in the overall standings, looking towards top 2. That's what Feno wants. That's what Fnatic need.
Well, that also leads me into the final point before we clean up here. Fav, they narrowly lost to Fnatic in Max OT. They play Spear Gaming, and we're talking about this fight for relegations. Hap?
It's the possibility for Spear to hand out the second blow to Fav and really put them down into the dirt, or it's the opportunity to at least equalize that a little bit. I mean, if we look at the table now, Talon 18, Reject and Fnatic will be on 15, Spear on 12, Fav on 11. So there's 5 teams that have to be worried about a potential relegation at the end of the year, and this first game is going to be the first blow.
It's going to be very curious going into stage 3. I'm loving the word curious today. It's going to be very curious. It's going to be very interesting.
He's stolen another word. This time he's stolen my word.
No, but it will be, is that we're going to, as much as next week doesn't matter at all whatsoever for the playoffs, not for playoffs, for the major, it does matter for relegations. It does matter for the overall standings. Because, there's a lot of teams that have a lot of stakes in this that are in danger and are thinking about it. Not in front of their minds. In the back of their minds, it'll just always be there. We're close to relegations. We need these points.
And it's not like anybody cagged themselves after the past few weeks. They have to be careful. So
Did you know, by the way?
No.
That next week we can have our first team confirmed for APAC 2023.
Really?
If Damwon wins, they're going to be they're currently 22 points ahead.
They're so good they locked themselves out.
and there's currently 24
so they could literally just forfeit.
So if they win, they can forfeit the entirety of stage 3 and still make it.
Rin's just going to be on holiday, just on a beach somewhere in Bali.
Between Dez's hair and this beautiful pose you just gave us, I am having a field day. Anyways, let's move on to our last game, please, for the love of God. Sandbox versus Talon in just a few.
Nothing to be said. Fnatic with a flawless last round there, making it look.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you you missing or you like it up at the top. It's a better view in it. I'm not surprised at all. No way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. You see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah. I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it. Oh, you mess up the mood. Alright. Ooh, I worked too hard for it. And I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside.
Welcome back, friends. Our final matchup of the day, Sandbox versus Talon. And yes, Sandbox are qualified to Berlin due to tiebreaks and all, so it doesn't really matter when it comes to Berlin, but Talon have not been having the best of stages, and you don't want that to keep trailing into stage 3. As we've seen, there's success stories all around the underdogs here in APAC, and you don't want to be in that relegations fight. So that is Talon's fight. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Fnatic. This is Dezichu.
Hi.
It's Fresh, our resident model here in APAC.
Beautiful.
Here in APAC North. Sorry, I'm just stunned by the beauty,
the beauty, the elegance of this man. Oh,
he's a machine.
I could watch him pose all day.
Thank you.
Carry on.
I'm just trying. Yesterday and the day before it was me with his shorts. Now here you are. I don't know, Jack. You got to reconsider being here.
I had some very short shots on yesterday, to be fair.
It was risky.
It was very hot. That's all I'm going to say. We had to walk to the studio. It was hot.
Whatever. Can't do on broadcast.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's talk about our teams. Talon are up first. What's up with Talon?
Yeah, Talon, they started really well this stage. 5 points after 2 play days, second place, and everyone was like, oh, maybe this stage they are starting to bounce back. And they've made a couple of pickups as well. They brought in Marble and Misa, who started out really strong this stage. Misa, I feel, has stayed relatively consistent throughout. Their issue has been, and I hate to pile on one player, Marble. He started on entry to begin with, and now I think last week got pushed across to being on the support role, because in the last 2 or 3 weeks, he just has not been the same player we saw on play days 1 and 2. Instead, what they're trying to do here, Talon, is experiment with who to put where. So Hedy, for example, last week was on the entry. As you can see by their game against Cyclops on your screen, it didn't go super well. So they're still in this experimentation phase. I'm pretty sure they're like 5 points above the relegation zone, which doesn't sound like a lot, but they're on 18 points. And in fact, no, it's 6, because the team that's in relegation currently is on 12 points. They're not doing bad. I don't think they're a massive threat of relegation, but that depends on whether or not they can figure out what to do with Marble and what role he should be playing for them.
My big issue was how well they played stage 1.
Yeah.
when they had, you know, the previous 5.
I mean, Arakaze was a huge loss, right? Was it Arakaze they had?
No, not Arakaze. It was Aziz, yeah.
All the A's.
So, you know, losing Aziz, it's kind of awkward because they didn't have a bad team. They had a team that should have gone into the top 4 into the playoffs, potentially looked to the Charlotte Major, and they've made these changes. And you've got to call it how it is. They look like a worse team over the course of this stage.
They do.
And, you know, I'm wondering if it's kind of a secondary effect. When Hedy and Demic came into this roster stage 3 last year, it took them a stage to get into it. Then they look good. Then they've made another 2 changes, takes them a stage. So I'm wondering, are they already looking towards stage 3?
So what about Sandbox on the other side? Qualified to Berlin, no pressure whatsoever. It's got to be a good day at the office for him, Jack.
Yeah, it's a party, really, isn't it? They've qualified. They were sat 3 hours ago, just waiting to see whether Reject would win or not, and they didn't. So Sandbox qualified without having to play a single game. They've done enough.
Ideal.
They will be expected. They'll be the heavy favourites to win this game. Don't get me wrong. But they're the heavy favourites for a reason, in the fact that they've got an excellent team full of excellent fraggers who, just on their day, can simply outclass anybody, no matter the strategy.
They're getting to a point where they used to be the go-to top team, whereas now things are falling down like less so. You've got DWG KIA kind of sitting at the top of the roster of the Roost, but give it a bit of time. I think you'll see these guys really get to that top level, and being one of the top 2 teams going to the major tells you the whole story.
Top 2 out of APAC in general, probably, that are going to it. But what map will these 2, Talon and Sandbox, be playing on? Of course, these 2 teams know each other very well here in APAC North, but also in the Korean Open. Oregon being banned out. That'll be Talon having the final say. They'll take us to Chalet as they'll start off on defense, Sandbox on attack. Your thoughts, Derek?
Makes total sense. The 3 maps I had this game going down to is either Sky, Oregon, or Chalet, because they're 3 maps that I think Sandbox are going to be very happy going to. They are the final 3 maps that Talon had to ban their way through, so it's literally pick your poison out of those 3 maps. I think Sandbox are going to have a wonderful time here no matter where they go to.
Yeah, I think they're comfortable. Obviously, from Talon's perspective, Chalet's their number 2 map preference. It's the highest round win rate. You know, they're somewhat decent on it. So it's one that they do like. It's kind of, we've had this a lot today through APAC North. Is all the teams are just going to maps is like their number 1 or 2 preference. Yeah. Just if it makes sense for both teams, let's go there and let's fight it out. And that's what Chalet feels like right now.
After that DWG KIA victory today against KAG, smashing KAG, really, Sandbox are looking to do the same to Talon, proving a point before the last game because they play against one another.
That's it. I think you want to prove yourself going into the major as well, for sure. Equally, it's another day in the office for these boys. They play the way they normally play. They'll have no real issues. There's no reason to get super spicy or anything, right?
It's a strange one. It's kind of one where the result doesn't matter whatsoever, but the performance matters to keep that momentum going because you've now made the major.
And for Marble, it's a proving point, I think. He's got to show up today, no matter what role he's on. Got to start delivering. Otherwise, this could be a very short tenure on this team.
All right, well, Des, Fresh, thank you very much. So let's toss it to our final matchup of the day, Sandbox versus Talon. Hapanam, take us through it.
Thank you very much, Milos. And indeed, we're headed into a game where one of these 2 teams, well, is qualified for Berlin, so don't really have too much to play for anymore but their honor and glory. And the other, well, is still in reach of relegation at the end of year. A little bit safe, but maybe a bit more pressure behind this game to perform. Yes, the looming threat of relegation is a spooky one. It's arguably the spookiest of any threat, I think, in 6, because, well, the joy of promotion is great, and the joy of getting to a major, the disappointment of relegation is not great. Arguably, I would say it's bad. Yeah, I don't think any of the teams would like to be in that spot. I don't think there's anybody in the history of competition that said, I really want to be relegated. Hello Major, according to Static. There you have it. They now the Hello Major. Crop that social media person for Sandbox, put it on the timeline, post it. Doesn't matter if they lose or not. They are in. They're in. Now, bands coming through, the Dokkaebi first and Nomad afterwards. It's not 2 bands we see too often go hand in hand. Normally it's like a Thatcher to be banned and like different operator after that, but see the defense follows the same. Mute, okay. I mean, it's a good operator to ban, I understand, but it's not an operator we see on the daily. Mute is high pick rate. Mute is high focus and presence. This one makes more sense. Yeah, and I think if you're looking at Chalet as a map as well, my eyes are always drawn to the wonderful Chef and remote-controlled car driver, Flores.
and what he can sort of bring.
So confused, like chef.
He's a chef. The cutscene,
yes.
The cutscene showed that.
I remember from our
his little food van.
From our SI game show as well.
BFFs with Ash. Oh, that was so frustrating.
I'm very sorry. I still won though, I have to say that.
Yeah, well, you're always going to win. Caliber Jacob had an emotional breakdown, I think, on that stage.
Tim did as well.
Tim did.
About where is the worst place to step into a Capcan trap? The answer,
yeah, that's a wedding.
The answer is a wedding.
Wedding.
Yeah, so that was definitely emotional.
I'd forgotten
roller coaster for us all.
I had forgotten that.
I've been on there. That's mentally like scarred into my brain.
It's
right
just
now.
all come flooding back to me.
But hey, we got a game. No wedding here, so no wedding room. That is. It was cafe. It would be a different story. Small bakery wedding. Good place to hide Capcans apparently. Worst place to step into them. With these 3 minutes on that clock, it is Sandbox that starts off on the attack, and it is Talon that leads into their defense. Headed up to that top floor, so with that Captain on the board, we might, always see that smoke play coming through, that quick pace of execution as soon as they do want to get the diffuser down.
Wow, quick pace and play is something that Chalet can offer. Sandbox leading in on their attacks is going to be something that works in their favor. That sure doesn't. Shile taken off the board by Heady. He hasn't quite been able to have the biggest impact on that Sophia role that he has been so good on historically, but well, luckily, there's a lot of other Sandbox players that can step up, notably as well Arakaze, that new pickup that's playing on that sledge role. High pressure, high focus over here towards the trophy side, seeing if they can try and force the players out the opposite, but no catch. It's still Talon sort of holding on. The early minute, the first burns of flashes, and, well, maybe now it looks like they start giving up some territory, or Good Boy just takes it.
I was just going to say the bathroom looks like a target-rich environment with all the grenades that are able to be tossed in from below. Talking about them, that's going to be forcing Marble out of that position, take care of his shield, and really make sure he's not allowed to get back in there.
That was it. It was very well played. Didn't need to cook it. Wasn't looking for the kill. Was just looking at forcing the play of the space because there's still a minute and a half. Misa and Envy Taylor, one apiece. The spray through just comes together for Marble. Close. The smoke's going to see if he can buy himself a second. Do they know somebody's rotated round? Well, they did just at the end of that, but it's Good Boy who gets himself popped up with the finger. The spray comes across the board and the bow of the piano, but the music doesn't quite hit. There goes Heady, though, finally caught out. 2 LMGs are whirring, and Demic at least finds one. This guy in the right hands is synonymous with putting bodies in the ground, but so is Envy Taylor. So can he find that final connection? The Capitao has loads of time and pockets of utility left. I believe all 4 arrows. I haven't seen one get used, so he's just going to pop one close and go for the plant. It buys him this moment because you can't go for the rotate. He's going to get as close as he can, take a lick of damage, but it's a post-plant situation. Had the idea a little bit too late. Envy Taylor still has one more he could try and pop, throws the drone out so his team can give him intel, and just going to hold from a little bit more of a safer angle down on the stairs, makes it a bit tougher to get a swing round. And Demic, he's got a very tricky task right now. 20 seconds. And we find ourselves trying to fight ourselves closer and closer. The drone is picked up. He's even finding the confidence to move it. He'll see and maybe hear the Jaeger getting closer. And, well, he's happy to sit 15 seconds, Demic. You've got to find a route, a run. You've got to do something. 30 seconds have gone. At this point, you've just got to hold F, but it's too little, too late. Demic caught in a million decisions and made one that would guarantee loss, which is do nothing.
Envy Taylor in the end will still kill him though before that diffuser runs out, and indeed he was a bit too patient there, trying to really bide his time that he did not have. But if we look at the other side as well, it was still an incendiary arrow ready to go. So if he would have wanted to go for the defuse, he could have literally just put it on fire. No way that he would be able to stick it through it to the end there. And that would have bought enough time as well. So Sandbox could have won that on 2 different occasions. They managed to get time in the end due to indecisiveness on Demic's side. Needing, he rushed through the fire, right call, but then the diffuse went down. He's like, okay, that means an LMG's up and running again against me. Need to take this carefully, but took it way too carefully. Have to say though, good comeback from Sandbox to some extent. They lost that very first player. It was a little bit scrappy, especially Good Boy on that corner was being pinched down by a player in Piano, by a player on the half-wall. Couldn't really move until the support came in and the half-wall was dispatched off. Somehow still managed to win that one. So, 1-0. And we are headed on to the next side, towards the bar and gaming side. Now, this is often a side where Frost comes through, but lately we start to see that being phased out because there's multiple ways to deal with that. Either you toss a bit of an explosive around the corner, could be an RC Retero, could be an impact, could also be just a grenade, and you don't really have to worry about it anymore. So, other operators being brought instead.
All right, Talon, it started off well, an early body, but then Good Boy just threw himself into the fight. That hot pressure has to be expected from this Sandbox roster, which, to be honest, once upon a time they were a bit slower and steadier, but this is a team that has that steady hand and now very sharp claws at the front of it to swipe at any hold you have, and this is one where they're already swiping. Marble felt himself under a bit of pressure there, pulls back in towards the site. Envy Taylor's getting a little bit more width. The pressure starts up top usually. You get control of the pillar, get control of the backside and the staircase, and there with one. Both of the ADSs didn't notice the Twitch drone, and wow, Misa. Oh, that's going to be a very dangerous spot to play now.
That is a good ping. Know exactly where he is. However, there could be still someone around onto the staircase near the library, which means it's not completely free to go into. But as the drone's now currently trying to check out the ground floor, flashbangs are being tossed in, and they surely want to put up some pace here.
Well, that was it. A very well-played smoke canister was actually the catch. Came from underneath. They knew that something was going to come behind it. The E1D impactless because there wasn't a body. There's the first grenade. Bounces close on the corner. Does a little bit of damage. The second and the third sure will. They knew where the man was, and they make sure they move in behind it. Suddenly breaching and breaking across the bedroom side. Soldier, he's got the tricky choice of let's just get out of here, not try and take one back. Demic's going to go wider and wider, try and find a fight and hope somebody dropped off, but then has a moment to rotate. This could be big if later on.
He's definitely trying to put himself in a position where he can strike. I mean, we've seen it before today, how a flank, especially right before an execute onto the diffuser carrier, could be so important. And as some of these benches are being taken care of, it allows Envy Taylor to get a little bit closer, maybe even think about heading towards that doorway, head towards the pantry or supply line, and make sure he picks up a kill or two. But that's a good spot. That's just going to be a free kill.
Just waiting to see a ponytail pop into view. Didn't quite come round. That shield means he's not entirely confident with the pantry line. The fight up to the top. They're playing the backward side of the shield. The drone gave Shyle the first bit, and he finds the second on the back of it. It was a good idea from Talon, but Sandbox had a better one. They have the watch on everything Talon is doing. The second round is Sandbox's.
And this one is a lot more confident, a lot more one-sided to some extent. I mean, they managed to take care of both ADSs before the Warden even realized there was a Twitch zap going through. So I'm not quite sure if that was the comms being particularly loud at that moment in time where he actually missed that first zap and allowed the second one to happen. But after that, good use as well from Sandbox of that opportunity. 3 grenades tossed in quick succession. The first one to dislocate him, the second one to catch him as soon as he went back into that exact same spot, and that one will be landing that kill. Suddenly you have the full top floor under control because the player on that staircase is going to be falling back. You're not going to stay there because you are about to get overrun. And as soon as you lose that top floor, you basically lose that round.
Sandbox. That's kind of scary. But it is Chalet. Chalet does play well to the side of attackers, and the thing it does well is that intel game. Watching your own hot drone on the stairs and getting the pressure on it. The Twitch drone that was the catch out there, that's little things on the side of Talon that they need to try and focus down on. Potentially, you know, if you're struggling at drones, it's not always the thing that you know until you start to see them. And then it strides into effect. You'll see them absolutely everywhere. Playing the Mozzie in this role where the mute is gone is maybe something that wouldn't be the worst idea.
Yeah, but at the same time, you'll only be able to get 3 drones, so it's not going to be stopping too much. And yes, it will be able to stop 3 drones. Max, of course, because they could be dealing with the utility. But like the mute ban is definitely a good one because it gives so much freedom towards these attackers to just get the drones in anywhere they want. But that will still come around as well because we have a side swap at some point. Now, whether that is at a 4-2, a 5-1, or even a 6-0 in favor of Sandbox, we do not know. But Talon will have the same utility available to them as Sandbox had. Again,
they're at least looking for it this time around, but this lack of mute is... You know, it's sometimes when you don't know how dependent you are on something until it's removed here, and just having a mute jammer there might have been a leave it, lay it, and not have to think about it. But here, a Twitch drone is able to just absolutely gut its way through holds, and Kaid at least would have probably got the catch on that one. It's waiting to see it come through either side of the hole. He's protecting the claw for everything he's worth, but it's just one man, two eyes, and many different angles that drone can roll through from.
I wonder where the second one was placed. That one is still close towards the actual drone hole. This is a normal drone. It's not the Twitch drone. He could be just getting it through there still and still get the electro claw. So with that said, just waiting patiently now, letting these charges refill and make sure that the Cade is going to have his attention elsewhere now, as it did manage to get the top floor opened up. So that is going to be forcing these players out of position as well.
Here's the pressure.
Why is it there?
Saw the claw?
Why is it up top if you open that one up?
Oh, now he's got a free nade to do anything he wants with. He's just kind of handed a bit of the breach. They pulled themselves back. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be as visible as it was, but it sure was visible. And they've now got this big backline and a Blackbeard as that potential. The difference might be a shot or two on the face. There's a bit of a rotate underneath coming from the side of Trench. They're looking for maybe a bit of control, maybe the fight onto main stairs, get behind the push. If you can pull out one player, it could be huge. But we still see Static watching drones. We still see the eyes and ideas. All 10 players on board. And with 30 seconds, this is when it becomes very important. Whoever gets that first strike, and it seems like it's going to go the way. The spray keeps on, but Misa digs in, gets the angle, keeps that vertical control. The holes come through. MV Taylor's looking for the loose players underneath, but it's Marble to find one more. Good Boy's caught out. His usual response doesn't quite hit the mark. Soldier does enough, which is to draw some focus and attention and say, I can be here later. They've got to push into sight. The first smoke is clever, doesn't get the bulletproof. The spray comes through, I believe, above. It's Misa, there it is. The ping, and with only 6 seconds, 4 of them left and no kit. Sandbox lose this round. Talon are able to take it.
Talon indeed able to put that first onto the board here. That's very unfortunate on that top floor, by the way, I have to say, because that kind of stopped that whole plan from going through. If they managed to get the Aruni there, then that top floor would not be in play. Would give them a bit of a safer opportunity to go for a plant behind the bomb chassis whilst having the cover there, of course. Didn't need to dig in that deep. Didn't need to go through so much trouble to walk through. And Talon going for a tactical timeout after they just came off the back of a win. It's going to tell you all you need to know. They are into this match to win it. They want to make sure that they pick up the full 3 points, and that is not because of Berlin, but because of the overall standings. The earlier they grab these 3 points, the less they need to get for that next stage to actually confirm themselves for 2023. And of course, they will be trying for the major again, but you never really know what will happen. Other teams might suddenly step up, might be better than you, and might put you into that danger. So everything you can get now is a big advantage. While Sandbox, they're just chilling at the top. They said it themselves, hello, Major. That was their goal for today.
I mean, I think that's it with Sandbox here, is they're still, you know, you're looking at the game in hand, it's still them versus DK. It's going to be a very fun game. It's going to be a very exciting game. But it's not going to be a do-or-die game. Both teams confirmed for the major. I'm not saying it's going to take all the magic out of it. I'm still very excited for it. But a do-or-die game is the most magical game there is, Hap.
It definitely is. It's when most mistakes come through as well. It's like people feel the pressure. It's where a lot of new strategies get tossed in as well at the very same time, right? Because it is, well, we got all these strategies. If we don't make it to the major, we don't get to use them. So we better use them now before they can all be tossed into the bin. Because, you know, operator quarantine gone, which means new operators that come out will instantly be available for play. And you know where they get announced?
Where do they get announced?
I think that is during majors, but I could be wrong there.
All right, MV Taylor playing the role of the Lion once again. He was obviously that big clutch factor on the very first round, and well, Static won't be on this. Hasn't quite had a big impact. He has done some big motions before for the team, for Sandbox. Today isn't quite his day. But that's a team that I guess has slowly become a sort of super team to pick up a good boy, and then the acquisition of Arakaze is something that's still running them, and MV Taylor has always been that consistent across the board for them.
I'm going to say super team that actually works. It's not many of those.
It's not like, it's not the most famous working word.
No, for sure. Some good cams out here from the Valkyrie. Will be providing tons of information. You need to be careful, though, around these windows, because Good Boy is looking to fire a couple of shots through. So Project didn't rotate far enough out there. Actually closing off that bathroom window. Not completely. Will still be a very tiny angle, but will be enough for a passage through if you want to.
I do love the use of the Azami there. Well, and a quick response from the Zofia. Made sure that there wasn't going to be any sort of heavy structural play, heavy structural hold there. The pressure's coming in across the double window. They're looking again for the bow of the fight. The E1D doesn't quite get anything, but the smoke is forced back. The play is a bit stretched, and they're just going to jump in and jump right out. The cold kit, and a bit of a misplay there from the side of Sandbox, getting a bit too big for their boots, but Arakaze at least finds one before Talon quickly finds the rest. MV Taylor now, all that's left, right in the hot pocket, the middle of the fight, finds the head of the first. But with just a self-flash and a bit of a mistake, tucked in a corner, and he's only really the one to blame here. Sprays, scrappy fights, and a Talon second round.
Bit of an opportunistic jump in there onto the bathroom, not checking the Solarium side. I mean, it was kind of a point that we have to go now. We have to just start pushing through. And if you do not have the information, which we praised them for during the first 2 rounds, that suddenly can get quite bad for you. And that's exactly what went through for Sandbox. Suddenly we're in a 2-2. Talon having the opportunity to push it up towards a 3-2, potentially even a 4-2 for themselves. As the Frost makes the appearance out here on Game and Bar, an operator I highlighted before when it wasn't picked. Let's see if that makes any difference for Talon.
I need to stop checking chat.
Are people continuing to chat there?
Yeah.
I feel the buzz.
The thing is, okay, well, the buzz, sometimes it's very relevant.
Yes.
Sometimes it's, oh, this is a fun statistic. This is a fun thing. So you check it and you're like, yeah, cool. And
sometimes it's just sticker spam.
And now it's just sticker spam. Spams of stickers that we've made of each other. I wonder if NAL chat has, if they have their own stickers.
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Oh.
No, definitely not.
2-2. Hey, who's that in the hands of Static?
That is Sense.
Nice. What do they do?
Our Belgian operator that has... I'm calling it a light screen. However, there's plenty of casters looking for different words to call this.
Light screen or green screen, I enjoy.
Light screen, green screen. I saw people... Yeah. I saw people proposing the roly-poly, but I'm not a big fan of that one.
It's fun to say, but I don't think it's very...
Oh, it's going to be quick. This is going to be a quick push. They're going to get it through the drone all again. Oh, wait. Static's on the other side. I'm so confused.
Yeah, I mean, they could throw it all the way and cut the rotation down on the split. There's the E1D that once again has got nobody. They're just droning it out. Oh, no, it's play mode. Okay, well, they're definitely not rolling it.
Arrow through. Yeah. So they're going to try and smoke it with the arrow. But then they realized the window wasn't open yet. They might want not. I don't know.
It seems like a couple of different ideas are coming together. There's the use of the Sen's gadget I expected just to cover that. As I said, the split, the corridor. Static's now pressing up onto the door. The smoke's coming through. It's a bit of a spray and a pre-fire. Good Boy finds one. The top of the shield is Static's first for the game. Good Boy finds another in the meantime over the top floor. And within the snap and a blink of an eye, and a little bit more of a confusion, Soldier slips past one. Heady pops. And pops off MV Taylor. It's a minute 40, so they still have plenty of time here, the remaining players of Sandbox, to try and formulate approach. They were able to get their approach together. The big difference is they're missing the kit and the 2 remaining Talon players. They're just going to go for the plant, though. Still protected by the Sands. They have their gadget rolled out. There's the backside of one of the 2 and the second. Well, they know where they are now. The spray finds the first. Caught in the corridor, a bit of a destructive blow over the top with the vertical control and the control of the site and the control of the window. This feels pretty wrapped up.
Yeah, this one seems to be done. I'm not quite sure, but Static on Sense was able to just walk in after they used their gadget there. Sending up to Heady in a 1v3, and they're literally everywhere. There's one on top of the desk there, hopes to go for a pre-fire, and little did he know, there was actually a Good Boy right on top of the desk that he was trying to pre-fire there, just didn't hit it quite well. Oof. What's this life there? That's another round for Sandbox. And yes. Trying to go quick there.
She do that.
She do that. LMG has the heals, gun 6, grenades.
Do you think it's balanced?
Do we need to make a case for her to be picked? And I know we're like hysterically laughing about this, but remember what the first actual team was that started bringing Finka competitively?
Who was it?
Oh, that was actually the Sandbox team. Yeah, that was doing it. I believe it was in Coastline against Cyclops when it started to, come together. I'm not quite sure anymore if it's late 2020 or early 2021.
Hang on.
Sandbox broke the game, yes.
Slow down. Hold your horses.
Okay,
your horses held.
They're held, yes.
Cool. You're saying APAC are the reason we have the LMG meta. This is a big statement.
Sometimes it's better to stay silent.
This is a big statement.
I don't know if they're the reason to, but they're definitely the ones that used Finka before she became a mainstream operator, right? Like, everybody's using it now in ranked and unranked and casual and competitive.
They did.
And they were bringing it before that was the case. So they were onto something. And I don't want to say it was a giant LMG to get it with good utility, but I think it was the giant LMG with big utility.
Didn't they used to take her with the spear more?
No, I don't think so, because they used it back when the recoil buff was still present. Like, for everybody.
Okay.
So that's why everybody's like, why are you bring Finka? You're just trolling your team. But, you know, ahead of time. That's all we can say.
Just getting you to say the boldest of statements. And here is one child trying to find a bold statement right the way rooting through all the way to the doors of the site. Hey, this was the first sort of failure that we had on the side of Sandbox, and it was a little bit of a surprise because some of the moments seemed a bit handed to it, and they're starting the same way. The Twitch drone close through the hole, punishing the lack of mute, the damage that might otherwise come through from... Wow, stopping those drones is not stopped on those drones. So, how can you change what happens next, Sandbox? Which was the struggle on the wall underneath the breach in the fight that came through even with all the utility. Oh, there's not a lead in. Misa gets his first much earlier this time, an aggressive swing onto Good Boy.
That's not how they wanted that to happen. Grenades are being tossed in, but won't be finding any target. Static now opening up onto that double wall. Misa's thinking, you know what? Actually, I was thinking he's going quite aggressive.
You know what?
He stepped forward a bit, and then he's like, you know what? I'm just falling back instead.
You know what?
There's
Not
no
gonna
need
do that.
staying. No, not going to do that. And now they can start working on opening up the bottom floor one. However, the top floor not completely under control yet. That is going to be the big worry here that we saw last time around. They're also a man down now, so we really need to make sure that they do have someone on that top floor. That is for Sandbox.
It's the missing Good Boy as well, playing that role of the glass. Obviously, we're talking about what Finka can offer, but Good Boy is that talent that you sort of don't question whatever operator he wants to have his hands on here. Are they going to find Soldier? Envy Taylor and a Soldier, two ships. Do they know how close they are to passing in the night? Just one soft wall is the difference. Drone has worked its way into a particular position, maybe waiting for just a slither, just a sniff of audio before a spray comes through, but it's this awareness, this catch on the flank as the pressure comes through onto the site itself. They know they've got to start to move, and there it is. Envy Taylor's now able to charge their way up. They're looking for the backside of the chassis. It's instantly locked down. 2 stories. Misa wins this fight on the second, Heady on the first, and now Envy Taylor's got to quickly hot-foot it and go for the rotate to offer some support to Shyle. I said he was first in. He might be last. At this point, 20 seconds without any vertical control itself. There's somebody up top behind him too. There's nowhere he can really go at this point. They've got the pings, they've got the intel, and it looks like Sandbox, well, they've got themselves another lost round. Talon take this one, I think it's fair to say, but I'll wait the second. There it is, 3-3.
Good job by them. They're shutting down that push before it really started. And again, openings made. They got that vertical control. They got the horizontal push they could go for. However, after that, nothing really there. Where were smokes? Where were the flashbangs that you needed to actually go for the execute? See, they brought a sense earlier, and I think they were going to be a very good addition here to just roll it through that Tronal like we had seen before.
Love sense in that position. It was Secret's execute.
Exactly, like Secret played it, and that made me think, like, that would be the perfect thing to do for this execute that they wanted to go for, because, I mean, they had a glass on the board, unfortunately died early on, but still you would have blocked the lines aside.
It's that sort of controllers, you have an option to play that, and yeah, okay, we have to take the considerations always that this is a team that's qualified for the major. It's not a meaningless game, but the change in how things gets sort of driven, the seeding or whatnot, where they might end up playing and who, doesn't really change for them at this point. So, how do they factor?
That's always the thing, right? Like, how hard are you going to be playing this game? Are you going in for your fullest 200% to win this game, or are you going to sit back a little bit more, play more default rather than your advanced setups and strategies? It's always the big question. Now, Talon in quickly with that Twitch drone. We've seen Twitch do a lot of damage so far in this matchup. Not using the EMP dart there onto that Twitch drone actually got the bulletproofs destroyed. So there's quite some questionable stuff happening here and there. I'm not sure if there was any ADSs up on the wall that... Oh, yeah, there is too. Okay, they just didn't render in yet. But the Twitch drone is still around and about. Could still come around the corner and just take out those ADSs.
It's rare for Twitch to have a freebie, and it's rare for Static to have luck like that, or anybody. That's unfortunate. It's that sort of thing. You drive the Twitch drone in from this angle because, well, it might not get watched, and, you know, a split second either way, it probably wouldn't have. They're ready to instantly replace that.
Oh, that failed.
Yeah, wrong side, unfortunately. Just didn't get the clip right, so he's...
blocking something.
Yeah, it exists, and it causes some angular problems, but not the right amount.
Definitely not. Grenades being tossed in now as well. Actually gives him the opportunity to rebuild it the way he wanted to. So it is actually going to be in the right spot now. An extra grenade gets tossed in, but that's going to bounce back off that wall. It's going to again take care of it. A second one gets taken by the ADS though, as Goodboy puts his back towards the window. Loses his life.
Well, he's able to at least waste a lot of time, but it's very quickly Talon striking all across the board there. So many bodies taken out of Sandbox. The two remaining are trying to fight their way back into the site. They're going for the kit plant. The prep line has been taken over. It's a spray through, but Misa's just keeping their head down. Oh, almost swung around, but Marble gets the double. They went hyper-aggressive there. Sandbox and Talon swiped it back.
Might have worked if one would have ran and the other one would have been there for decover. You could have potentially stopped the plant, but you were always going to be losing one out of those two players. Now kitchen dining coming up for Sandbox. They just lost that one. Let's hop on to the next, they say. As Talon, they take that lead after not really being in a position where they could have been in the lead before up until just now. And we were just talking about how important this matchup is for them, not for Berlin. That story is done. That book is closed. It's going to be Sandbox Gaming and, of course, DWG KIA that will head over to Europe, to Berlin. But it is more important for the end of Stage 3, for your overall standings, because Talon is one of those teams that is currently just 3-4 points away from being in a relegation seat, and you want to avoid that. So you want to pick up these points now to give yourself that extra buffer during Stage 3. Now, every other region has 9 games per stage, but APAC, they have 7, which means that a 6-point lead means more in APAC than it does in EU or in A.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the confirmation.
No, that's why I'm here, to confirm things. And I guess what we're getting confirmation so far is Sandbox, they don't quite have this as locked down as you would have expected. But again, it's different. I think that's the thing, is there's so many other facets that come into this game that means that you're getting a good taste of Talon. It's the Talon that we sort of had at the very beginning. They're doing some good plays. That was a very quick execute. That was very across the board. We didn't quite see the full pressure on prep, but we know it came through based on the positions that they were in at the end. They're still sort of growing. They're still sort of getting there, but it's that sort of game right now for Sandbox, where there's mistakes that I think are happening on their end that haven't really happened in other games this season.
No, for sure. And I mean, if you just looked at their executes towards the kitchen dining area, I mean, there were no executes. It was open up the wall and start running in and hope for the best. Well, the best didn't really happen. If Soldier just wanted to use a Gun 6 there to get rid of a proximity sensor, but no, has been removed. Okay, but the camera was still on, so they will be aware of his position and that he did go in. Did get dispatched off quickly though, but the top floor is currently being attacked here by Talon, trying to take that under control as quickly as they can. Issue, however, is Goodboy currently in this position next to a double door to fall back to, and Static waiting with a keeper barrier to just block off the piano window.
I love the way that they're playing with the keeper barriers, but they lose the life of the player just in front. Almost catches the head of a fleeing tail round on the corner. 2 grenades once again burnt either side, and well, that means that they're kind of struggling with that utility. Luckily, they were good at striking behind the back of it. The pressure that they still put on can still be utilized for something, and here seems to be that approach. The gridlock, the track stingers, not the most common seen thing, but it will buy them at least some control of the momentum here, and that seems to be the next pressure point, that next step here. Holding very aggressive. Static, are you going to see somebody?
Oh.
No, you're going to break your own barrier.
Fell right through it, stepped onto it a little bit too much, and it's not only supporting the weight of the operators here, so will break at that given moment in time, and that kind of removes his cover, but he is still up above, and that's the most important part. And those gridlocked track stingers, they kind of tell me they don't really feel like going there, and Static just says, I can just impact it away as well.
Very, very close to the wire there, looking for the fight on either side of that chassis, but 30 seconds and vertical control, well, it's still sort of in the favor of Sandbox, even with all the bodies gone, and we've seen that. On the side of Talon, even with less, they've made it work. A grenade almost catches the side of Envy Taylor. 2 pockets full of smokes in 20 seconds. He's in a good place for this. They're being very aggressive still above. They're just sort of locking the door and saying nobody is able to get in. It's entirely found itself either side, goes deep. Looks for the fight right on the breach itself. There's one to his right, doesn't see the legs, but goes for the planter. Instead, it's a 5 versus 1. They take the verticality, but they can't escape. Talon find another round.
And Talon will live on here. It looked to get quite dicey there. I mean, a smoke canister, a smoke playing close onto the wall as well. I think a shotgun could have done even more damage there, taking them one by one as they walked in, but the panic was there because of the side hallway. The side door was currently being pushed at that moment in time as well. I was going to say, is that not a tactical timeout for Talon? I think we already saw that one, so Sandbox instead. There we go.
It makes sense.
It does.
Are sort of going away from them. They're having problems.
Not everything is working as it normally
Not everything is working as it normally does. A couple of problems.
Yes, but at the same time, like, they don't need to perform now. They still want to, don't get me wrong.
I guess that's the thing, is we can say that however much. It's not that we're giving an excuse to the performance. And, they're obviously frustrated. They want to win this. You want to win every game that you're up against.
Yeah.
These two teams know each other very well. Obviously, same sort of region competitors. There's history between these rosters. And Talon, they're where they are on the leaderboard might not belie the performances that they've been capable of.
Now, Talon has definitely been capable of being that top 4 team. And if they win now, even then, they will be ending up in 5th, at least for now. It's just crazy to think that Talon is currently finding themselves in a relegation dangerous area. So they can climb out of that, don't get me wrong. That's this game. It's not going to be completely confirmed, but it's definitely removing a bit of that pressure that might be upon them, because the 3 that are closest to relegation, of course, all within 1 or 2 points now. But the thing about Sandbox is, and we're not making up excuses.
Yeah, right? Well, that's the thing. You're never going to sort of say this stuff.
No. It's like we're not saying they are qualified, thus they will play badly, because they won't. They will still give it their all. They won't just maybe not use the most up-to-date strategies that they have. Maybe the timing is a bit more off, but that's also the relief. Like, the pressure is off. You do no longer need to perform.
Yeah.
That's a big difference in mood swing there, because suddenly, like, you can afford to be a little bit less focused in these last 2 play days when you truly start to prepare for Berlin. You trip there, and the games that you play over there. So we're not saying it's an excuse. I'm just saying it's a factor that plays into this.
Well, here's a bit of a breach onto the snowmobile side. They're trying to find a steady route through, and now we find Talon obviously not screaming into the lead, but putting a fair few rounds in a row against a team that you feel like should be able to bite back. And also, you're up against, a map where attackers do well. If you're losing some of your first choice sites, you've got to try and find a way to at least break the mold. Bring yourself that 4-2. Usually here it's got to be better than 3-3, but look at this. Talon already slapping their way onto this west main take. It's just under a minute's passed, or just over a minute has passed even, and they've already got that wall open.
They get the wall open up. Marble went for a one-punch fall. We don't really see those anymore. Actually, quite kind of like those, because he opened it up just slightly, then one-punched it. But opening up the long angle as well. And if you watched him ever rant about this side, this is almost all you need. Ooh. Means it's a beautiful headshot onto Static, by the way. The one missing chapter is the hatch. It's currently not under control. That is Arakaza. He's out there. He can stop the default plan from happening. He has to run it over there. And that is the next factor they need to deal with. MV Taylor is also quite close, playing near these staircases here. Gets spotted out on that drone. Now that is going to give away the fact and the ID towards Talon that indeed someone's out there.
Sounds like a smoke. Just did a bit of damage there to Hedy. I'm not sure if they were trying to go for a breach or a broach or an approach, but...
How's he not taking damage?
I don't think that's real. Because that was
He's just holding his breath.
I think that was a smoke canister we heard before. That one would definitely do it. That definitely will there. Take over the top, finds the second, and that's why this hatch is so important. Arakaze able to do big work, 30 seconds. It's going to be tricky to go for a big retake here. They've got control of the site, but with that kid underneath there, oh, it's a Claymore that finds Envy Taylor. Shyle, they're behind you. Shyle, they're in front of you. Swings around, gets the fight, gets caught out. Now the 1 versus 2. Arakaze, concerned about somebody coming from above. Talon have to play this perfectly. The pings are still there. The awareness on where that kit is. The Wamai, just to make sure nobody gets a cheeky play around it. Comes into life at the second, finds one, just has to pull back, looks for the spray. Iana, they pick it up, they hot foot it round to the other side. They're going to hope the couple of seconds, plus the plant time is going to be enough. Will he find them? Yes, Arakaze's round.
Yes, exactly. He literally did everything there. He was just playing on that hatch, was never really challenged, just stood up there, walked 2 people walk in, saw someone trying to go for the retake of that diffuser afterwards with just a couple of seconds left on the clock, and then all he had to do was wait until that timer hit 0 to drop down and secure the round. So well played by him there. Definitely his round. He did basically everything right there. You can almost call it a solo round. I think there was still a kill from someone else in blue, but that's about it. So, well played. 4-5. Talon unable to go to a match point here, and it seemed like they might have been able to do so because the openings were there so quickly. And as I said back then, the one chapter missing, the one part missing, is the verticality. Is that hatch not under control? And you know what they could have done? They could have even gone up to the top floor, just smack open a little bit with the sledgehammer. Just make sure that there is the vertical pressure of the player there so he doesn't feel as comfortable playing that hatch. But they didn't do that either. You don't need to remove him. Just make him think there's someone watching him.
What you need is that meme of like the handshakes, and it's Tim.
Yes.
Arakaze. And it's understanding the importance of that hatch.
Yeah, exactly. We need to get that out. Social media manager.
Tim, Arakaze, and Snowmobile hatch. Chalet hatch.
Yes. It's a dining hatch, I think. Yeah.
I don't know what it's... Yeah, I guess, is it wine or is it dining? Do you call it the room above or the room
below? Dining wine hatch.
Dining
there we go.
Hatch.
Whining. Okay.
Whining.
The whining hatch.
It's the whining hatch, because Tim never shuts up
about it. Yes.
All right. 30 seconds gone. Talon, they've not entirely had the roll now. They've dropped 1, but a threat of 3 before, and now you're back to sites that you've won before. Is it going to be something where we might get another bit of that sudden pace that I'm not going to say it entirely took Sandbox by surprise, but I think a lot of this game has been not out of their element, but not in it.
Well, that's the Twitch drone early taken out now, not taking out any of these ADSs that are deployed there. Did take care of the bulletproof camera though. Might be actually an early warning sign that they put it down there, so at least they know. The Gemini replicator in far and then enough beyond it. 2 people currently near the library, 2 near that big window. They want to go for a quick push, it seems, on Talon.
Well, a quick push might start to come through. The Azami's doing the same work that they did before. A bit of a blind, a bit of a flash, and a little bit of devastation, but the bodies are the ones that are trying to find their way back through. It's static. Look at that. They're planting. Misa inside the smoke, inside the site. They don't quite know. The spray's over the top. Arakaze, wow, he was caught sleeping there. They are going to find their way back out. They at least put a bit of aggression in. Envy Taylor dropped the hatch and took the fight itself. Some Candela's post, but a bit post-mortem. 30 seconds. Envy Taylor's going to see if he can stick it. They're just going to hope that the cover comes through. Arakaze finds the fight, the shotgun, but it's above that becomes the danger. Now they've retaken that territory too. Do they know where the last 2 are? One's outside. They're going to hope that's wide enough to stop the spling, but look at this. The grenade is going to bounce its way around. They go for the fight, and it's Soldier that locks in the double.
That grenade didn't get anything, by the way. It landed right behind that little couch area, so it wasn't going to kill anybody of the shrapnel out there. So needed to swing, and we'll get them both. And I'm going to tell you, that's a 21-round magazine. It's not big. It's not an LMG, right? If you get that first, you maybe have 7, 8 shots left in the magazine. And he managed to get the second one, of course, on that defuse there. I'm not sure if he can get that last moment in slow motion because that timer was almost down on 0.
Was it one of them?
I think it was.
One of those.
I'm just requesting it now to production as we go on. Our lords and saviors.
I'll request medics to say something down our microphones.
Did he speak to you? Because he didn't speak to me. Okay, here we go. This is the first kills that come through. 21 seconds. Oh, it was an LMG. I thought it was the ARX from Demic. Well, I retract that statement.
Top left.
1.1.
1.1.
So still some room there.
Still.
But it's still close.
I mean, the time of them being able to get in and get the plant done was
almost just as quick.
Was fake.
But yeah, I retract the statement of the ARX. I thought it was the ARX, but it was the LMG, which does explain the full pre-fire around the corner. But yeah, good stuff from Soldier there. Making sure they're a match point, making sure they grab that point and now have the opportunity to fight for a full 3. That is their goal, of course. Get away from that bottom part of the table. Start breaking into the middle of it. As they're en route to do so.
Oh, it's kind of close now for Sandbox. I'm not going to say they're in the trickiest situation, but 2 rounds to get on your defense on Chalet when you're on map point, it's not easy. That's a fair way of putting it.
No, it's definitely not easy. Siege isn't easy. That's for sure.
No.
Easy, the Observer's already done. His heart was broken as soon as he got off for reasons. His favorite game was in patch mode. Unfortunate for him.
One of his favorites.
One of favorites game. That's true. But yeah, match point 4-6. Can Sandbox come back? Will Talon close it out? There's big questions have to be answered here. Again, they will start opening up on Talon. Do the exact same as what Sandbox did on their attacks. Bit worried though of a potential run up from the snowmobile area near the main stairs. Fnatic is going to be quite aggressive here. Has, of course, the Kiba barrier, blocking off some lines aside. He can play aggressively behind that. I like what MV Taylor is doing. He's creating these angles where they can actually prone fire through to stop anybody from potentially putting that diffuser down. So they're creating alternative angles here because they know what the setup and what the execute will be.
They're looking now for... I mean, yeah, it's a stacked up table. They have everything they need.
They do, but there is a Flores coming through.
Well,
so.
this is it. This is the sort of operator I talked about before at the very beginning with the mute ban, is that Flores can be huge because...
Well, that's just going to blow up later.
Yeah, so that's the EMP from the Bulletproof. It has
there we go.
A little bit of life left.
Oh,
oh no!
Does it recharge just as quickly?
Surely not.
Yes, it does! That's perfectly timed. All right, they open up the wall in the meantime. We have one person on dedicated camera duty there to make sure that camera stays up. Because at some point... Oh, no, it's gone now. I was going to say, that's beautiful now. 3 times I managed to zap it. After that, they lost it because the pressure was coming through. The opening has been made. Grenades are being cooked and need to come in far, but actually hit the table. And that means both those goo mines are now out of play.
Wow, with Static still with the vertical control. We talked about the importance of this before, but Marvel's going for a slightly different take, where you go in right round the corner. There's an easy take there, and now they can pull themselves further and further along the top. But look at the timer, 10 seconds, and that's a huge take. Round on the side, Shell's going to cause a bit of a problem later on. The kit is cold, 5 seconds. They're trying to drive it in through the room. A little bit too late. Now, Mies is all that's left, but they at least get one of the 2 rounds that they need.
They do get them, indeed. One more, and they managed to go to OT. Maybe Taylor talking heavily to the rest of his team. They're trying to make sure everything aligns here because there's one more round where they need to survive before they will get some points and have the opportunity to fight for 2. Talon, of course, they don't want this to happen. They want those full 3 points to ensure themselves a bit more safety throughout stage 3. We're already looking forward to that because the rest of these games, they won't matter anymore for Berlin. All they do is either confirm or deny your participation.
I still can't believe that camera thing.
That is beautiful. It's like, surely that isn't on the same timer, but it is on the same timer.
Ultimate counter.
You can perma-stun a utility piece there.
Take that, Flores mains.
Your biggest enemy is now officially...
someone on a bulletproof camera that does not leave the bulletproof camera or plays it in like 5-second increments.
It's okay. This is a bit like the event where you could like spawn through the cameras. Like the cameras are basically your live as well.
We missed that event, or I missed that event because
I missed it as well because we were here. We couldn't play it back then. But it's like, you know, that's how important that camera was. They need to make sure it stayed alive there. And there's no other way to destroy it than with an explosive. So it's like it's always going to blow up at some point. That's for sure.
All right, 5-6 now, and we're finding ourselves closer and closer to OT. Maybe another one here. That is down to Sandbox. Talon, they're still playing very, very well. If a little bit late on that last one. They were trying to solve a problem that ended up being kind of deep into the round itself when they can do things like this. And the other round, the sandwich on the other side of the loss was pace. They're looking at their way in here. They're looking at a very quick breach. There's the sort of push through on the Wamai. The claw's going to be picked back up. They're going to see if they can try and bait it and play it again. There's the
beautiful
first stun.
Grenade.
There's the grenade. Will it get the catch? No. The EMP play and the balance and lack thereof
soft,
is
though.
Just played off the grenade. Is it soft?
Yeah, the wall's left soft. They still need to soft breach this.
Oh.
So fortunate. I mean, luckily it's one of these that doesn't have any of these beams in it, so they can open it up with some high caliber. So that's exactly what Mise is doing with that Deagle. It takes some work. A grenade's getting used now as well, just to make sure that that opens up. It's rolling a bit too far back and won't do any damage.
Oh no.
Would have been better if you managed to get that in between the two panels there. That would have completely destroyed that wall.
I mean, you still have it as an angle, and I know I'm really looking for silver linings there, but to be honest, most teams don't try and run the plant through it. The threat of it being a run the plant through is quite a big one, but it's an angle still. You can try and isolate the players that are in that position here. MV Taylor, talking of, isolating himself on the exact opposite side of the map. Mise has an idea, but with a minute 20, they know time was a problem for them before, and they know they've lost this site before based on the play and the control of the hatch. Will they play attention? You kind of hope so, and that's where it seems like Soldier and Marble are looking for it. There's the reveal on MV Taylor, though. They knew somebody else would come. Does he know someone's right there around on the corner? Is he going to try and survive for as long as possible? Either way, a heavy rotate from the side of Talon. They don't need it. Marble is able to catch MV Taylor, and now Rikaze knows he has every single crosshair angle towards him.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was going to say that one player, Arakazi, again on top of this hatch. He was the win condition the last time, and he's dead now.
Very easy.
They're very easy pickup. Shaw will find a bit of a trade though, but now the big worry is they can start to dig themselves in deep. It's only up to Good Boy now that is playing around the pillar that could potentially go for a deny. Static behind that shield. There's still opportunities to play here for Sandbox, but their hold just got significantly weaker.
Oh, Demic trying to drive himself through onto the site and the plant spot itself, and with Marble getting one more, it's looking likelier and likelier. Marble, he's just destroyed his way through the site. I don't even know what word I was going to say. I was going to say
he's like, either, but
he's like, I was going to say screaming, and then I forgot the S. But either way,
yeah,
it's a victory here for the side of Talon. I think I've had a little bit too much caffeine.
Too much caffeine?
Yeah.
It happens. But Talon managed to pick up 3 very important points for their battle to stay in APAC 2023. I know it's far ahead. We're basically only like halfway through the year just now. It's July. We're talking about the next of March when we start getting going again. But that's something that these teams need to worry about. They cannot go to Berlin, so we'll just do the next best thing, which is ensure professional careers through APAC North.
And they are screaming their way through what was finally another win. Finally some more points on the board for Talon. Sandbox, they're still confirmed. They still have DWG KIA as their next showdown. That's next week. Before that, a break and a desk. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. An upset has happened. Talon able to shut down their Korean opponents, Sandbox, 7-5. Let's have a chat with our victors. Hello, Misa joining us from Korea Bubble, our translator. Misa, congratulations on your victory. It's been a few weeks since we've seen that happen. How are you guys feeling?
너무 축하드리고 드디어 이기셨는데 기분이 어떠신지 물어보겠습니다.
일단은 진짜 날아갈 듯 너무 행복하고요. 그냥 너무 행복한 것 같아요. 드디어 이긴 것 같아서.
He feels like flying. He's really happy and he can't express his words. He's just so happy.
Well, I hope you can pull those words together because Dezichu, a good colleague here on the analyst desk, would like to ask you a question. So, Derek, go ahead.
Yeah, hi Misa, hi Bubble. A quick question about roles inside the team. You know, Misa, we saw you and Marble come into the team where Marble started out on entry roles, playing Finker, Jaeger, things like that. The last couple of weeks, he's gone back to playing more defensive things like Smoke, like Ace, like Gridlock, like we saw today. Are you guys still experimenting with roles inside the team here to see what fits? Because both of you had a really good game today.
이번 경기 너무 잘하셨는데 이번 경기에 마블이랑 미사님들을 투입을 하셨는데 마블 원래 선수가 엔트리 프레거로 좀 공격적인 롤을 맡았지만 요새 수비적인 아니면 서포트적인 스모크 아니면 에이스 그런 롤들을 맡으셔서 아직까지 지금 현재 탈론 팀을 구성을 맞추는 중인지 아니면 화합이 잘 맞춰졌는지 물어보겠습니다.
저희가 처음 팀에 들어갔을 때는 일단 약간 포지션을 채우는 느낌이 너무 강했어서 서로에게 맞는 포지션을 찾아갈 수가 없었고 약간 성향에 맞는 포지션을 찾았어야 했는데 서로의 성향에 안 맞았고 그러다 보니까 이제 팀에서 연패를 느꼈던 것 같아요. 그래서 이제 서로 얘기하면서 포지션 변경을 하면서 좀 서로에게 맞는 포지션 찾아가면서 오늘 그렇게 해서 승리를 이끌어간 것 같습니다.
So he said that currently or previously, position and filling roles wasn't really complete. They couldn't find the perfect roles or positioning for their teammates, but they kept trying to change roles and everything. But then he thinks that that's why they were losing till now. But then today they were able to talk and discuss new roles and new support players, and he thinks that they've finally reached a good agreement on what position they should play.
All right, it's very good to hear.
First off, bless you, Bubble, on that one as well, because that was a long question and a very long answer to translate, so well done you for that.
There you go. Well. On to the next piece, which is the final one, Fnatic. You play them next Playday, Misa, and both you and Fnatic have found success today. How do you think that matchup's going to go?
다음에는 Fnatic 선수들이랑 하시는데 오늘도 Fnatic에서 경기에서 이긴 걸 보여줬지만 이번 탈론에도 보여줬지 않습니까? 그래서 다음 경기에 무엇을 예상할 수 있는지 물어보고 있어요.
일단 저희가 요즘 연패를 계속 겪고 있어서 많이 힘들었었는데 이렇게 오늘 샌드박스라는 강팀을 이기게 돼서 아마 다음 푸나틱 경기 때도 좀 별탈 없이 이길 수 있을 거라고 좀 생각이 듭니다.
He said he's been losing a lot of the matches recently, so they were feeling uncertain about their victories. But then because they won such a great and strong team, he feels like this might be the confidence boost they needed and the morale for the teammates to beat Fnatic next game.
Do you want to say anything to Fnatic?
Fnatic 분들한테 하고 싶은 말이 있는지 물어보겠습니다.
저희가 그렇게 약한 팀이 아니란 거를 몸소 느끼게 해드리겠습니다.
He said that he's going to make sure Fnatic feels it deep inside their bones that they're not a weak team.
Fair enough. Them's fighting words, as they say. Misa, congratulations on your victory. And then, what would you like to say to the fans?
마지막으로 팬들한테 하고 싶은 말이 있는지 물어보겠습니다.
네. 일단 저희 탈론 응원해주시는 팬들 여러분 많이 걱정하셨을 텐데 오늘 그래도 이렇게 값진 승리로 보답한 것 같아서 너무 기분이 좋고요. 앞으로도 탈론 많이 응원해주시고 열심히 하겠습니다.
He wants to thank everyone. It was a rocky ride till now, but today they were able to show something, and they want to show all the fans that it is possible for them to win, and they're going to show good results in the future.
Well, Misa, congratulations again, and thank you, Bubble, for the translation. This interview for the fans out there, make sure you're tuning in. Talon versus Fnatic, a massive matchup between these two teams next Wednesday for the final day of APAC North Stage 2. Misa, take care. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Derry. I know, honestly, kudos to Bubble on that one because translating between the two, but Bubble is a professional and got it all done. But role swaps, finally they're settling into it.
Yeah, it was interesting because in the first half, there's that magic word, we saw Marble stepping across and playing the smoke, whereas last week it was more like mute. I want to say Goyo was in the mix. It was more like secondary support roles while Misa still had the smoke. But this week that changed again. And like Misa said on the interview, clearly that's worked a few wonders for them. In the second half especially, it really started to shine though when he was playing a lot of Twitch, a lot of ace in there as well, gridlock a couple of times. He really found his own in that second half. He went 10-4. It was unbelievable.
Kind of feels like Talon have been kind of butting their heads against the wall until it worked.
Yeah.
And today seemed to be the day that it eventually all fell into place with them, with their roles, with their responsibilities, and with their performances, and it worked. And they went out and beat a top side. I don't think Sandbox played particularly well, to be honest, but that's not to discredit Talon's effort whatsoever. Talon put in a very good performance all around.
And Sandbox, of course, qualified to Berlin despite everything today. It did not matter, which could partly explain also how things go, because now in your mind, you're thinking,
it doesn't matter to them, right?
Yeah, we're playing Damwon Kia. Even if they lose, Sandbox that is against Damwon Kia, it won't matter. Damwon will always be at the number one. There's no way to overtake them here, even because there will be like a 1 point difference between them or something like that. So the end, Sandbox is sitting pretty. They're looking good no matter what. But I guess it's time for us to wrap up our day. And start closing it out. Here's a recap of what happened. 4 matches, 8 teams, a best-of-1 series. We went from basically nobody being qualified for Berlin to 2 teams now finally qualifying in Playday number 6, our penultimate one here in APAC North. And that leaves us with 6 more teams where a lot of them are fighting for relegations. If I remember correctly, Hap was talking about 5 teams that are fighting with relegations. And with that Talon victory, with all 3 points and Fnatic, so I'm going to make it a bit more difficult. Let's bring up those scores. Come on. Come on. Is this the show end or not? Here it is. We are on. 4 best-of-1 series went through. Our match of the day was the one we started our day with, and it was a banger for Damwon Kia. However, a disappointing performance for Cyclops that guarantees Damwon at Berlin. All 3 points, 7-5. Spear taking down Reject. Reject so close to making it through, and especially with that Sandbox loss today, they could have done it. Could have been in Berlin, but we're thinking, maybe stage 3, that'll be the one for them. Fnatic versus Fav, an all-Japanese match of 2 teams that faced off against one another for many years now. And Fnatic able to shut down Fav, get 2 points, stay away from relegations at the end of the year. And 7-5 Talon taking down Sandbox, who, you know, Sandbox did qualify for the major today, given that Reject loss and Cyclops' loss. Also, the Talon carried through with all 3 points, and they're going to be quite happy about that for the end of the year. Not too shabby. Quick day,
It's been one of my favorite play days, to be fair, because I know the major thing was settled like straight away.
Yeah.
But then immediately all of us were talking about relegations and what this now starts to mean. And literally every single game there has had big ramifications further down the table.
We're professionals and we steer the story from one side to the other.
Are we? What?
Professionals?
You're not.
No, I'm not.
The thing is, for me, Reject had an opportunity at this stage of how well they're playing to escape the kind of battle. They got 3 points today. They'd have been tearing ahead and against Spear. They should have done that. Now Spear is suddenly a lot more competitive in that bottom of the table scrap, and Reject suddenly have been brought way back in.
Well, then, let's take a look at the rankings, just to make it clear for everyone. Hello, here's our casters.
Hello. You say you're professional, and we're just sat here.
They're sat here. They're looking pretty, as always. But
I want to do a pose like Fresh did.
Go ahead.
Do it, Fresh. No, I won't, I said.
Oh.
Okay.
He does.
Good.
Just wanted
back on
to.
it.
My skin is crawling. Anyways,
you got weird Twitch going on there, mate. You're right.
It's like a Popeye Twitch.
I'm just gonna.
I was trying to wing.
I'm just gonna.
Did it look like
that
a
was
Twitch?
a terrible. Yes.
It really
That was the sexiest wink I've ever seen on the show. I'll tell you that. Can I request this, Easy, if you're listening?
As I said,
if you're listening,
teacher.
Easy, could we please have a screenshot of Fresh added to our group, because we definitely need that one. With the hand in the back.
Keeps trying that.
This one, we need that one.
You're now going to make a screenshot as well.
Oh, there.
Stop.
We're going to have two now.
Okay, let's talk about our rankings at the end of our day. What does it all look like? We had 8 teams, 2 at the top. They're qualified for Berlin.
Really?
And that's Damwon Kia and Sandbox. Yeah,
Wow.
Berlin.
You know
Where is
why?
that?
Begin
Because of head-to-head
from Deutschland.
being the very first tiebreaker. This is the
It's also the only place in the world where it's a thing.
Yes, it is. Otherwise, this
God
would have
damn it.
still been a
Man,
fight next
if only
week.
we had a unified system for it. We're going to
do.
unionize the regions. Or what? 11 points for Cyclops.
There is
9
a
for
global rule book.
It's just whether people read it.
Maybe they should. Anyways, 9 for Reject, 8 for Talon, 7 for Fnatic, 3 for Spear, and 2 for Fav Gaming. This is what we have at the end of our day. What the hell is going on here? Our next Playday, what does it look like? It's our final one at APAC North in Stage 2, which means we're more than 2/3. Well, we are exactly 2/3 of the way through our competitive year. Sandbox versus Damwon Kia, an all-Korean bout. Very excited for this one. This is the big one for the region. Good that it is also match of the day. Talon versus Fnatic, big game for relegation. Spear versus Fav, big game for relegations. CAG versus Reject, big game for relegations. Are really mid of the table, because these two teams, they might have some potential for the future. Stein Happers, please.
Petition to change match of the day towards Spear Fav because it's more important for the bottom. Of the
No.
That's true.
No.
I was just going to say,
The major preview is game of the day.
Happy guys
Come on.
stand up. Everybody's standing up now.
I'm not standing up.
Des wanted to feel tall.
fell. It's not very.
Everybody's standing now.
I
It's a
don't
new
have much
thing.
space.
Des wanted to feel tall, but I had to be taller
Yes.
than him. Simple as that.
But you were talking
What
about
was
the
it?
teams that were in relegation danger before. It was 5, no longer. No longer.
Yeah.
Talon got 3 points, so they now have 6 points clear of Reject and
sounds like
Fnatic
that.
who are out as well. So
Did a spin.
Oh, I see.
I did a spin.
I like this.
What the hell?
Yeah,
I don't get paid
do it
enough
well
to
now.
be here.
What?
Yeah, it's my turn. Ready.
Go on, do it.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh,
What if you
could I
both
do it really
spin now?
fast?
No, because I'll get dizzy and be sick.
What if you both spin in opposite directions?
You go that way, I'll go this way.
Ready?
Yep, ready.
See, that would be cool. Way cooler.
That is cool.
You're so talented.
It's
Everybody
Do
get
it
that.
with a wink. Do it with a wink.
Oh, we forgot about the spinning.
Oh, I forgot with the wink.
Do it again.
So this is our
Doing it
post show
again,
now.
Put the mic down and do it.
Hold bam. Okay.
What we doing? Ian?
Okay.
Yeah.
On 3,
Spin a bam and a wink.
Yeah.
3,
A spin a bam and a wink.
2, 1.
I couldn't.
I nearly fell at the start.
I didn't have the coordination to do the hands, the stop, and the wink at the same time. I just nearly went straight off this chair.
Tasking these blokes from all.
They put
From
on
all-
the,
I'm off.
the flashy lights as
Hab's
well.
not allowed to do it because he will fall and hurt himself.
I will
Yes.
fall.
We don't want Hap to hurt himself. We're
fell on the
really.
back.
Surely that
up
would
and
make
broke
it even
my
funnier,
ribs.
though.
It would make it so funny.
I wanted to come out on the roller skates one day, and Bertrand said no because you'll break your bones.
Where there's blame, there's a
That's
claim.
our studio
Where does blame-
manager, by the way. Broadcast manager.
Yes.
Oh, hello, Fabian.
Hello. Wow.
What? Where?
What's? Oh yeah, Trixie sits. I thought you were saying he was small.
He is nowhere near
No,
as
he just likes sitting down a lot.
grumpy
He does
as
like-
Old
Fabian.
man needs.
He does like sitting down.
Are you
Depends on the day.
you 30 now?
No, I'm 30 in November.
That's true, because your birthday was 1 week after the November major.
Yes.
I remember
Still
that.
is this year.
And I felt and I felt really sad that
Surprisingly, that hasn't changed.
honestly, if oddly enough, I really wanted to like get you something on the day itself. However, a week after the major is kind of pushing it.
I wanted to say it was also Jesse's birthday during the major.
It was the
Yeah.
Sunday
So
of
that
the
took
major.
precedence, I think.
We should have had both of you.
Yeah, I would have taken a cake. I remember
Love
the
a good
UK
cake.
What was the UK event we went to where I got a cake? I got 2 of the same cake.
Yeah.
from
No,
people as well.
Demo brought you a
The
cake.
caterpillar cake, and Shatter got me one as well, so I had 2 of the same cake.
Yeah, you were on the desk and
Yeah.
we brought
Was it
cake.
Shattered and Demo?
I want to say it was Shattered.
It
and
was a
the,
man-
Because
Is
then
it
I'm not
Manchester
surprised it's both the same cake, so probably they just did it.
They were like little
purpose.
caterpillar cakes.
Yeah, well, that's one of the
Caterpillar.
strongest cakes.
Yeah, they're like cakes that look like caterpillars.
How do you not know what a caterpillar cake and you call
there was a
yourself
whole
like a
there was a
food
whole
guy?
drama about the
I
cats.
don't know how to.
the UK.
First of all, okay,
His
let's
image
make
of
it clear.
culture is being damaged this week.
Let's make
Honestly,
it clear.
terrifying.
Baking is definitely not my strong.
It's
I'm
not
terrible
baking.
at baking.
It's an ascension into
2,
taste.
Wolverhampton Wolverers.
2, it's called a Swiss roll.
Why do you...
No,
cake.
Swiss roll is the uncultured name for it.
No, it's not a Swiss roll.
They're
What are
also
you talking
fundamentally
about?
different.
You
It's literally
weirdo.
not a Swiss
It's a
roll.
caterpillar cake.
What does it look
It's
like?
a cake with a caterpillar face. That's a caterpillar
They're
cake.
amazing. They're so chocolatey.
I swear to God. You call me uncultured for not knowing what that
You know
is.
what a caterpillar cake is.
I'm sorry, I was too busy having caviar.
Milos, when's your birthday?
Wow. Weirdo.
When's your
That's not
Milos,
culture.
when is your
That's
birthday?
pretend.
When is my birthday?
Yeah.
My birthday is literally the worst birthday you can ever have
Christmas
in the world.
Day.
No, you forgot when your
Worse.
birthday
Yeah, you forgot
was.
when your birthday
You
was.
forgot when your birthday was.
That's actually true.
Wow. Is
You
that
put a
why it's bad?
WhatsApp message the
Forgot.
next day like, sorry guys, my birthday is actually today. Even though you was all wishing me happy
when was your
birthday
birthday?
yesterday.
My birthday is on the best day in the world because I
'Cause it's your
share
birthday.
that birthday with Emmy.
Oh, you both had the same birthday?
Yes, not the
so
same
she just
year.
outshines you in every way, and that's why it's a bad day. Okay, I understand now.
No, it's honestly that day
joking,
is the
Milos.
worst because it's
Bless you.
literally 2 days before Christmas and a week
is.
before
Funny
before the birth
22nd.
of the year, I guess.
Yeah.
Birth of
I don't know where I was going with that.
The
Before New
Year
Year's,
two
horrendous.
star
Can we
sign.
do an early birthday party for when it's like EU finals and bring in
never-
a caterpillar cake?
Yeah, bring in
Yeah,
a
late one.
five.
Like I'm also.
We're all smuggling caterpillar
Very
cakes for our luggage. We get to
Cross
Border
border.
Rangers.
What are these?
Are you bringing live animals into the country? No, sir. It's a caterpillar cake. They're like, oh, it's a Swiss roll.
You know nothing.
It's a Swiss roll with chocolate on
This
it.
is the
No,
finest of
it's
British-
more than that. You'll understand.
It's a
You'll
cultural
You'll
thing.
understand in EU
Milos,
finals.
does this look like a
I
Swiss roll to you?
swear.
Does this look like a Swiss roll to
Production
you?
are just like, screw it, prediction.
What?
Production, unless it's a
This
thing
is a
of
bad
the
day.
caterpillar cake.
45%.
Damn, dude.
All right.
Damn, Des. I'm still on top of it.
I love how
still
Emmy
win.
deliberately sabotaged Fabian and still got 2 out of 4.
No, I did do Fabian's ones backwards to
class.
everybody else's.
Well, it's a classic APAC day, isn't it? Upsets
yeah,
all around.
but yeah. I didn't know I was that close to winning.
I thought you were winning for a very long time.
I probably was, and
Tim on top.
my knowledge or lack thereof of my performance is why I'm now losing.
But the thing is,
I was close,
these
right.
percentages carry on, so the true winner is only being casted at the end of
How many
stage
caterpillar
three.
cakes is the true winner get?
Actually, do you want to count it? How much is the prize pool for Berlin?
Well, I don't think we're
Are we
allowed
going to
any
get
of
that
that.
much of a, like that big of a cake?
So like 300k?
300,000 for
300K?
final?
Amazing.
Nah.
Are we even doing a show anymore?
No,
No, we're just having a podcast.
Production forced that on screen because the people at home
500,000.
want to see
Okay,
it.
It's always
500,000.
500k.
500,000, but
Dollars
winner gets
or euros?
$200,000.
Not that it
Even though-
matters because they're worth the same thing at the minute anyway.
That is true. Oh my God! Please don't get me started. $200,000 for the winning team. You have usually 6 people on the team, so plus 10% cut from usual orgs. I guess just looking at the
You trying to
market.
figure out how many
No, he's
caterpillar
wondering
cakes
out
you
what
can
the
buy?
prize will be for.
So
winning
if you
prediction.
divide it,
Oh.
if you divide it up in between them,
first take the
you're like
10%.
40,000.
Whoever wins.
Then you kick off the
180,000 divided by 6.
I was
Milos.
gonna look and then I was like, why am I
35,000.
trying?
Then so that's 35,000 per player and staff. Then you
No.
take away taxes, and then you're down to like
It's 30k per person.
Milos, is taxation theft?
Then the taxation.
no.
Which on
I am
prize-
not a
on prize
libertarian.
money
He'll
is
tell you about this.
I
depending on
am
the
not a
50%.
libertarian. I'll give you that. He's the tax guy.
Exactly.
Is
You're
it
the money
theft?
man.
The
How
money
much- okay,
counting
what
man.
is the
Okay,
tax
not
on
the money
prize
man.
money? What's
He's
the
been
tax on
trained
prize
on
money?
this. Say nothing when people ask you about tax and just nod and smile.
On that note, thank you very much for watching.
At least he doesn't wink with it.
Pay your taxes. Let's take a
My
look.
tax man winked at me when I came in and said how much tax I gotta pay. I would be like, he's dodgy.
And this is why you're no longer Precious clients.
There you go. Well, friends, thank you very much for watching today and our ramblings at the end of it. Congratulations to DWG KIA and Sandbox for qualifying to Berlin. Tomorrow is APAC South, where we could see the first team qualify to the major from our sister region. On Thursday, we'll be
Always
back
the head.
also tomorrow in
Always
the
Emmy.
afternoon after APAC South to EUL. I swear to God, this is a class of children.
Yeah.
And I just cannot handle it. Thank you very much for watching. Emmy and Half for casting, Des and Fresh for being here, Tim for just going away.
Being here
because
earlier.
Honestly, he just left.
Yeah. I don't blame him either.
Why is the
desk moving?
The whining hatch.
Stop. The whining hatch.
Easy and Medics,
excellent.
thank you very much, production team. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I'll see you at Snickers, mate. You're right, Diva, when you're
I need
hungry.
way more than a break. my
Milos
dude.
will only eat
Oh, the chocolate
caviar,
bars are
not a
available.
caterpillar cake.
Caviar on a caterpillar.
You got a feel for Sasushi there, trying to hold on to that plan. Yes.
Very far. 3 points for the first time.
Situation, nothing to be said. Fnatic with a flawless last round there, making it look...
Say. I was gonna say
I've no clue either, but
he's like, I was gonna say.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore. Just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real